Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
A Second Chance for Her. A Billionaire Romance. Island of Love Series Book 5. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I agreed to sign the contract because I love him. Now I have to do everything he asks and fulfill his fantasies. He used to be sweet and loving. Now all he thinks about is finding new ways to satisfy himself. And after being with him for 3 years, I realized he's never going to change. Everyone told me he wasn't good for me. It's like they could see something that I couldn't. I thought we would be together forever. Especially since he proposed to me. And when things were getting better, he disappeared. I don't know if I'll be able to live, not knowing if he's okay.
Chapter 1. Jenna.
Rod? You home? I call out as I come into the little apartment we rented last week. After only a few months of dating, we decided to take it a step further and move in together. To say my parents were pissed would be an understatement. Try furious. But what Rod Manning and I have is as real as it gets. Even if I am just 18, a thing my parents tell me is a real issue, though it's not really. Rod's a few years older than I am. Okay, 5 of them, but that's not a big deal to me. My father made me wait until I turned 18 to date Rod, or anyone else for that matter. Rod's been after me for the last couple of years, but being underage had him waiting for me. Dad threatened all kinds of hell on the poor guy if he touched me before I turned the legal age. The funny thing is that Rod's mother cautioned me about their oldest son as well. At a senior party my graduating class had at one of my classmates' ranches just before I turned 18, I saw Rod's mother. She was helping chaperone the party. She had no idea of Rod's interest in me, and took me aside, then asked me if I knew her son Reed. I knew of Reed, of course. We all live in a minuscule town in Jerome, Arizona. Reed is only 2 years older than I am. I was shocked when she told me he and I would make a perfect couple. He was away at college at that time, but would be home for the summer, and she wanted to know if she could give him my phone number when he got home. Her dismay when I told her it was her son, Rod, who was interested in me and him confused me. She was very open about him being a difficult person, which I found crazy. He doesn't seem difficult to me at all. Quite the opposite. He seems so rugged and manly and tough as nails, but in all the right ways. His job as a mechanic keeps his muscles tight, and he keeps a 5 o'clock shadow thing going on his handsome face. I'll admit it. The man does have this dangerous edge to him. But I find it exciting as hell. The way he handles me is so sensual. And he's told me he has a surprise for me tonight when he gets home, which I thought would be by now. Hey there, baby. His deep voice calls out from our bedroom. I go that way, turning down the short hallway that leads off the living room. There he is, leaning his tall body against the doorframe. His dark ash blonde hair hangs to his shoulders in waves. His steely blue eyes running up and down my body give me chills. Hey, Rod. As he's clad in only his tight black underwear, I see he's taken a shower and rid himself of the grease of the garage he works in. The smell of his soap fills my senses. My insides are already melting as he looks me over. I brought home that surprise I told you about, but we have something to talk about first. He pulls me into his strong arms as I come to him. I want something permanent with you, Jenna. His words make my heart pound. 'Kay. A grin creeps across his handsome face. I haven't told you what it is yet, and you answer yes already? I nod and he smiles. Permanent is what I want too. I love you, Rod. Love is for the weak, baby. What did I tell you about all that love crap? He lets me go and moves away from me. Life is about other things. Life is hard, baby. Love is fleeting. Commitment isn't, though. I want that from you. A real commitment. He moves to the bed, sits on the edge, and pulls a pack of cigarettes out of the bedside table. A long neck bottle half full of beer sits on top, and he takes a drink and lights his cigarette. That's the one thing I hate. I hate the smell of cigarettes, and he knows it. Yet he's not about to do as I've asked him repeatedly to smoke outside. But I think he might be about to propose, so I'm not going to bring that up right now. Instead, I went to sit next to him in bed. So what is it you want, Rod? From under the pillow he sleeps on, he pulls a sheet of paper. It's a contract for him to own me. My heart stops and my eyes go wide. I pick up the sheet of paper and look at it, then at him. His face is sterile. No emotion. Not a thing. His strong hand moves up my arm and tightens around my bicep. I want you. I want all of you. I want to own you, baby. My heart starts to pound in my chest. Own me. He nods slowly, and I can't think. Then one thought floods my brain. My father will kill you, Rod. This has to be our little secret. This town is too small to let this kind of thing out. He takes a drag off the cigarette, and the smell intensifies and I cough. A secret? I look around the little bedroom. My eyes fall on a hook that's on the wall near the closet. A hook that wasn't there before. Then I look back at the paper I hold in my right hand. It's shaking, and I hold it with my left to steady it so I can read what he wants from me. Words pop out at me. Punishments. Tortures. Expectations. Rod, is this a joke? I look into his eyes and find no humor there. He shakes his head slowly and easily. It's no joke, Jenna. It's what I want. And I always get what I want. You know that. Smoke encircles his head as he taps the cigarette's ashes into the clean ashtray on the nightstand. This doesn't look like a thing I want to be a part of. I thought you were talking about marriage, Rod. A low laugh comes from him. Marriage? Nah. I'm not into that. That can end in divorce. What I'm asking from you can't end. It's forever, girl. Isn't that better than a marriage? This says you want me to stay available for your every need. My eyes move to his, and find them squinting as he takes another puff of the cigarette. My job, though. He shakes his head. That little job ain't making you no money, anyway. See, the way I'm thinking is, it's better for me if you can come to me, or I come home and you're here, and you can take care of whatever I feel I need at that time. Intimacy. I stare at him. Are you saying I don't give you enough already? You don't. But that isn't your fault. It's your job's fault, he says as he grinds the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Like this afternoon. I wanted someone to please me so bad, I nearly went across the street from the shop and found one at that little bar. My heart stops. You didn't though, did you? No, he says with a shake of his head, sending his wavy locks swinging around his broad shoulders. His eyes move to mine and pierce me. But as you'll find in the contract, that is a thing I can do if I see fit, and you aren't meeting all my physical needs. And you have to take it, baby. You can't leave me over it. My stomach hurts all of a sudden, and I bend over and place my hand on it. No. No, Rod. No way. Okay, I said that only in my head. My voice is shaking as I say out loud, why do you want to sleep with other women? I don't want to. But if I can't do the things I want with you, then I'll have to. I have certain desires, and if you won't let me do those things with you, then I'll get that elsewhere with someone who will. His hand runs over my shoulder and down my arm. But I really want to do that stuff with you, baby. Only you. But I'm a little afraid you're too vanilla to do any of it. I turn my head slowly to look at him, and my age and experience or lack thereof hits me. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I'm no child, Rod. I can be everything you want. If I lost you, I don't know what I'd do. And I can't stand the thought of you with anyone else. Here's the thing, baby. You can't tell a soul. Not only would your dad kick my butt, but mine might do the same damn thing to me. He's told me as much. He looks away and rubs his jaw. You've talked to your dad about whatever it is you like to do in bed? I look at him with a face full of confusion. I don't even talk to my mother about the things I like. Nah, I didn't talk to him about it. He found some of my literature on the subject. He told me when he found out you and I were a thing, that if I ever tried to bring you into that dark world, he'd beat me up himself. His arm goes around me, and he kisses my shoulder. Gosh. What kind of literature are we talking about, Rod? That doesn't sound like your average stuff. I watch him as he peers at me through his thick lashes. It isn't average. I'm not an average man. A bit above, you know. I nod, then say, I think you're the smartest guy the first know, Rod. He laughs. Not like that. Like the way I feel. I feel more than some. I want more than some, baby. You don't know how bad I want you. My face heats. Rod? I laugh and look at him and see he's dead serious. Really? Yes, really. I will train you. I will show you how to give me everything I want. You think you can train the morals out of me? I was a Sunday school teacher last year, Rod. Not an adult star. I turn my head, and he takes me by the chin and pulls me back to look at him. So, Sunday school teacher, what do you think it means that you gave your verses card to me? In the biblical sense, you already belong to me. His words hiss from his mouth. You are already mine, Jenna Foster. He kisses me hard again. Then he looks at me, as he continues to hold me down. Or do you want me to do what I have to, with another woman? I can keep you too. Rod? Don't talk like that. He smacks my cheek. No more cussing. It's disrespectful. I move my hand to touch my cheek, and he takes my wrist before I can and holds my hands over my head. Rod? Would you stop? He shakes his head. You need to learn your place, Jenna. Your place as my woman. Do you want that or not? I'm getting tired of having to beg you. Wow. This is begging? Let me read the whole thing. He moves off me and hands the paper back to me. There. Hurry up. You're making me feel weird. He walks out of the room, and I hear the fridge open and slam shut. Then the sound of him opening another beer as my eyes start at the very first word of the contract has me thinking about what I'm even doing. Why am I contemplating this? The whole thing is crazy. He stands in the doorway, leaning against the frame. Read it out loud, baby. I clear my throat. This contract is between Jenna Foster and Rod Manning. This contract can never be voided. It will end only upon the death of either signing party. I look up at him and he smiles. See forever, baby. Jenna Foster agrees to become Rod Manning's subordinate in all ways. His servant for life. She agrees to do whatever he asks her to, whenever he asks her to. Rod Manning agrees never to ask Jenna Foster to do anything deemed inappropriate in front of vanillas, children, or any family members. I look up at him again. So, we won't do anything bad in front of anyone who matters then? He nods and takes a swig of beer. Keep reading. All will be followed by Jenna Foster thanking him for showing her the way to please him, and she will willingly give herself to him after punishments if he so desires. I look up at him again. He nods and looks right into my eyes. He takes a drink of the beer. I want to teach you all about pain, baby. I want to teach you all about the things that make other people flinch. I want you to be fearless, just like I am. By the way this reads, Rod, I won't be fearless. Because I'll always have to fear you. I look at him again to see if he understands me. As you should, Sunday school teacher. He comes to me and places the beer on the table and his hands on my shoulders. After all, doesn't it say something like that in the Bible? Fear the Lord, for he giveth and he can taketh away. Or something like that. You're the Sunday school teacher, not me. In essence, you're saying, if I want you, I have to show you I will give you everything you want. And I will take complete care of you for doing that. What if I don't want you to take complete care of me? Then I'll find someone who does want that. It won't be hard to find a woman who wants me. It's a fair deal, baby. You should take it. I have another girl in mind if you aren't into it though. Just so you know. I stare into his eyes to see if he's actually serious. This man has begged me to be with him for 2 years, and now all of a sudden this comes out. I love this jerk though. My eyes fall back to the paper. The next part says you can be with whoever you want to. It also says you can make me sleep with whoever you want me to. It says I have to do anything you ask me to. So I can't be sure by signing this thing that you will only be mine, Rod. This thing will last forever, Jenna. I had to think about what might come up in the future. I didn't want to leave anything out. Just to be on the safe side, you know. A knock comes at the front door and his eyes turn toward it, then they come back to me. It's time, baby. You can't answer the door in your underwear, Rod. He laughs and throws open the door. A small woman with a jet black dye job looks at us through the screen. So is she out? She asks him. Her lip is pierced, as is her eyebrow. Her skin is pale, and she's wearing close to nothing. Rod doesn't open the screen door. He just looks back at me. Meet the other interested party, Jenna. The darkly lined eyes of the woman peer in at me. She's so vanilla. Come on, Rod, pick me. She'll never be enough for you, man. He looks at me intensely. She'll do whatever I want, Jenna. I don't know where you found her, I say. She interrupts me. Scottsdale. Off the internet. And you should really just let me have him. You aren't woman enough to please this man. He's all man. Close the door, baby, I tell him as I pull my shirt off over my head and reveal to the little piece of crap who has come over 100 miles to steal my man that I am woman enough to please him, and I will prove that fact to him if I have to do it right in front of her. He says without looking at her, beat it, Lola. She's decided to keep me around. Rod grabs my hand and pulls me to the bedroom. Sign it first. He grabs a pen off the nightstand. I sign the bottom without even reading the rest, and then he signs it and puts the pen and the contract back in the drawer, then throws me on the bed. His eyes are almost scary as he grins at me. And now it's official. You are mine.
Chapter 2. Jenna.
Undress, he says as he steps away from me and turns his back to me. I do as he said, and notice him dropping his underwear to the floor before going to the dresser. He opens the top drawer and pulls out his leather belt. My stomach tenses as he bends it in half and slaps his left palm with it. Then he reaches back into the drawer and pulls out a small black bungee cord. When he turns back to me, I'm undressed and looking at the things in his hands. Get on your knees and don't look at me unless I tell you to. Do you understand? He asks me as he looks into my eyes with his eyes narrowed. I'm not an idiot. Of course I understand you. I yelp. Rod? He talks between clenched teeth. I want no smart mouthing. You get me? I nod. 'Kay. He pushes me to the floor, and I scramble to get back into the position he told me to get into. His words are sharp and clear. You only talk when I tell you to. You only do what I tell you to. Do you understand me? I nod and say yes. The belt flies through the air and lands solidly on my back. I have to fight to control the urge to get up and knock the living crap out of him. I can feel a welt forming on my back from the hit, and I'm not sure I can do this. I don't know why he needs this. Then I'm reminded of the little tramp who is not very far down the road, and put everything out of my mind except doing what pleases the man I love. With my head down, I can only see his bare feet walking away from me. Then I hear a drawer open, and he comes back. With another hard yank on my hair, he pulls my head up, and I catch a glimpse of a black dog collar. He puts it around my neck. It's tight, and I feel a little choked by it. He puts one finger between it and my flesh. It's not too tight, he says. I beg to differ. I can't even wear turtleneck sweaters because they're uncomfortable for me. And he wants me to wear a dog collar. I go and feel odd and weird and very uncomfortable, and not the least bit sensual. Once I get to the wall, I stop, and he says, "Kneel and place your hands together in front of you." I do what he's told me to, and find him wrapping the little bungee cord around my wrists. He binds my hands together with it, and then he pulls me up. Once I'm up, he takes my bound hands and loops the cord over the hook on the wall. I'm facing the wall, and can smell the old cigarette smoke as it clings to it from all the times Rod smoked in here. I make a note to wash the walls, as the smell makes me sick to my stomach. But to be honest, this whole act is making me feel sick. I feel the heat of his breath as he leans close to my back, moves my hair to expose my neck. Jenna Foster. This will tell me what your initial threshold for pain is, and I will give you this many thrashes each time we do this, adding one more every time. Do you understand me? How do I tell you when I've had all I can take? I'll need you to say the safe word. No or stop is not enough, because you will never say those words to me again when I ask you anything. Your answer to all of my questions or demands will be a simple yes, master. In public, it will be only yes. And the safe word is candy. Do you understand? Yes, master, I say, and I don't know how I'm going along with this. Only say the safe word when you are crying. I don't want to hear it before that time. This is to build a bond between us that will last a lifetime. A bond between the master and his servant. My body sags and my arms ache. Then he takes them off the hook and undoes the cord. My arms fall to my sides and I can't move them. He picks me up in his strong arms and lays me face down on the bed. I'm going to get the medicated cream to put on you. Stay right there. He walks away, and I don't think I could move if I had to. You did better than I ever imagined you could, for the first time, baby. I'm so proud of you. I knew you'd be good at this. He kisses my back as he moves me up on the bed, then climbs over me, straddling my back, then begins massaging it and my shoulders, which already feel stiff. I don't say a word, as he hasn't told me I can yet. And I don't know what I would say, anyway. Thanks for beating my butt. Nah, I have nothing to say. Rod stops the massage, pulls the hair off my neck and kisses my cheek. It's a sweet kiss. Nothing like the way he's been treating my body. I'm going to get you something for the pain. It'll help you sleep. I'm really proud of you. Thanks. He climbs off me and leaves the room. I try very hard not to cry.
Chapter 3. Jenna.
Almost 6 months into our contract, and Rod and I are having New Year's Eve dinner at his parents' home. Sue and Jason Manning are retired school teachers. Sue was my English teacher in junior high. I never had Mr. Manning in high school, as he taught the ag class and I wasn't in ag. But he's a very nice man, and I find myself looking at the older couple as they're very sweet to one another. I have to wonder where Rod got his bad side from. The lessons, as Rod calls them, are nearly every night, and I guess I'm thankful for them. Because I can endure so much. We are intimate like normal people sometimes. And I love those times. Rod is a complicated man. I often wonder if something happened to him when he was young. He seems to fight demons only he can see. Though he won't tell me he loves me, and refuses to let me tell him, as he sees love as a weakness, I do love the man I have the deepest feelings for. Headlights light up the living room, and Rod makes his way from the little minibar with a couple of beers in his hand and goes to the door. Looks like my little brother's made it. Sue grabs her husband Jason by the hand. Oh, come with me to get the food out of the oven. Let's hurry. They leave the room, and it's only Rod and me who left to greet his brother. I haven't seen his younger brother Reed since he left for college a couple of years ago. And I never really knew the guy before that. He's only a couple of years older than I am. Truth be told, I was always very shy anytime we found ourselves around each other. Rod's handsome but Reed's gorgeous. His hair is really blonde and his eyes are dark blue. Rod opens the door and walks Reed. Right behind him is a short young woman with glasses and dark hair. She looks smart as hell, and she must be his girlfriend. Reed smiles and looks happy. Hey big bro. He hugs Rod and Rod claps him on the back. The two together like that shows me Reed has put on some muscle since he's been away at UCLA in California. Reed's a couple of inches taller than Rod, probably because Rod has been smoking since he was 16, and Reed has always been a jock and really healthy. The men are over 6 feet, and both have broad shoulders and muscles. Only Reed looks a bit sturdier. When Rod lets Reed go, I find Reed's eyes moving over me. And who do we have here? He asks as he pulls his girlfriend along behind him and comes toward me. I get up off my place on the sofa and give him a smile. Hi Reed, I say shyly. Rod comes around them and puts his arm around me. Her daddy finally had to let his little princess grow up, and I snagged her quickly. Jenna and I are living together now. Reed's eyes go kind of wide and he shakes his head. Already? Damn. Didn't you barely graduate in May, Jenna? I'm surprised he even knew that. I nod. Yeah. And you didn't go to college? Reed asks as he looks into my eyes, and I feel all wiggly inside, most likely because he's a gorgeous mass of a man, and he probably has this effect on most females. Rod makes a huffing sound. She doesn't need college. She's my woman. I take care of her every need. Reed's lips form a tight line. Then he pulls up the young woman's hand he's holding. This is Pam. She and I go to college together. She pushes her glasses up her nose a little. Her deep brown eyes kind of glisten as she says, "Nice to meet you all." Sue and Jason finally come out of the kitchen and Sue shouts, "My baby." Reed quickly abandons his girl and goes to his mother. He picks her up as he hugs her, and she giggles like a young girl. Oh Reed. I've missed you, baby boy. He puts her down, and his father claps him on the back. Then he gives his youngest son a hug. Good to see you, son. You too, Dad, Reed says, then comes back our way to grab his girl. This is Pam. Nice to meet you, Pam, Sue says, and Jason gives her a nod and a smile. The girl is nothing like I pictured when I thought of Reed having a girlfriend. He played the field when he was in high school. But he never got serious about anyone here. I suppose she's pretty in a way. Mostly plain, not ugly or anything. And she seems even quieter than I am. Rod hands one of the unopened beers to Reed. Here you go. You finally made it to 21. Reed takes the beer and opens the top of the long-necked brown bottle. I did. Even though your attempts on my young life were kind of often, I managed to grow up, Rod. His lips conform to the bottle, and I find myself looking far too hard at them. I look down and shudder. If Rod ever caught me looking at another man, he'd skin me alive. Rod grabs my hand and pulls me with him to sit down on the sofa, placing me on his lap and making me feel very uncomfortable. I wanted to be an only child. Reed laughs. So did I. Their parents laugh too, and I look up to find them looking oddly at one another. So I asked Rod, did you two fight a lot when you were little? I kicked his butt, Rod says with a grin. I wouldn't call it fighting. Reed takes a long drink, and then pulls the bottle from his mouth. I watch him from my peripheral vision, as I had better not look full on at him. Until the day I made you eat asphalt. You do recall our very last fight. Don't you, Rod? Sue looks nervous. Let's not bring that day up. She grabs Reed's hand and pulls him along with her as Pam trails along behind him, looking like a midget, as she's so much shorter than he is. Help me grab the trays with the appetizers, please. I look at Rod. What happened? I whisper. His eyes have gone steely, and he takes a drink of his beer. Don't worry about it. His mood has gone south suddenly, and I wonder what happened between the two that had their fights ending so fast and putting Rod in a foul mood. Rod's hand moves up my back and his lips touch my ear. We're going to the bathroom. I don't ask why. I just get up when he pushes at me, and let him lead me to the bathroom. His father watches us go, and I know my cheeks are turning the deepest shade of red. Once inside, with the door closed, Rod unbuttons his jeans and I know what he wants, and go to my knees in front of him. His hand moves over my hair and he whispers, I like your blonde hair much more than that drab brown Reed's tramp has. Your green eyes are prettier too. You're so much better than what he brought home. Thank you, master, I say as I clean him all up. He pulls me up and puts his arms around me. It's a softness he rarely shows. There's mouthwash under the sink. Use it, then come out in 3 minutes. Not 1 second before that. He lets me go and walks out. I have no idea why there's a time limit, but I start counting in my head, 1001, 1002. Grabbing the mouthwash, I pour some in one of the small cups on the vanity top, then swish it around my mouth. Making sure I have no residuals on my face, I look at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes go glassy as I fight the feeling of being used. I say to myself, he needs you to be this for him. You love him, Jenna. I blink the tears away, and the last second goes by. I walk out of the bathroom, and Reed is standing right there. Oh. His hand is in my face. I was just about to knock. Sorry. I move to the side and look down at the floor. Sorry. His hand on my arm stops me. Jenna, you okay? Yes, I say quietly. He lets me go. Okay then. And he goes into the bathroom. I fall against the wall in the dark hallway. His touch sent electricity straight through me. The entire time I gave Rod head, I never felt the least bit excited, and when Reed touched me for a mere second, I felt different. What the hell is wrong with me? Jenna, Rod calls out from the living room. I hurry down the hall and into the room and go to his side. Yes? His arm goes around me, and he pulls me tight to his side. What were you and he doing back there? Nothing. I look down and his hand touches my chin, pulling my face up. You look flushed. His eyes roam over my face. I smile and whisper, you have me that way, master. He smiles back at me and kisses my cheek. Good girl. Not feeling very proud of myself, I lean against Rod and think about how much he does for me and how I should appreciate him so much more. Looking at other men, especially his brother, is not a thing I should be doing. Rod takes a tiny sausage wrapped in a crescent roll and places it on my lips. I open them and accept the food into my mouth. Like it? I nod, and he picks up another one from the tray. I eat it too, and hold my hand up when he tries to get me to eat one more. Can I have a drink? He has a beer on the table and picks it up and takes a drink of it, then hands it to me. His mother's eyes go right to me as I take the beer from his hand. I really shouldn't. I'm not old enough yet, Rod. You can if I let you. And I'm letting you, he says. His mother comes to us, takes the beer out of my hand and replaces it with a cold soda. Here you go, sweetheart. We don't want you getting into something before you're ready for it now, do we? No, ma'am. I take a drink of the Coke and try not to look at Rod as his mother walks away, and he narrows his eyes at her. I'm ready to get out of here. He takes my hand and pulls me toward the door. Then he looks over his shoulder as Reed comes back into the living room. You want to join us over at Stacy's bar, little bro? Reed looks at Pam. Want to? She nods and they follow as Sue calls out, Jenna can stay here while you go out, Rod. She's much too young to be in that bar. Rod's arm goes around my shoulders. I got her, Mom. His arm tightens around me as Reed adds, I'll watch out for her, Mom. Don't worry. As we walk outside, I can feel Rod's body go tense, and he opens the driver's side door of his old Ford truck. Get in. I slide in, and stay in the middle where he likes me to. Reed and Pam take the car they came in. Rod gets in and looks at me. Then he starts the truck. We roll out of the driveway, and Reed and his girlfriend follow us. Your mother is so nice, Rod. A little too nice. He looks back at me. Seems my family thinks I don't have sense enough to protect what's mine. I'm sure that's not it at all. They're all very nice, is all. I run my hand over the top of his thigh, and he looks at it. Did I give you permission to do that? I move my hand. Sorry, master. No, you did not give me permission to do that. Seems you bring out the protective side of my mother and little brother. Why do you think that is? He steps on the gas and goes pretty fast. My age, I guess. I watch the speedometer move up fast, and reach around to grab the seatbelt. You don't trust me or what, Jenna? He looks straight ahead. It's not that. It's the law, Rod. Nothing more than that. Please don't read anything into it. Let's go have a nice time tonight. It's so rare you take me with you when you go out. I'd like to enjoy it. Maybe you'll see fit to dance with me some. I buckle the safety belt, and he throws on the brakes and makes a sharp right. We'll see. There are some grown women in this place, baby. I'm going to let you see how they treat a man. His eyes narrow as he pulls the pack of cigarettes off the ledge in front of the steering wheel. He hands the pack with the lighter inside it to me. Light one up for me. He knows I hate doing this, and I don't really know why he makes me do it. And I don't know what the hell he meant by what he just said. But asking him will get me into trouble, so I do what he said and light up the cigarette, then hand it to him as I cough. He laughs and puts the nasty thing in his mouth. Tonight, I expect you to smoke at least one of these. The entire thing. My body goes tense and I look down. I won't be doing that, Rod. My grandfather died from lung cancer. I've told you that a lot of times. No one has proven that cigarettes cause that. I hold the pack up where it says exactly that on the side of the packaging, and he looks back at me with squinted eyes as he blows smoke in my face. I place the pack back where he had it, turn my head and cough again. We pull into the packed parking lot and stop. He gets out and reaches in for me, so I take his hand. We wait as Reed pulls in next to us, and Pam gets out of the passenger side. She waves her hand through the cloud of smoke Rod just exhaled. Didn't anyone ever tell you smoking is very bad for you, Rod? He laughs. Yeah, Jenna just lectured the shit out of me about just that same thing. What's up with chicks these days? My eyebrows raise up high. He thought that was a lecture. Reed comes around and takes Pam by the hand, and we all start walking in. Are they going to let her in here, Rod? He asks. I'm a regular. They give me special treatment here. What I say goes, little brother. He pulls me in tight to his side. My woman is welcome anywhere I am. As long as I want it that way. Reed moves up next to me and looks at me. You come here a lot with him. I shake my head. This is the first time he's brought me here. He always comes here alone. Reed looks at Rod with a frown. You leave her home and come out here by yourself, Rod? So? Rod says as he pulls the door open, and smoke billows out of it. We walk straight into the thick stuff, and I cough again. A tall, skinny, blonde woman looks at Rod. 4 shots and 4 beers coming up, Rod. He smiles. See, they know how to treat me here. He leads us to a table in a dark corner, where another woman brings the drinks on a tray. I wince as, after she places the drinks in front of everyone, she takes a seat on Rod's lap and runs her arms around his neck. It's been a week. Where've you been, stud? Her red lips touch his cheek and he smiles at her when he pulls back. He gives her a wink. The holidays, girl. My old lady had me busy with domestic shit this week. No time for play. But this is New Year's Eve and playtime is upon us. The woman looks at me. So this is the old ball and chain, huh? He nods. This is my woman, Jenna. Reed clears his throat and the woman looks at him. And this is Reed Manning. The hottest sob this town ever let go. How you been, college boy? Mona, nice to see you again. It's been a few years since I've seen you on my brother's lap. Heat goes all through me as I look at her. Are you one of his exes? A smile moves over her face. I wouldn't call myself an ex. Rod pushes at her to get off his lap. Mona and I never really dated, Jenna. She laughs as she stands up but leaves her hand on his shoulder. No, we've never really dated. But does anyone date the legendary bad boy, Rod Manning? I have, I say, picking up the shot of whiskey and down it as I look into her light blue eyes. Rod's arm goes around my shoulders, and his lips touch the side of my head. Easy, baby. She's not a threat, he growls in my ear. I put the shot glass on the table and she smiles. I'll get you another, missy. Then she swings her hips as she walks away, and I find Rod watching her. Rod? I say under my breath. His eyes move to mine. What? He takes his shot and downs it. Then he looks at his brother. Well, what are you waiting for, boy? Drink up. Reed looks at me, and I see a little sadness in his deep blue eyes. He picks up his shot and raises it to me. Here's to the girl who got Rod Manning to settle down. Then he drinks it, slams the glass on the table and glares at his brother. Rod laughs and picks up his beer. I wouldn't say that. Reed doesn't laugh as he says, yeah, I may have spoken too soon. The woman brings another round already, leans over Rod's shoulder and whispers something into his ear. He looks at her, and then at me. Someone has challenged me to a game of pool. You don't mind, do you, baby? Of course I don't. I pick up the beer and take a drink to calm my anger. Rod looks at Reed. Watch my woman for me, little bro. Don't let any jackass bother her. Get me? Reed nods. As Rod walks away, Reed looks at me and says, You heard what he said. So when are you going to get smart, Jenna? What? I ask in confusion. My eyes follow Rod as he walks up to yet another woman, and she falls all over him and kisses him right on the mouth. I look away, and Reed turns back and sees what his brother is doing. I remember you were a smart girl. Weren't you even a Sunday school teacher for a while there, Jenna? What the hell happened? I had no idea you knew a thing about me, I say and turn my chair so I can't see Rod head on anymore. What the hell are you doing with Rod? Reed taps the table in front of me to get me to look up at him. He's been after me since I was 16. I guess he wore me down. I take another drink, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Rod lean over the pool table with the woman in his arms to make a shot. Reed and Pam turn back to look at Rod and his antics, and they look back at me. The girl looks at me with sorrow in her dark eyes, and Reed looks at me like I'm an idiot. I feel awful, and would love nothing more than to go back home. And now that I know this is what happens when he goes out, I know I'll get a knot in my stomach every time he does from now on. Before I pictured Rod hanging out with other men, shooting some pool and drinking, and not once were there women in the picture. How wrong I was. Reed and Pam finish their drinks, and he takes one more look back at his brother, who's kissing the woman. Come on. We'll take you home, Jenna. This isn't cool at all. Reed gets up and Pam does too. I sit still. I can't go with you guys. Thank you though. Pam looks at me. Come on. If you want, we can drop you off at your parents' or even Rod's parents if you'd rather not go back to your house. I wouldn't if I was you. It's okay. Thank you. I have to stay and go with Rod. I pick up the shot and drink it. Reed comes to me and places his hand on my shoulder. Despite the numbing effects of the alcohol, I feel the current of electricity flow through my body and my insides pulse. I look up into his dark blue eyes as he says, Jenna, just come with me. The next thing I know, Rod's head pops over his brother's shoulder. Hands off my woman, little bro. Reed removes his hand and turns to face his brother. I wasn't really touching her, Rod. And maybe you should stop the crap and pay attention to her, since you brought her here and all. The thing with the skanks is a bit much, and I really don't like to see someone as good as Jenna is treated the way you're treating her. Mind your business, little bro. Rod reaches around him and takes my hand. Let's dance, baby. He pulls me around Reed, and as our bodies graze past each other, I feel the current again, and my knees go kind of weak. Bye. Thank you, I say as Rod pulls me along behind him, and I look back at Reed. The edges of his eyes droop a little, and he and Pam walk out of the bar. Rod pulls me into his arms and holds me tight. Did you like watching me with that girl? No, I say very fast, and then realize I've said a word that will get me punished. He stops dancing and looks at me. Then he laughs. For that, I want you to follow that tramp into the bathroom next time she goes and beat her up for what she did to me. You did that to her. It wasn't exactly her fault. He starts moving us again with the music. It's up to you to curtail that kind of thing. Isn't that what you tell me about other men? I'm a man with needs, and she was in the right place at the right time. If it makes you feel any better, your body is better than hers, and I like being with you much more. He twirls us around, and then his mouth is on mine. I feel like pushing him away, but I know that will get me in trouble, most likely right here in front of everyone. He stops his hard kiss and lets me out of his arms. She just went in. Go in there and teach her to stay away from me. He spins me around and smacks me as I walk away, not sure what to do. I've never been in a fight, much less provoked. The woman has to be at least 5 or 6 years older than me. And she looks rough. Pushing the bathroom door open, I turn and lock it behind me. When she comes out of the stall, I look at her, reminding myself of what will surely happen to me if she doesn't look kind of roughed up when she walks out of there. I take in a deep breath, then say, I don't like what I saw you doing with my man. She washes her hands, then grabs a paper towel and looks at me through the mirror. That guy is the biggest womanizer, baby girl. If it wasn't me, it would have been some other woman. As a matter of fact, he's most likely sleeping around with another woman out there as we speak. Don't take it personally. Rod Manning is just a dog. And just like that, I snap. Her hair is in my fist, and I bang her head against the porcelain sink. Splashes on my arm as her forehead splits open. I let her go when I saw it, and my body started shaking. Stay away from my man, tramp. I unlock the door and hurry out. Rod is wrapped around another woman, and I walk right past them as I go outside. The next thing I know, he's grabbing me up and carrying me through the parking lot. Is that blood? I nod and feel the sting of tears in my eyes. He puts me down, unlocks the truck, opens the door, and then looks back at me. Get in, Rocky. Getting inside the truck, I start to cry as he gets in and starts it up, and hurries out of the parking lot. He looks over at me with a big grin. Don't you cry. He frowns as he sees the tears. I'll take every tear out of your hide. Do you understand me? Yes. I wipe the tears away and suck them up. I'm proud of you. That's one of the first womanly things I've seen you do. You're taking those steps to be the woman I need, someone who doesn't take crap from any other woman. If it was the other way around, I'd beat anyone who laid a hand on my woman. But you told me I had to accept you being with other women. I don't understand, Rod, I say as I look at him in confusion. Maybe once in a while, I'd like to see you stand up for yourself. That's all. And now I'm thoroughly confused by this man.
Chapter 4. Jenna.
Rod and I have made it another year, and Christmas Eve has us back at his parents' home for their annual party. This is my first one. Sue picked me up earlier, and Rod is going to meet me here a little later. I have no idea where the man is, as he didn't have work today, but he's off somewhere and texted me to go with his mother. Hopefully he's somewhere buying me a present and not doing anything bad. Sue spins around with powdered sugar on her cheeks, after closing the oven door on her last batch of sugar cookies. Jenna, would you be a dear? Watch these and take them out for me when the timer goes off. I have to shower and get cleaned up before the guests arrive. Sure thing, Sue. I'll handle this. I take a seat on a bar stool and pick up the food magazine she has laid out on the counter. Take your time. She kisses my cheek as she floats by me, and I smile at her. Sue's been just like a mother to me. She's the sweetest thing, and how Rod is about her kind of aggravates me. He calls her meddling and tells me not to talk to her too much. I like her though, and don't see her like that at all. The back door opens up and my heart stops as Reed comes inside. He looks at me. Hi, Jenna. I didn't know you were here. I didn't see Rod's truck outside. Your mom picked me up. I look back at the magazine that my hands suddenly hold very tightly. I knew he was coming in today. I have no idea why I'm reacting like a schoolgirl with a crush. Reed walks right up to me and holds out his arms. It's customary to give Christmas Eve hugs in this family, Jenna. And if anyone catches you under the mistletoe hanging in the living room, then you have to accept the kiss. Even if it's stinky old Uncle Lou. He laughs and continues to hold out his arms. I climb off the chair and let him hug me. I try to think of anything else as our bodies touch, and all I can do is take in a deep breath. He smells like pine needles and nutmeg. It's awesome, and I shouldn't love it so much. I also shouldn't ever want to let him go, but that's exactly how I feel. I pull away anyway and find him gazing down at me. His hand runs through my blonde waves and he lets out a sigh. I've always thought you had the most beautiful head of hair in town, Jenna. I smile and blush. Thank you. I have to admit I've always thought your hair was a nice shade of blonde myself. He sits on the bar stool next to mine as I get back on it. He takes the magazine and pushes it away so I can't reach it. I have to talk to him, I suppose. So, how's everything been going? Have you jerked a knot in my brother's tail yet? I laugh. I don't think that's even possible. He's pretty bull-headed. And a complete jerk, Reed says with a laugh. Is he still going out without you? I nod. I don't like to go out, anyway. Bet you don't when he pulls the kind of shit he does. So when do you think you'll have enough and come to your senses? His fingers tap the countertop, and I watch them. They're long and lean and look strong. Not that Rod's aren't, but Reed's are well manicured. I love the man. What can I say? Love? So when's the big day? Has he asked you to marry him? He gets up and goes to look in the fridge for something, then takes out 2 bottles of water and brings one to me. Marriage is not a thing he wants. He doesn't believe in it, I tell him as I try to open the water. But it's proving hard to open, and he takes it from me and opens it, then hands it back. So what's the plan then? I suppose this is it. We live together. I take a drink, as I notice him watching me. You, Jenna, are wife material. Not shacking up material. He takes a drink. My face heats and I know I'm blushing. Thank you, I guess. Setting the water down, he looks me over. So about college. Have you thought any more about going? I recall you made very good grades in school, young lady. His hand moves over my shoulder, and I freeze with the zing of the sparks that shoot through me. How would you know anything about my grades, Reed? I get up so his hand can't do that to me anymore. The timer goes off, and I pick up the pot holder and get the cookies from the oven. When I stand back up, I catch him looking at my butt with his head cocked to one side. So my grades, Reed? How would you know about them? I ask, making him look away from my butt. But secretly it pleases me to no end that he would do such a thing. I helped grade papers for a few teachers, and yours were always very good. So college? Tell me what kinds of things you're interested in, Jenna Foster. He gets up and comes to pick up a hot cookie off the tray, fresh from the oven, then quickly drops it back down on it. Ow. It's hot. You think? I ask with a laugh. His lightly tanned cheeks go pink, and I have to look away because I want to run my hands over them so damn bad. Placing the tray on the stovetop, I turn to find him kind of hovering around me. So I pick up my water and go to the living room. That was the last batch of cookies. He follows me, and when I take a seat on the sofa, he takes the place right next to me. So, what kind of things might you want to go to school for? Reed, I honestly don't know. And what are you doing out there, in California? Rod never talks about it. I sit back and see his eyes light up. I'm actually doing very well selling real estate there. You know, if you wanted to go to college, my real estate firm could give you scholarships to go. It wouldn't cost you a dime. Your firm? Like the one you work for? I ask as he runs his arm over the back of the couch, his fingertips near my shoulder. And I swear I can feel sparks coming from them. I own it, he says. Then his fingertips touch my shoulder and I go all warm inside. And I would love to use some of that money to put you through college. So what is it you'd like to do? Teaching little kids was a thing I always thought I'd like to do. When I was a Sunday school teacher for the little kids at our church, I loved it. But Rod doesn't want me to work, I say, and his fingers leave my shoulder and the heat inside me dissipates. Well, Rod can get over it, can't he? He smiles and I frown. Rod doesn't get over anything. The front door opens and Rod walks in. His face goes frozen as he looks at us. How cozy is this crap? Reed gets up and walks to him, holding out his arms. Come on, big bro, Christmas Eve hugs. Rod looks over his brother's shoulder at me, with a bit of a glare on his face. Then he looks at his brother. When did you get here? A little while ago. Jenna has been keeping me company. Reed turns around to walk back and my heart stops. Rod looks hard at me. Get me a beer, baby, he barks, and I jump up and move fast to get it. I freeze as Reed grabs my arm as I try to hurry past him. Hold up there, Jenna. No reason to run. I'll grab him one. I am closer to the kitchen. I look at Rod, but he gives me no clue as to what he wants me to do. Reed lets me go and walks into the kitchen. I go to sit next to Rod. Anger radiates from him. Jenna, care to explain? Before I can say a word, Reed comes back and tosses a beer to him. About Jenna, Rod. She has this crazy notion you don't want her to get an education or a job. Tell her how she's mistaken. She isn't mistaken. He takes a long drink. I take care of her. There's no need for any of that. When do you plan on marrying her? Reed stands just in front of him. Take a seat, bro. Rod looks his brother in the eye and takes another drink. Rod sits in the chair across from us. So when was that you said? Not that it's a damn bit of your business, but I don't believe in marriage. Jenna and I have discussed things. We know what we both want and we're doing it. Then his head swivels and he looks at me, then back at Reed. Or did she tell you something different? No. I say and then shut up as his head snaps and he looks at me, then back at Reed. Reed's eyes narrow as he looks at us both. She didn't say anything, Rod. I brought it up. I just want to know when you plan on making an honest woman out of her. Why? Rod asks as he runs his hand down my leg. He takes the hem of my dress and curls his fingers under it possessively. His mother walks in and I sigh. Hey, Sue. The cookies are out. Want some help frosting them? Sure, she says, all cheerfully. I look at Rod. Can I go help her? Sure, he says, and I get up and notice Reed giving his brother a dirty look. As I leave the room, I hear Reed ask, Does she have to get your permission for everything, Rod? I listen to Rod's response. If she knows what's good for her, she does. Then I slip into the kitchen and stop eavesdropping on them. I pick up a spoon and stir the red food coloring into the white icing Sue dropped into it. I love Christmas, she says. Reed comes into the kitchen. Can I help? His mother is humming a Christmas carol. Of course, my baby boy. Hey, would you put on some music to help us get into that holiday spirit, son? He goes over to the small television that hangs on the wall of the attached dining room, finds the remote and puts on some holiday music, then comes back. "Where's Rod?" I ask. "He went to go get some beer. He said he'll be back soon." Reed moves in next to me. His mother places a bowl of icing in front of him and drops some green food coloring into it. "Reed, grab us all some aprons, would you, dear?" He leaves the place next to me, and in moments he's back. I feel his body right behind mine. He's so close, and then his arms are around me as he puts the apron over my head, and his hands graze my stomach as he smooths it out, takes the strings, and ties it behind my back. I have to fight myself not to let my body fall back to his. It's nearly overwhelming. My head feels light, and I don't know how he makes me feel like this. It's beyond anything I've ever felt with Rod, and I feel instantly awful for this. I shake my head to try to clear it. "Thank you, Reed." His lips brush the hair around my ear as he says in a deep, husky voice, "You're welcome, Jenna." I'm nearly shaking as he moves back and puts his apron on, then hands one to his mother. All too soon, he's back beside me, and his elbow gently pushes into my side. I scoot over a smidge to stop the connection. "I'll be right back," I say, and nearly run out of the kitchen to the bathroom down the hall. As I get inside it, I close the door and fall back on it. I don't understand how I can be so attracted to him. I do love Rod. I do. After splashing some cold water on my face and calming myself down, I go back out and find Rod standing under the mistletoe. He's smiling at me. "Hey baby," he says with a sweet sound in his voice. His arms open, and I move into them, and his mouth takes mine in a sweet kiss. Not hard, not demanding. Just sweet. And my body melts into his. His arms go around me as he sways with me, then our lips part and he looks down at me. The blue in his eyes has a silvery quality to them, and sparkles a little. It's times like this that make him so special to me. Love flows from my heart, and I feel it coming from him, although he'd never say the word. I run my hand over his scruffy cheek, and he takes my hand and kisses the top softly. Then the doorbell rings, and he reluctantly lets me go. Taking my hand, he takes me with him to answer the door, and lets in the first of his many family members who will be at the party tonight. As he opens the door, we find his cousin, AJ, holding up a bottle of Jack Daniels. "Ready to get messed up, cuz?" I roll my eyes as Rod says, "Heck yeah." I step back with Rod to let the man near Rod's age in and say, "Now that's the Christmas spirit." My words come out heavily laced with sarcasm. AJ follows us to the kitchen, and as we travel through the living room, he stops under the mistletoe. "Jenna, look where I am." Rod and I turn back, and Rod shakes his head. "Not happening, dude." Then he pulls me along with him and leans in to whisper, "Not with anyone but me." "Got me, baby?" "Yes," I answer and see Reed glance up when he comes our way. "You were helping frost cookies one minute, then gone the next, Jenna," he says. "I suppose Rod happened to you." He gives his brother a look. Rod lets my hand go, then runs his arm around my neck and pulls me in tight to him. "And I happen to her every night, and sometimes in the afternoon and morning too. Ain't that right, baby?" I faintly hit at his broad chest, and feel the heat filling my face with embarrassment. "My gosh, Rod." His lips press against my temple as he laughs deeply. "What, baby?" "I'm proud you are mine, is all." Sue turns around and shakes a spoon dripping with red frosting as she looks at him. "Rod? Stop that. You know I hate when you talk about her, as if she's something that belongs to you. Jenna is a person, not an object you own." His hand runs down to my butt, and he gives one cheek a squeeze and whispers to me, "If she only knew." With his words, my body heats with some type of excitement this time. I can't explain what knowing I belong to him sometimes does to me. It's odd, and I think it sets me back in the women's liberation movement by decades, but it's hot for some damn reason. Reed turns back to his cookie decorating, and I glance at him for only a moment. He wears a frown, and it makes me feel awful. As the night wears on and Rod and his cousins get thoroughly trashed, I find myself sitting in a quiet corner of the den, a room not often used by the Manning family. I like the fireplace in here, though. The fire has burned nearly all the way down, and it gives the small room a nice golden glow. I watch the embers and what's left of the flames. Then I hear someone clearing their throat. "Mind if I join you?" Without looking up, I knew it was Reed, and I answered, "Of course you can, Reed. This is your home, after all." The room has one love seat and a chair in it, and I'm sitting in the chair, so he takes the love seat. He sprawls out on it, taking it all up, and lays his head back on the arm of it as he looks at me. Then his gaze moves to the fire. "What a night, huh?" he asks. "Yes, it's very, let's say, festive." I smile, as it's so different from how my family celebrates. Wild and full of alcohol and dirty jokes is what this family does. My family is traditional. We celebrate on Christmas afternoon after church services, a place I have to be at tomorrow, while I'm sure Rod will be staying home and sleeping tonight off. Your man is tying one on. I doubt he'll be in any condition to drive home. You should talk him into staying the night here in his old bedroom. Mom keeps our bedrooms just like we've always had them. The bed's a single, but if you work it out right, you'll fit two. He gives me a wink. Or you can take the guest room just down the hallway. It's next to my room. You could drop by if you wanted to talk or something like that. My eyes move from the fire to look at him. Bathed in the golden light, he looks like some kind of model. The light brings out the especially shiny parts in his blonde hair. His eyes seem to dance with the firelight, and his lips look plump and inviting. My body feels the drag of the magnetism it has for him. I guess it's kind of natural, since I have such a strong thing for his brother to have some kind of attraction to Reed as well. I suppose it's natural. I want you to know you can tell me anything, Jenna. Anything at all. If you need my help, I'm here for you. You should really think about college. You can take online classes. I can help you. I want to help you. His eyes dance as he looks at me. Are you really happy with my brother? I look back at the fire. Of course I am. Will you be happy letting him take care of you forever? Being 20 years old does have me thinking of a future for myself. But Rod is adamant that I must be available for him at all times. If not, then he'll find another female to take care of his needs. I can't stand the thought of that. I suppose so. He and I are in it until the end. I turn my head to look at him. I find him smiling. No ring. No marriage. I think you have too much faith in him, Jenna. You don't know him like I do. I look away and think he doesn't know his brother like I do. Reed gets up, comes toward me, and leans over. My body heats, and my lips quiver as he's so close. But instead of taking me into his arms or kissing me, he picks up the cell phone in my lap, taps in his phone number, and saves it. He places it back on my lap, and goes back to his lounging position on the love seat. There. Now you have my number. You can call me if you need anything. Anything at all. I mean it. A smile creeps over my face as I look down at his name and number, still glowing on my phone screen. "'Kay, thanks. Baby?" I hear Rod slurring as he looks into the room. I hit the button to make my phone screen go dark. "Yes, Rod. I'm in here." He's drunk and leans on the doorframe. "What are you two doing all alone in here?" Reed sits up. "Just talking." "What are you doing?" "I'm ready to take my woman home and give her a good old-fashioned Christmas night." I jump up and move quickly to him. "Geez, Rod." Taking him by the arm, I pull on him to come with me. Reed gets up and comes to us. "You should stay the night here. You're pretty drunk, bro." Rod runs his hand over my head very clumsily and says, "Nah. What I plan on doing to her will have her begging for more, so staying here is out." Reed reaches into Rod's front pocket and digs out the keys as Rod protests, but he can't seem to function enough to stop him. Reed places the keys in my hand. "Let her drive at least." Rod smiles. "You want to drive me, baby?" "Yes," I say as I start to pull him along. "Yes, what?" he asks as he stops and stares at me. I look into his eyes. "Do you remember where you are, Rod?" At your family's home. With your brother looking right at you. Yes, what? He asks again. I lean in and whisper, yes, master. He smiles and Reed looks at me. I think he heard me, even though I said it very quietly. But he makes no remark other than saying, bye. See you tomorrow. Bye, Reed. Have a Merry Christmas, I say as Rod leans his weight on me, and I struggle to the door with him. Reed follows along and helps me get him into the truck. Rod slumps in the passenger side. Reed seatbelts him in, then walks with me to the driver's side. If he falls asleep, just leave him in the truck. He'll be fine, and it won't be the first time he's slept in that position. Thank you. I'll do that. I open the door and get in, but Rod is already snoring. Reed chuckles. Looks like you won't be screaming his name tonight. I look down and go scarlet. Good night, Reed. He shuts the door and I start the truck up and drive home. To my complete amazement, Rod wakes up just as I turn the truck off at our small house and looks at me with wide eyes. You too. What were you doing alone with another man? I get out of the truck and go around to help him, but he seems to be no longer drunk somehow. He gets out and slams the door, so I hurry to unlock the house and get inside. He slams the front door closed and locks the door. Answer me. I was watching the fire, and he came and sat down and we talked about nothing really. Not a big deal. And he is your brother, Rod. Not some man. I turn to walk to our bedroom as he says, well, since you were alone with a man and I have no idea what it is you were doing, then you need to know I will be alone with some woman and you will have no idea what it is we're doing. I stop and turn back to look at him. Are you serious? He's your brother, Rod. Neither of us would do anything to hurt you. Now don't threaten me with that, please. He'd hurt me. He has before. And I'm not threatening you, Jenna. I will be doing something with some woman. Just know that, baby. And have a Merry Christmas. Then he falls on the sofa and promptly passes out. I slam into the bedroom, fall on the bed and cry. Merry Christmas indeed.
Chapter 5. Read.
It's the first sunrise of the new year, and here I am, sitting alone in my parents' backyard. A swimming pool would look very nice back here. I'll make that happen before summer gets here this year. I have a financial secret I've been keeping from my entire family. My real estate business has been good. Well, great, actually. I've managed to become a billionaire through sales and investments. But I've kept it all very low-key. My mom and dad and even brother aren't jackals, but the rest of my family are, and I can see the Manning clan making nuisances of themselves. Many would think of me as their personal ATM machine. And many would suddenly want to visit me in California. Maybe want to stay at the Bel Air mansion I just bought a few months ago. I can see the old trucks driving through the ritzy neighborhood now. Yeah, the neighbors would hate me for sure. The sliding glass door rumbles open as Mom comes out. Her steaming cup of coffee leaves her in a cloud of fog as she emerges after the nearly all-night party they threw for New Year's Eve. Good morning, sunshine, I say very quietly because she most likely has a hangover. Sleep well? She takes the lawn chair next to mine and sips her coffee. Bloodshot eyes look at me. No. I smile at her. Mom, when will you learn not to take shots at your age? Stick with the wine and leave the tough stuff to Rod and his cousins. Her lips curve into a smile. You've always called those rowdy boys your brother's cousins. Never yours. Why is that? They're nothing like me. All of them are the same. Work only as much as needed. Spend every last dime they manage to make, so they're broke as hell the day before payday. Then they drink away half their paycheck on payday. It's a vicious cycle Rod and his cousins are in. The sun catches my eye as it rises over the area I've decided the pool should go. They are your family, son. You've always stayed to yourself so much. You should try to get to know a few of the cousins now that you all are older, and all that rivalry is gone. I watch her sip her coffee and fight a frown. To become successful, I've learned to start each day with positive notes. Thinking about trying to find some common ground with the men in my extended family is not a positive note. So Mom, I'm going to be sending a swimming pool company out here soon. I'd like to have you at a pool by summer. Something nice and large. You have so many parties, and I think one would look nice out here in this big backyard. Read, that would be nice but way too expensive. I don't think we can afford it. Not now since your father and I have retired. She sips her coffee. Thank you though. Mom, I have the money to pay cash for it, and I'll pay a pool cleaner to handle the care of it. It'll be something that doesn't cost you a cent. By the way, I found this month's electric bill in the stack of bills you and Dad have. I set up for it to be paid straight out of one of my bank accounts. So don't go freaking out when no more of those bills come in. I'm taking care of it from now on. I stretch my legs out and cross them at my ankles. I can't let you do that, son. Change it back, she says as she looks over the rim of her old brown coffee mug she's had since I was a kid. Mom, I'm not changing anything back. As a matter of fact, I went down to Doug's Audiobooks and left some money down there. You and Dad can go down this week, and you can pick out any brand new cars you want. There's enough money down there for you each to get something you absolutely love. It's my Christmas present to you guys. Her face turns very slowly as she looks at me. Reed, just how much money have you been making over there in California? Enough, I say, and I put my hands behind my head and lean back on them. I'm going to take care of you and Dad from now on. If you need something, you can call me. You merely want something, you call me. I'm leaving a bank card with Dad. It's an account I've set up for you guys. I'm having your card sent in the mail. It should be arriving any day now. Use it for all of your expenses. Groceries, whatever you want or need. Got it? She puts the cup down on the small table beside her and stands up. Her hair is flat on one side, which is where she slept. The silver curls are pressed in neat circles against her head. Mom has light blue eyes. They used to be dark, but they've faded over the years. Her thin lips part as she asks, Reed, just how much money are you making now? Tell me the truth. Plenty, Mom. That's all you need to know. And it's all legal stuff. I smile at her and get up. I'll make some breakfast for you and Dad. You want me to bring you out some more coffee? She shakes her head. I'm coming inside with you. You have to leave in the morning, and I want to spend every minute I can with you before you have to go. I slide the noisy glass door back open and make a note to have it replaced. Then a thought pops into my head. Why don't you and Dad find a nice lot and I'll buy it and have you a house built on it? Nothing doing, moneybags. Your father bought us this home only 3 years after we married. We're going to die in this home. She sits at the bar, and I refill her coffee cup. Fine. But I'm going to have someone come and do some repairs and replace a few things. I go to the fridge and take out the bacon and sausage I bought yesterday. That glass door is the first thing I want to be replaced. Don't you think a nice set of French doors would go great there? And once the pool's in, then it'll look very pretty. Mom looks at the glass door and nods. That would look nice, wouldn't it? Pulling my cell phone out of my blue jeans pocket, I text Rod to see if he and Jenna want to join us for breakfast. Before I put it back, I see he's responded with a very short answer, I'm sleeping. I place the phone on the counter and wait to see if he wakes up a bit and changes his mind. Rod's always been a real grump in the mornings. Then Jenna comes into my mind. I wonder how she's doing this morning. She was so quiet last night at the party. Rod was roaring drunk again, and she was to herself. I don't know why she thinks she has to settle for life with Rod. I glance at Mom, who's gazing around, I assume looking at things that need repaired or fixed up some. Mom, do you think Rod's treating Jenna well? I ask as I fill a pan with strips of bacon. The way her eyes go droopy all of a sudden answers my question. Your brother is a hard man. You know that. But maybe Jenna can calm him down. He seems very attached to her. Protective over her, you know. Possessive of her, is how I see it. I've watched her around him. She's skittish. She never was before. I used to watch her when we were in high school together. She was a sweet girl with lots of friends. I haven't heard her talk about any of the girls she used to hang out with. Have you? I form the sausage into patties and fill another pan full of them. Mom shakes her head, then runs her hand through her silver short curls. I have not heard her talk about any of them. When she was in my junior high school class, I recall her having a lot of friends. She and one girl in particular, Patty Slater, were very close. But that family moved, if I do recall. I nod and ask, do you think Rod hurts her? Mom shakes her head. No, son. Goodness, no. Your father would rip him a new one, and you know that. What if he is, and Jenna just doesn't want to tell anyone? Rod used to be very mean, Mom. Do you remember how he was about punishing things when he thought they did wrong? The puppy who peed in the living room when he was 10? I turn the bacon in the hot pan. Mom nods and sips her coffee. We found the poor puppy strung up in the string that opens the window blinds. Rod actually shouted at me when I was cutting the poor thing out of the knots he'd made with the string to hold him off the floor. He told me he was teaching him not to use the bathroom in the house, and the puppy had 10 more minutes before he was to be let down. A shiver runs through me as I think about another time Rod decided punishment was necessary. I was 5 and had gone into his bedroom to put some laundry on his bed. Mom had asked me to do it, and when I was walking out, he came up the hallway. The next thing I knew, I was hit in the mouth and locked in his closet. He left me there crying and very confused. It seemed like forever before Mom found me and set me free. When I told her what he did, she talked to him, and he told her he was teaching me to stay out of his bedroom. Rod's always been into teaching, but not in a good way. She asks him before she does anything, Mom, I say as I pull the cooked bacon out of the pan and place it on a paper towel-lined plate. I hear the sound of Rod's truck pulling into the driveway, and shortly thereafter the front door opens. Is it ready? Rod shouts. Not quite, I shout back. And I thought you were sleeping. So you didn't make enough? He asks as he comes into the kitchen. Jenna is quiet and a step behind him. Her head is lowered and she looks pale. I'm making more than enough, I say, then look around him at Jenna, who's staying just behind him. Morning, Jenna. Think you can help me out and put some biscuits on a baking sheet and get them in the oven for me? My hands are kind of full right now. She whispers, is that okay, Rod? Before he can answer, I say, of course it is. Come here. Go, he says with a gruff voice. Get me some coffee first. Yes, I will, she says in a very quiet voice without looking at anyone. Mom gives me a sideways glance, telling me to stay out of it, but I can't. So, what have you two been up to this morning? I take the coffee from the counter before Jenna can and hand it to my brother, who looks at me with a slight glare in his steel blue eyes. Not much. It looks like you've been up for a while. All showered and dressed. Jenna got up at the crack of dawn too. It bothered the shit out of me, as she made a racket going in and out of the house. Looking at the sunrise, she said. He takes his coffee and walks out of the kitchen and into the living room, where I hear him turn on the television. I turn around to say something to Jenna and find her back up with the tray of biscuits. I hit her accidentally on her back with my arm. She doesn't make a sound but flinches like hell and quickly steps away from me. Sorry, Jenna. Did I hurt you? I take her by the shoulder and gently turn her back to me. She doesn't look up at me as she answers, no, I'm fine. You startled me is all. Rod shouts from the living room. More coffee. Jenna hurries to put the biscuits in the oven, then grabs the pot and nearly runs to the living room with it to fill the cup. Lazy good for nothing, I grumble under my breath. Mom gets up. I'm going to shower and dress before breakfast. I'll get your father up too. As she leaves the kitchen, Jenna comes back in and places the nearly empty pot in the coffee maker. She takes out the filter full of old coffee grounds and throws it away, then gets a new one and fills it with fresh grounds. I place a jug of spring water on the counter. You want to use this? It makes better coffee. She nods and pours the water into the reservoir. Thank you. I make sure to keep my voice quiet as I ask, everything okay, Jen? Yes? She walks over to check the biscuits. Would you like me to get the eggs out for you? That would be nice. Thank you. I try hard not to stare at her as she takes them out of the fridge and places the carton on the countertop. Can you crack them into a bowl and scramble them for me? She nods and gets to work on that. When she reaches up into the overhead cabinet where the bowls are, one see her wince again and pull her arm back to her side. This time, I go to her and run my hand over her shoulder and move her shirt back a little. She kind of freaks out and steps away from me. I take her by the wrist, stopping her, and she winces again. When I look down, I see it's red. I take the other one and see it's red too. What's this about? Nothing. She looks away. Normal stuff. I'd rather not discuss it. Rod would hate that. I let her go and turn away. Cuffs? No, she answers as I reach up and get a bowl and place it on the counter. What then? I ask as I take a whisk from the drawer and place it in the bowl for her. Bungee cord. You know. A little bondage. Nothing odd. Her cheeks go pink and she still won't look at me. I don't think anything is supposed to be so tight it leaves marks in you hurting, Jenna. I go back to the stove, get the sausages out of the pan, take the empty pan to the sink, and grab a new one for the eggs. They don't hurt, and the lines will go away in a few hours. She starts cracking the eggs and putting them into the bowl. I move next to her and start stirring them with the whisk as she puts them in. You two do that kind of stuff a lot? She shakes her head. No. Special occasions, I assume. I look over her shoulder and try to see down the back of her shirt. I'm sure I'd see something on her back if I could just see down it. Then she looks up at me and her lips part. Then they close again and she looks down. Yes, only now and then. You know, normal fun. Nothing odd. She said normal and odd way too many times, so I push it a little more. You still have my number if you need anything. And I'm going to be sending you some information on Arizona State University. Rod doesn't have to know a thing. You can do the classes while he's at work. She takes the now empty carton and goes to the trash, then comes back to my side and whispers, okay. Then she walks away, leaving me feeling off-balanced. She comes back with Rod's empty coffee cup, and as she's refilling it, I decide to make a daring and risky move. I walk up behind her, run my hands from her shoulders down her arms, and lean in close. This will be our secret, okay? Without turning back, she whispers, okay. Thank you. I step back, and she leaves the kitchen. I find my hands buzzing from the contact with her soft skin. My body reacts to her more than it ever has to anyone, and I am left with such a desire for her. Why does she have to be with my brother?
Chapter 6. Jenna.
The wooden stairs creak as I walk up the old stairs to our small house. The whiteboards which make up the outside wall are worn, and the frequent sandstorms have knocked quite a bit of paint off them. I turn and look at the neighborhood we live in. They're all small, old wood-framed houses in need of a paint job. All very depressing. Going inside, I hear the beeping sound of the dryer and go straight to get the clothes out of it. It's a load of Rod's work uniforms, and I lay them on top of the dryer, then get the ironing board out, set the iron on it, plug it in, and turn it on. Then I go to take a quick shower and change my clothes. I turn on only the cold water and quickly undress and get in. The water feels good against my cheek where his beard scratched it. The sweet smell of the apple-scented shampoo Rod only allows us both to use it, which brings me to a better place after the smell of the men's room at the oily-smelling garage. After I rinse my hair out, I turn the water off, grab a towel, and wrap it around me. In the bedroom, I find another dress and pull it on and a new pair of underwear. Then I go to iron his clothes. I'll hang them up and wait for him to get home. My heart and stomach aches, and the man always stays true to his words. He will administer the punishment, and for the life of me, I don't know why I can't learn to keep my mouth shut and just do what he says to. It's not as if people in this town haven't seen the way Rod treats women. Of course, he'd be like that with me. I do live with the man, after all. Yet it's still embarrassing, and I can't stand how people look at me with sorrow in their eyes. After the clothes are ironed and hung up, I take the small pile of his socks and underwear and go to the sofa with them to fold them. And then it starts. The flood of emotion. I sniffle as the tears fall down my cheeks in rivers. Every once in a while I sob and run the back of my hand over my cheeks and nose. Rod says it's good for me to cry. He says it means I'm learning. Yet he sees crying as a weakness and refuses to get in touch with his emotions to grow stronger the way he's telling me I have to do. A knock at the door startles me. Who is it? I manage to croak out. Sue, sweetheart. I hurry to wipe my eyes and take a sock and blow my nose, then go to the door. As I open it, I can see her expression is confused. Come in, I say and push the screen door open. She comes inside and hugs me. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Huh. I run my fingertips under my eyes. Nothing. Sue takes my hand and pulls me to sit on the sofa next to her. Jenna, why have you been crying? She moves the pile of socks and underwear off to one side and looks at me as she holds both of my hands. And I don't know what to say to her. Do I tell her that I'm ashamed of myself for being with her son in the men's room at his job, so he wouldn't be with the new girl at work? Do I tell her I'm dreading when he comes home and doles out the punishment for daring to say I didn't want to scream out his name as I came, or toss my torn panties into the trash next to the woman who wants him? I search her eyes. Eyes that remind me of Reed's so much. They're lighter now. They used to be dark blue like Reed's are. I'm about to start my period. I always get emotional around this time of the month, I say. I see, she says as she looks hard into my eyes. No other reason? I shake my head and the door flies open. Rod comes in and slams the door behind him. Mom, what are you doing here? She gets up and hugs him. Hello to you too, son. He looks at me with a cold stare. Then he gently pushes his mother away from him. Beer, Jenna. I jump up and run to the kitchen. Sorry, you're 2 hours early. Sue asks as she sits back down, what's she sorry for, Rod? She's sorry she didn't have a beer waiting for me when I walked in. I hurry back to him with the opened beer bottle. Here, sweetie. He sits in his chair, and I hand it to him. Boots? I kneel and begin to unlace the oily boots, and try hard not to pay attention to Sue looking at me with her jaw hanging open. Rod, you're more than capable of doing that yourself. It's part of our deal, Mom. I work hard to provide for us, and she takes care of the house and me. He takes a long drink of the beer. What have you stopped by unannounced? Then he looks at me. Or did she tell you she was coming over, and you didn't say a thing to me about it, Jenna? Before I can say anything, Sue comes to my rescue. Rod, I didn't tell her either. My goodness, son. Can't I stop by? I was in the neighborhood, dropping off a casserole to your Aunt Betty. She's down with a virus, and she lives only 2 streets over. So I thought I'd stop by and visit Jenna. Do you have a problem with that? As I pull off the last boot, he says, I do actually. I like to come home and chill. What the hell does that mean? Sue asks him as she grabs the laundry and gets up. Let her do it, Mom. Rod gives me a look, and I jump off the floor and hurry to take her clothes. I'm sure he puts these in the top drawer the same way I've always done it at home. I don't mind. She tries to hold on to the clothes, but I manage to pry them away from her. No, I say as I walk away with the clothes. He keeps them somewhere else. I'll do it. If she had opened that drawer, she'd have fainted with what she saw. Collars, leather straps, and other assorted things he uses on me. Mom, Jenna, and I have things to do. I'm sure Dad needs you at home, I hear him tell her. Gosh. Fine, I'm leaving. Bye, Jenna. I go back out and give her a hug. Bye, Sue. She gives Rod a look. Bye, one. I'll call next time. You do that, he says. Bye. He pulls the brown bottle to his lips as I walk her out. She gives me a look just before I close the door. So I smile. See you on Sunday for brunch, Sue. She nods and goes to get into her new car. I go back inside and find Rod looking at me. Lock the door. I do as he said, then turn back to him. Look, I'm sorry for talking back to you today. I had a difficult time with what you wanted, but I understand now, and that won't happen again. I don't feel like a punishment is necessary, as I completely understand now. That tramp didn't bother me after you left. I overheard her talking to someone on the phone, and she said you were a little scary, and she had no desire to get on your bad side. I heard her say she was going to move on to another one of the mechanics. His hand runs up my thigh, pulling the dress with it. That's good then, I say and run my hands through his hair. He nods. Yes, it is. Seems I'm teaching you how to be a woman, Jenna. And I want to show you how proud I am of you. I'm even proud of you for standing up for yourself with me. That's what I want from you. To grow into the woman I need. He gets up and carries me to the bedroom. I unbutton the buttons on his dirty blue work shirt with his name embroidered in white on the upper left side of it. He caresses my cheek as I push it off his broad shoulders. You're beautiful, Jenna. I want to tell him I love him so damn bad. I won't though. That would ruin this, and I don't want anything to ruin it. With one look I know he does love me. And this is why I stay.
Chapter 7. Jenna.
2 weeks ago, a laptop computer was sent to me anonymously. The package came to my parents' address, and Mom called and told me I had something there. I called Reed, who told me he was the one who sent it, and I was to click on the Arizona State icon when I turned it on. He'd set everything up for me somehow. He enrolled me in the college, setting me up in the basic classes and paying for it with a scholarship from his business. I've been doing the work online the last couple of weeks, and hiding the laptop from Rod at the top of the closet every day before he gets home. I'm loving taking the classes and using my brain for the first time since I graduated almost 3 years ago. And with my 21st birthday coming up, I'm feeling like I'm really doing something for myself. For my future. And I have Reed Manning to thank for that. I open up my math class on my computer and see the grades for last week's test have been posted. I open up the gradebook and see a perfect score there. I jump off the sofa and dance around while wiggling my butt. Then I grab my cell phone and type in a quick text to Reed. Wanted to let you know I made a perfect score on my math test. Thank you so much. This is so appreciated. I don't even get the phone sat back down and hear the ping of a text. I look and see he's texted back. Jenna, I'm so happy to hear that. You should give me a call if you can. I look at the words, and then hit the button to call him. My heart's beating all fast, and I pace around. Hey girl. His deep voice meets my ears. My stomach gets a little wobbly. Hi Reed. Way to go on the math test. How are the other classes going? He asks. His voice is so deep and smooth and very sensual. It gives me chills and sends desire straight through me. I shake that off and say, I'm doing great in all of them. I'm trying hard to make you glad you gave me the scholarship. I don't want to disappoint you. You could never disappoint me. So how's everything else going? He asks. Fine. I go to the window as I hear something pull the curtain back and see Rod pulling into the driveway 3 hours early. Damn. Something wrong, Jenna? Rod's home early. I have to go and hide the computer. I'll text you sometime. Thanks again, Reed. I move quick to grab the computer. Reed says, delete this phone call and the text, Jenna. Hurry. Bye. I stop and do what he said. I manage to get that accomplished when Rod throws the door open. I put the phone down on the coffee table just in time, but his eyes were on the laptop. "What's that?" he asks as he nods toward it. "Oh, that? Well, my parents gave it to me. No big deal. I was just on this little social media thingy. A lot of my old school girlfriends have accounts, and I was talking to them. Kind of like exchanging notes." I pick it up and start to walk to the bedroom with it, when his hand takes my shoulder and pulls me back to him. "Let me see it." His words are sharp, and I hold it to my chest like a sacred book. "Rod, it's really fragile." His eyes narrow. "Let me see it." With a heavy heart, I hand it to him, and he pulls it open. "I don't want you on social media. Bad things happen on any of them. And no good ever comes from having one of these things." Horror fills me as he snaps the lid back, and the cracking of the screen screeches as he breaks it. I fall to my knees in front of him. "Rod? How could you? That was mine. It was expensive." I start crying as the pieces of the computer fall on the pea-green shag carpeting from the 70s that covers our living room floor. "Stop crying, Jenna, or I'll give you something to cry about." He walks away as I pick up the broken pieces of what would have been my future. His voice is loud as he shouts, "Beer, Jenna? Now." I stand up with what's left of the computer, walk into the kitchen, and toss it into the trash, but I don't even attempt to stop crying. He's gone too far. Getting a beer, I walk back to find him sitting in his chair. He's looking straight ahead, and I move the beer in my hand and throw it like a football straight to the side of his head. He moves just in time to avoid it hitting him, and then he's up and has me by my hair. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he screams. I fight as he drags me to the bedroom and rips the dress off me, and I fight him as hard as I can. He never lets go of my hair, as he drags me over next to the dresser and grabs the bungee cord. Then he has me face down on the bed, and sits on my back as he pulls my hands over my head. I kick and thrash under him. He binds my hands with the cord. Then he lifts me up and hooks the cord over the hook on the wall. I'm shrieking and crying and trying to kick backward, and trying to move myself in a way that will get me off this hook. "Stop crying," he yells. I'm crying in absolute anger. I don't think I've ever been angrier in my life. "Screw you, Rod." Another hard hit has me screaming louder. "Stop crying, Jenna." Then my body falls limp against the wall, and I sob like I never have before. I can barely breathe as he hits me over and over, and every time he shouts for me to stop crying. I don't feel any pain at all. I'm numb. My brain is numb and my body is numb, and I finally stop crying. I close my eyes as he takes me down and throws me onto the bed. He leaves the room and comes back with the ointment, and rubs it all over my butt. It doesn't matter. I can't feel it anyway. I lie there on the bed, and know I can't do this anymore. Then I hear something I've never heard before. I turn over and find Rod on his knees beside the bed. His face is in his hands and I think he's crying. I sit up and blink, as I can't believe what I'm seeing. There are no words. And there is a flash of something that shoots through me. "Rod? What are you doing?" When he lifts his face out of his hands, I see the first tears I've ever seen come out of his eyes, and my heart breaks into a million pieces. What have I done to him? I go to him and wrap my arms around him as he sobs. "Jenna, I don't know what's wrong with me." He stands up, pushing me away from him. Then he pulls open the drawer of his nightstand and pulls out the paper which binds us together. Our contract. "What are you doing, Rod?" My body is trembling as I watch him hold the paper up. His eyes are rimmed red and his deep voice is shaky as he says, "I'm tearing this up. You can leave if you want to." Something snaps inside me. I get up and reach out for the paper. The paper I've lived my life by for the last few years. "No." He looks at me with tears running down his face. "I have to, Jenna. I've worked on you for over 2 years, and you came at me like a tiger. I don't know what I'm doing. He takes the paper and begins to tear the top of it. Stop. Don't. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't let this be the end of us, Rod. Please. I fall to my knees and wrap my arms around his legs. Please, Rod. I'll do anything. Don't end this. I'm begging you. Jenna, this isn't working and you know it. His hand runs over my head. You were not cut out for life the way I want it. I can be. I've come so far, Rod. Don't quit on me now. Please. I look up at him, and it destroys me to know I've made him cry. He sits on the bed, and I climb onto his lap, and we both take the paper in our hands. It's all we have. There is no marriage. There is no talk of love. This is it. I gently take it from him and put it back in the drawer. My lips touch his cheek and then I tell him, forever. Remember, Rod? That paper binds us forever. I move off his lap and take his boots off, as he looks down and seems so sad and somewhat broken. After I get his boots off, I take off his shirt and then undo his pants and pull at him to stand up. Come on, baby. Let me give you a bath, and then I'll rub you down with some oils. After that, I'll make you some meatloaf. He follows me, but I feel something missing. The cockiness, the control, the strength. And it makes me sick to my stomach that I did this to him. What's wrong with me?
Chapter 8. Jenna.
The months have passed since our fight, and things haven't been the same. Rod's been passive, and I feel like it's only a matter of time until he ends this. I broke something in him that day, and it looks like no matter how hard I try to get things back to normal between us, I can't. I told Reed about the broken computer, and he said to use one at the library so that won't happen again. He told me to be very careful, as he's afraid if Rod catches me doing this, then he might hurt me physically. He told me to tell him if he does. It made me feel bad for not being truthful with him. He's doing so much for me, and I'm lying to him. It feels wrong. On a good note, I'm acing my classes, and was able to take a few tests that gave me credit without having to take the actual classes. Seems I am smart. As I close out the tab for my English class on the library's computer, my cell rings. It's Rod, so I hurry to answer it. Hey, sweetie. Where are you, Jenna? He sounds pissed. I hurry out of the library, as the librarian looks over her glasses at me with a scowl on her wrinkled old face. I try my best to ignore her and hurry out. I'm on my way home. I took a walk. I was feeling kind of cooped up and needed some fresh air. And as I go around the corner, I see him standing there, looking at me. I put the phone in my purse. He puts his in his pants pocket. Then his arm goes around my shoulders. In the library. Not out for a walk in the fresh air. His words are controlled and tight. Lies, Jenna. I wanted to find a book to read too. I was doing a few things on my walk, Rod. I laugh and try to act cool about things. Someone, your mother I suppose, left a letter for you taped to our front door. A letter from Arizona State University. Seems congratulations are in order, Jenna. You managed to gain 6 credits for the classes you tested for. How wonderful is that news? He stops and turns me to look at him. I was able to get into the college's online program. I got financial aid to pay for the classes. I was going to tell you. I wanted to surprise you, Rod. I wanted you to be proud of me. My words are coming out very fast, and my heart is racing. Did my brother talk you into doing this behind my back? Reed? The name comes out high and shrill. No. I don't talk to him. Then who? His arm leaves my shoulder as we get to our little house, and he moves his hand up into my hair. I did this on my own, Rod. Then he has me by the hair and lifts my feet off the ground. Then he puts me back down so hard I fall. Then he drags me through the yard. I don't fight or scream. I try to get my feet under me, so my body doesn't drag any more than possible. My knees are burning as the ground scrapes the flesh from them. The old woman from next door looks outside and shouts for him to stop. But Rod seems not to hear her. He lets my hair go, and I fall to the ground. "Get up, skank." I try to get up, and as soon as I do, he pushes me back down. "Get up." I scramble to my feet once again and keep my head low. I stand still. "Come here," he says with a low and firm tone. I go to him, and he pushes me back so hard I fly a few feet, then fall on my butt. Sirens fill the air as one of the 3 cops we have in this tiny town skids to a stop at the front of our house. He jumps out of the car, takes his gun out, and points it at Rod. "On the ground, Rod," he shouts. The fall on my butt knocked the breath out of me, and I struggled to get my wind as I watched Rod fall to his knees with his hands behind his head. Then he slowly goes to his stomach and lies face down in the dirt of our front yard. The officer walks up to him and holsters his handgun, then takes out a set of handcuffs. With a cough, my breath returns and I shout, "No! Don't do that to him." I get up and stumble over to the officer. He looks up at me from his kneeling position behind Rod. "Look, I'm taking him in. Your knees are bleeding, and a few other places on you are as well. Please let him go. This is my fault. I was lying to him. I'll take what I have coming to me for that." I give the cop a pleading look. He shakes his head as I see the dirt move near Rod's mouth. "Let him take me away, Jenna. My heart is broken. I may as well sit in jail after what you've done to me." I break down crying hard and go to my knees in front of him. "Please don't take him, sir." Tears pour out of my eyes as the cop just shakes his head. He looks at me. "You sure about this?" I nod. "Please, sir. I am sure." He stands up and says, "Okay, Rod. She saved you. I hope you repay the favor. If I get called back out here for any domestic situation, I'm taking you both in." Rod rolls over on his back as the cop walks away. Tears fill his eyes again, only the second time I've seen this. Then he holds out his arms and I go into them. Right there in front of the little home we've made, he takes me into his arms and we cry together. He keeps murmuring to me that he's so sorry, and I say it right back to him. "Let's go inside, baby," he says, and I climb off his lap and hold out my hand for him. He takes it, and I help him get to his feet. Then he picks me up in his arms and carries me inside. In the bathroom we both get washcloths and wet them, and I clean the dirt off him and he cleans the dirt off me. He puts some antibiotic ointment on my knees and kisses the bandages after covering the scrapes. Then he picks me up and carries me to the bed and sits me on it. I watch as he goes to the top dresser drawer and he takes out all the devices he has in there and the leather belts and carries them out of the room. I hear the squeaking of the trash can lid, and then he comes back in with a screwdriver and takes the hook off the wall. My stomach is tight, and I think he may be about to tear up the contract. I don't say a word as he comes back and touches my chin. "No more punishments." My eyes go wide. "What does that mean?" "It means your training is over. When it came down to it, you kept your head and told the cop to let me go. You know who you belong to. You know how to keep me out of other women and out of jail and in your life. You're done. And now we can move on to the next step." He climbs onto the bed, pushing me back as he does. I fall back as he straddles me, then leans over and kisses me. Soft and easy. Different. We both stink like sweat, blood, and tears, and I have never felt more comfortable with a person. I can taste the salt of our combined tears on his lips, and I know he can taste them on mine. Our relationship has seemed a little like a level of hell. But it seems that level has passed, and the sweet taste of victory is ours now. His lips quirk to the side. "You are mine, Jenna. You will always be mine." I press my fingertips to his full lips. "I will always be yours, Rod." Staying on top of me, he reaches over and picks something up. It's a letter from the college. I wait to see what he's going to say or do, and he touches the tip of my nose with the envelope. "I want you to know that I'm proud of you for this. Keep going if you want. I think it's cool to have a smart old lady. Wrapping my arms around him, I bury my face in his chest. Thank you. You have no idea what your approval means to me. Your happiness means everything to me, Jenna. His lips press against my temple and he rolls over, keeping me with him. I look down at him and see a difference in his blue eyes, a little softness I've never seen before. My eyes close and his breathing steadies. We fall asleep in a position we've never fallen asleep in before, and things feel different. Things feel better.
Chapter 9. Jenna.
Greens and reds make Manning's living room a Christmas-colored hue. Lights flash on the huge Christmas tree, which is strategically placed by the new bay window in the front of the room. Christmas evening is set aside for only immediate family. This is the first year I've attended the dinner with Rod. I suppose I'm getting to be like family in his eyes. Since the incident, that's what we all call it, Rod and I have gotten along better than I ever expected. He no longer goes out. He comes home right after work and takes off his own boots, gets his own beer, and takes his own shower. I'm usually still busy with schoolwork when he gets home. In the corner of the living room, I'm usually at work where I've set up a desk and used the laptop he bought me to do my classes. It's normal now. A great normal. Sitting in the living room on the sofa, I gaze at the tall tree and think about one day having a house big enough to have a real tree for our own Christmas. We have a tiny fake tree that sits on the kitchen table. The house is just too little for anything grander than that. Rod and Reed are cleaning the kitchen and refuse to let me help after their mother and father prepared a very yummy Christmas dinner of not-so-traditional sausage and potatoes with green beans mixed in with them. A side of cornbread rounded out the filling yet inexpensive dinner. I found out it was the very first Christmas meal Sue and Jason had in their first year of marriage, when they were both broke college students living in a tiny efficiency apartment in Tempe, Arizona, where they both went to college and met each other. Jason's family was from here. Jerome, Arizona had always been his home, and when they graduated, they moved back here and started teaching. So this little odd meal is a tradition, and as we were eating, Rod mentioned that he'd like us to carry the tradition on with our family once we have one. I noticed Reed's eyes cutting at me when his brother said that. He looked a little unsure for some reason. Like Rod and I, making a family isn't ever going to happen, a thought that seems ludicrous to me. Of course, Rod and I will have a family someday. Sure, he still won't let me say the word love, and he won't use it either. But I can see it in his eyes. And feel it in his touch. He's different now. A great different. I think he could break down and say the word any time now. And if for some reason it's a thing which can never break free from his lips, then I can accept that. Reed comes into the living room, wiping his hands with a dish rag and running his deep blue eyes over me as I sit here. So, how did you like your first Manning family Christmas dinner, Jenna? It was great, I say with a smile. When will you be bringing a woman home to join us, Reed? He looks away. Not anytime soon. I just can't seem to find Mrs. Right. There are plenty of Mrs. Right nows, though. He laughs and Rod comes in behind him. He claps Reed on the back. Still playing the field then, little bro? Reed nods. For now, I am. I'm only 23. No need to rush. I'm not an old man like you are, Rod. At 26, you're nearing the terrible 30s. Sue and Jason come in from the backyard. They wanted to take a Christmas night dip in the swimming pool Reed bought them. Clad in matching fluffy white robes with their names embroidered in royal blue, they smile like newlyweds as they come in. Sue shakes some water from her silver short curls. Thanks to Reed, we swim every night. It gets the old blood pumping. Adding in the heat to it was genius, son. Jason sits down in a chair and pulls Sue to sit on his lap. Can't thank you enough, boy. Reed gives them a smile and a nod, and Rod comes to sit next to me. He takes my hand, and then moves to the floor in front of me as he takes something from his pocket. The fact that he's only on one knee has my heart racing. A quick glance at his parents shows me his mother is covering her mouth with her hands, and his father is smiling. My eyes roam over to find Reed looking at his brother with what looks like a clenched jaw. His body is tense, and his eyes are a bit narrow. Then I look back at Rod and see the diamond in the middle of the ring shining in alternate green, then red lights as the Christmas lights reflect off of it. His hand is shaking as he holds the little black box. Jenna Foster, his words come out very soft and quiet. So quiet I can barely hear him. Will you marry me? For some reason, I look away from his glistening eyes for a split second and see Reed still staring at his brother. Then I look back into the man I love's steely blue eyes and say, "Yes, I will marry you, Rod." I hold out my hand, and he slides the ring onto my finger and lets out a breath. It fits. I was so worried it wouldn't. A laugh comes out of me, and I blink back tears. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Reed leave the room. It makes me feel bad for some reason. Rod stands and picks me up in his arms. He hugs me and then kisses me. A soft kiss. A kiss that tells me more than he can say. He loves me. When he lets me go, I find his mom and dad waiting to hug us, and his dad grabs him up as his mother grabs me. Then they exchange us, and I feel like a real part of their family. "This is so fantastic," Sue says as she holds Rod back and looks at him with tears in her eyes. "You couldn't have found a better woman for you, son. Since you've been with Jenna, you've come such a long way from being the moody child and teenager you were. She's been a very good influence on you. Congratulations." And with her words, I see a flash of anger in his eyes. "Well, I wouldn't give her all the credit, Mom." Then Jason adds, "I'd give her most of it." He laughs, but it doesn't soften what seems like a blow to Rod. Then his eyes cut to me. "Is that what you think too?" I laugh and shake my head. It's Rod who has been the influence on me, in my opinion. He's made me into the woman I am today. The smile returns to his face. I guess as long as I see him as the hero, that is all that matters to him. "Thanks, baby." Sue pulls Rod toward the kitchen. "Let's grab that bottle of pink champagne I picked up for New Year's Eve and open it. This is more special than that day, anyway." Jason follows along, and I go to the bathroom to make sure I don't have mascara running down my face from the tears I shed when he asked me the big question. After dabbing a bit of water on my face and wiping away the streaks the tears made down my pink cheeks, I walk out of the bathroom and find Reed leaning against the door of his bedroom. "Hey," he says. He wiggles his finger at me, gesturing for me to come to him. I go and ask, "What's up?" After he looks down the hallway, I suppose to make sure no one is there, he asks, "Is this really what you want, Jenna?" "Of course, Reed. Why wouldn't I? You know he's changed. You know he's okay with me getting my education now. He's really different. I told you this." My body feels like it's been zapped with electricity as his hand touches my shoulder. "Jenna, this is always how Rod's been. He can be very good for a year or two at a time. But never any longer than that. He will go back to the way he was. He always has. I haven't always been a part of his life, though. You're great and all, but there is no one who can keep him from the self-destruction he's always been known for. Not even a little angel like you, Jenna." He moves his hand off me, and the energy he sends through me starts to go away. "I'm going to try, Reed." I look into his eyes and see so much he's not saying. "Is there any other reason I shouldn't marry him, Reed?" He takes in a deep breath and runs his hand over my cheek, and my knees go weak. "I don't see him getting married, Jenna. You've said it yourself, he doesn't believe in marriage. I know he made the grand gesture, and I think you'll be waiting forever to get him down the actual aisle. I don't know why my body reacts to this man's touch the way it does. I know I love Rod. I absolutely know it. But when Reed touches me, I heat and melt inside. I can't stop looking at his lips. They're perfect. A slight dip in the top lip makes it look a little like a bow. And the cleft in his strong chin is a thing I've never really paid that much attention to before. It's so cute. I say without thinking, I hope one of our children has that dimple in their chin like you have. Does it run on your mother's side of the family? I've never seen one on any of your family members from around here. With a smile, he answers, my maternal grandfather had one. I touch it with my fingertip and smile as I feel heat flow through me. But I fight the feeling. Good. Maybe one of our kids will get it then. Maybe one of our kids will, he says, then winks at me. I hear Sue calling for him and turn. We better go drink to the impending nuptials, don't you think? Tell Mom I'm going to bed. He turns to go back in his room. Read? He turns back. Yeah? I think everything is going to be okay. I don't think you're right about him. His smile is weak. I hope you're right, Jenna. I'd hate to see you hurt. I turn and walk down the dark hallway to the kitchen, and find Rod has downed his first glass of champagne. Yuck, he says, then puts the empty glass down. If I would have sipped that like you said to Mom, I'd never have gotten it down. Sue hands me a glass full of the pink bubbly stuff, and I take a sip. I have to agree with Rod. Yuck. He pulls out a couple of beers from the fridge, opens one and hands it to me, then opens his and taps the tops together. Here's to me and you, baby. To me and you, Rod. I tap the tops again and take a drink as I look into his eyes. I see it there. The commitment. The change. Reed's wrong. I know he is. He has to be. And Rod will stay this way. We will get married. We will have a family. And I will manage my body, and eventually it will stop responding to Reed the way it does. I love Rod. End of story. He and I are the ones who are meant to be together. Reed will be my brother-in-law, and nothing more than that. Rod pulls the bottle from his lips. Where's my brother? Sue starts to leave the kitchen to go find him, so I say, I saw him as I was leaving the bathroom. He said he's going to bed. Jason looks at his watch. At 10. Is he feeling well? I shrug my shoulders and take another drink. Rod puts his arm around me. He's just jealous. My body goes tense. No. Rod nods. He's always been jealous of me, baby. No big deal. Whatever I had, he wanted. My big wheel, my GI. Joe's my first car. He doesn't want me, Rod. I take another drink. The laugh that comes from deep in his chest rattles my body, and he tightens his hold on me. The hell he doesn't. But you belong to me and always will. Sue interrupts him, stop talking like that, Rod. Your brother doesn't want to take your girlfriend away from you. He's being silly, Jenna. Don't listen to him. And Rod, what have I told you about saying Jenna belongs to you? She's a human being, she belongs to no one. He levels his eyes on me. You do belong to me, don't you? I nod and love the smile I see go all over his face. His lips touch mine and I lean into the kiss. I hear Sue say, don't give in to him, Jenna. Stand firm. You're a human being, not a possession. Rod used to treat me like that. Not anymore, though. Not since that day. And I don't see him going back to that. When Rod tells me I belong to him, it hits me as if he's really saying he loves me. That's how I take it anyway. As he lets the kiss end, I look at Sue. It's okay. I know what he means when he says it. Rod moves his arm off my shoulders and takes my hand. It means you belong to me. Just like I said, I think it's time to hit the road, baby. It's been a long couple of nights. I'm still kind of nursing that hangover I woke up with this morning. Bye, I say as he pulls me to the front door. His parents say their goodbyes and wave. As we move through the living room, I see Reed in the dark hallway. I lift my hand and wave, and he waves back. I can't see his expression, he's merely a shadow in the dark at the end of the long hallway. But I can feel his emotion from here. And it's sad. What if Rod's right? What if Reed really does want me? Then I push the thought out of my head. It doesn't matter, anyway. I am with Rod. I am marrying Rod. So what if Rod doesn't bring out the same heat in my body when he touches me that Reed does? Rod brings out other things in me. Things like compassion and empathy. Those are good things too.
Chapter 10. Jenna.
Sun streams through the curtains that have been left open for some reason. I don't recall leaving them open, but I don't recall much about last night, to be honest. Rod and I had way too much to drink. And it seems like I've slept away most of the morning. My head aches as I turn to the side to pick up my cell phone and see what time it is. When my eyes finally focus, I see it's nearly noon. I turn back over and run my hand over Rod's pillow, still dented where his head was. The poor man had to get up and go to work. Dragging myself out of bed, I make my way to the bathroom where I start the shower. Brushing my teeth as the water warms up, I notice some things are missing. Rod's toothbrush is gone from the holder. I look in the trash can to see if he tossed it for some reason. But I don't see it in there. I rinse my mouth out and look around and notice his deodorant is also missing from its usual place on the shelf. As I open the medicine cabinet, the new package of razors I bought him the other day is gone, and so is the bottle of acetaminophen. My heart starts pounding hard as I walk out of the bathroom and go to the closet. Half his clothes are gone. The work uniforms are all that are left. His work boots are placed neatly on the floor, but his other shoes are gone. I kind of fall backward until my legs hit the side of the bed, then I fall onto it. He's left me. After a few minutes, I shake my head to try to clear it. No, he wouldn't just leave me. I jump up and run to the bathroom and turn the water off, go to grab a dress and pull it on, then open my drawer and pull out a pair of panties. Slipping on my sandals, I run out of the house to go to the garage he works at. My pace is fast as I walk down the street. The place is about a mile away, and I don't want to show up all sweaty and panicked. He has to be there. I can't remember so much about last night. Maybe he told me he had to go somewhere for his job and be there overnight. But why are so many of his clothes gone, and none of them work-related? After turning a corner, I can see far enough down the street that the garage is on, and usually I can see his old Ford from here. But I don't see it now. My feet start moving faster on their own, and now I'm running as fast as I can. I run into the parking lot, and the smell of oil hits my nostrils. Then I see his truck is not here. One of the guys he works with sees me and comes out. Hey. Where the hell is Rod? I can barely breathe. He's not here? He shakes his head. We've been calling him since 8 this morning and sending him texts. He hasn't answered. I was going to come over to your house when I got off for lunch to see what the hell's wrong with him. I have to lean over, put my hands on my knees and try to catch my breath. My heart is pounding, and my head is going very light. Once I've regained my air, I stand up. He's gone. He left. Has he told you anything? The man I've never really been introduced to, but know as Craig looks at me and shakes his head. Rod is a quiet man. No one knows anything. I have to go. If I can find him, I'll let you know, I say, then turn to go back home. As I get into the house, which seems very empty now, I go back to the bedroom and get my phone. Calling his mother seems like the next logical step. Hi Jenna, Sue answers. Sue, do you know where Rod is? I cross my fingers but her words let me down, no. Why? His things are gone. And he didn't go to work. He won't answer their calls or texts. Did you two have a fight? She asks. Not that I know of. I mean, we drank a lot last night, and much of it is a blank. But we haven't fought in a long time, so I can't see why we would've. Can you try to call him? Yes. I'll tell Jason, and we'll see if we can't find him, dear. I'll talk to you soon. I call Rod next, and it goes straight to voicemail. I text him. Baby, where are you? My hand is shaking as I place the phone back on the nightstand and stare at it as if it's a magic looking glass that will tell me where the man I love is. An hour passes as I stare at the phone. Then it rings, and I grab it without taking the time to see who it is. Rod? It's Reed, Jenna. What's happened? Mom called me and said Rod's left you. Did she talk to him? Did he tell her that? I ask as I fall back on the bed. No. She just said you told her he was gone and his things were gone, and he's not answering their calls. I tried to call him too, and he's not answering me either. Reed, I got very drunk last night. I can't remember much at all. Damn, Jenna. I've never even seen you get tipsy. Have you two been fighting? Not at all. It's been 3 months since we got engaged, and we haven't fought even once. I feel my bottom lip beginning to quiver. Reed, I feel lost. Jenna, everything will be okay. This isn't the first time Rod's disappeared. It's not? I sit up and wipe my eyes as a few tears have slipped out. No, it's not. When he was 18, he left for 6 months. No one knew where he was, and the man refused to tell anyone where he'd been. When he was 20, he left and came back a little after his 21st birthday. I met Rod 6 months after that. And now I do recall him not being around for about 4 months when he was 22 as well. Reed, what is it he does, do you think? I've always thought illicit substances were involved in it. And that's what our parents think too. Is he doing illicit substances at home, Jenna? No. He drinks and smokes cigarettes, but that's all. Do you think he has a secret drug problem? I hold my stomach as it aches so badly. Reed's voice is shaky as he says, I'm pretty sure he does, Jenna. I'm sorry. I tried to get you to understand, he's not a reliable man. You deserve better. But we've been together a little over 3 years, Reed. That's a long time to be stable. How could he do this to me? Then the tears take over, and I can't even see them as there are so many. I'm sorry, Jenna. I really am, he says. Keep up your schoolwork. Don't let this stop you or slow you down. I'll keep it all paid for. Just don't let him do this stop you from going on and doing what you need to do to be the person you want to be. I have to go, I say, then put the phone down and cry into Rod's pillow. The apple scent is still there from the shampoo. I take in jagged breaths as I try to get what's left of him into my body and into my soul. I don't know how I can go on. I don't know how I can live not knowing if he's okay. How will I ever be whole again? How will I ever trust again? The day turns into night, and back into day again before I can pull my weak body out of our bed. I have soaked his pillow with my tears, so many more than I knew I had. I can hear someone knocking at the front door and manage to get to it. Sue and my mother are standing on the other side of the screen door. Both wear sorrowful expressions. Mom pulls the screen open and they come inside. I try to turn and walk away, but they have me in their arms then, and I start crying all over again. I can't do this. Their hands run through my hair and over my back as they murmur things like, "It'll be okay and you will get over this." I won't get over this. Not ever. Then anger spreads like wildfire through me, and I pull out of their arms. Sue, how could no one have ever told me that Rod disappears like this? My mother looks at me with a confused expression. Jenna, this town is tiny. You knew he did this kind of thing. Why are you asking her that question? The man had a bad reputation. You knew he was into questionable activities. It's the main reason your father and I cautioned you so much about moving in with him. Sue takes my hand. Jenna, I told you he was difficult. I didn't know you were unaware of his past. How did you make it when he disappeared those times, Sue? I have to know how I'm going to be able to live, not knowing if he's okay. My hand shakes in hers. Prayers. That and hope. Sue pulls me to sit down on the sofa with her, and my mother takes the other side and runs her hand over my leg. It nearly killed me the first time. He left right after his graduation ceremony. We thought he was coming to meet us at the party we threw him at the gun club out on the old Freeman Ranch. Let me guess, I say. He never showed up, and when you went home his things were gone. She nods. Then we at least knew he wasn't kidnapped or something awful like that. We reported him missing, but the police never found anything. One day the door opened and in he walked. When we asked where he had been, he told us to lay off him or he'd leave again. So we shut up. I can't live like this, I say. My mother pats my leg. And you shouldn't. Even if he comes back, Jenna, you shouldn't take him back. No one should have to put up with this kind of thing. I look at Sue, who nods at me. I hate to say that. But what your mother is saying is for the best. You deserve better, Jenna. Rod is a destructive man. He's always been hard to get to. And damn hard to understand. I can't blame illicit substances for it all. He was an odd little boy. But I felt like we were connected. I felt like I did understand him. I feel like an idiot, I say, then put my face in my hands. How can I show my face in this town? Everyone knows we were going to get married. It was in the damn newspaper. Sue's hand rests on my shoulder. It'll be okay, Jenna. Time will heal you. You'll see. Come home with me, Jenna. Let's get you out of this house. It'll only keep you upset without him here, Mom says. I can't leave. What if he changes his mind and comes back home? I pull my face out of my shaking hands and look at her. Why would you want to go back to life with him? After what he's done, why would you do that to yourself? Mom asks me with a frown. I love him. Maybe he got scared. Maybe this marriage thing is too much for him. I never had to have a marriage. He and I had our own thing. Then it hits me. The contract. I jump off the sofa and run to the bedroom and pull open the drawer he keeps it in. No. No. He took it. No. Sue and my mother came into the room. Mom's arms come around me. He took what, baby? Our paper. He took the paper that said we would be together forever. Why would he not even leave that? I turn to look at them. Maybe it means for me to wait. Sue looks at me with so much sadness in her light blue eyes. Jenna, you shouldn't sit around and wait to see. This isn't right, what he's done is wrong. He shouldn't even be able to come back and have you again. Your mother's right. You have to move on. Even if he comes back, he doesn't deserve you. Sue, you know how much I love him. I can't stand to move on. I'll wait. I'll wait forever if I have to. Did he leave you any money, sweetie? Sue asks me. I shake my head. He kept all the money. He'd give me some when he needed me to buy things. But he kept it all. My mother takes me by the chin and makes me look at her. Sweetheart, how are you supposed to wait for him here with no money? I guess I have to get a job. I'll get a job and keep this place, and when he comes back, he'll know I waited and that I love and accept him for who he is. He'll know he can trust me to always be his. Then he'll change for good. Then he'll know someone cares for him so much they'll just wait for him. I look into his mother's eyes for a sign. That has to be what this is, a test to see if I'll wait for him. No matter how hard they try to get me to leave, I will wait here and keep this home for him until he comes back to me. He'll see, they'll see, we will all see then that he does love me, and this is just his way of testing my love for him. I can't think of any other way. It's what I have to do. I swallow hard and look back at the women who think they know what's best. But Rod and I have secrets they know nothing about. He's tested my limits before. What he's done may seem harsh, but I get it. I get him in a way no one else ever has. I can do this. I'm okay now. I can take care of myself. Don't worry about me. I can handle this. I walk into the living room and go to my desk. I'll talk to you guys later. I have to get my classwork done. I'm starting late on it, and I don't want to get behind. Rod would be disappointed in me if I did that. I want him to come back and see how self-reliant I am and capable of being the woman he needs me to be. Sue takes my mother by the hand and pulls her to the door. Let this settle into her head, May. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my mother nod. Then she says, "We're only a phone call away, Jenna. Don't hesitate to call. I love you." Love you too, Mom. He'll be back. You'll see. You will all see. This is just a test. A test I will pass. I love you too, Jenna. I'll be here if you need me, sweetheart, Sue says, then they leave. With a shake of my head, I feel better and clearer about things now. Opening my laptop, I get to work. He'll be back. I know he will.
Chapter 11. Jenna.
An entire year has passed, and still there's been no sign of Rod Manning. I moved out of the house when the rent came due, and I didn't make enough money from the tips I made at the very small cafe where I managed to get a job in Jerome. After a couple of months living at my parents' home, back in my childhood bedroom, I decided to move to Tempe and go to the real Arizona State University at Reed's prompting. He's called me once a month to see how I'm doing and to check on my grades. He always lets me know he's proud of my achievements and knows his company's scholarship money is going to good use. Truth be told, though, his voice always leaves me full of sorrow. But there's no way I'd stop taking his calls. Not after all he's done for me. But it does hurt when I'm reminded of Rod. I try very hard not to think about him and our time together. And I find I have no trust in people. No matter how many guys have asked me out, I can't seem to make myself give any of them a chance. That's a thing my dorm roommate doesn't understand about me. Of course, I haven't told a soul about what Rod and I did, or how much trust I put in him, and how badly it hurt to know he did all that to me and left anyway. Somewhere deep inside me, I know he's a man with deeper problems than I ever understood. And that alone helps me sleep at night. Sure, from time to time, I wake from some nightmare where Rod has shown up and wants me back. He tells me I'm his, and drags me away with him. I'm sure it's an unfounded fear. But it's there. And if I were to have some guy with me when he did show up, I have no idea what he would do to both of us. So it's best to stay alone. It seems I have more than a few reasons not to date. As if on cue, the door to the dorm room opens, and my roomie Lane comes in. Still in the same place you were when I left to go out with Jeremy. When are you going to come out with us, Jenna? Never. I look at her, then back at the book in my hand. I'm here to learn, not mingle. All work and no play, Jenna. Have you heard that little saying? She asks as she pulls her tight t-shirt off. I have, and I don't care what others say. I'm on a mission to graduate and get out of Arizona and on to a life far away from my past. Tell me about this past of yours. Nope. I look at her over the edge of my book. It's a boring story. It can't be. It has you a near recluse. She pulls her red blanket up to cover her body. Then she wiggles around. She likes to sleep with no clothes. Says it's more comfortable. I know it is. That's how Rod and I slept every night for 3 years. But now I wear pajamas, and I don't sleep that well anyway. I ignore her and go back to reading. But she won't stop. Jenna, you know that really gorgeous guy from our child development class, Cam? I nod. You like him now, or what? Or what, she says. No. I saw him tonight at the club and he asked where you were. So? I say, as I really don't care. So he asked for your cell number and I gave it to him. I put the book on my lap and glare at her. I gave you that number, in case you ever needed me to come rescue you from either a thief or a kidnapper. Not to give out to men. I'm pretty mad at you right now, Lane. You can talk on the phone, can't you? He's nice and good looking, and I think he's loaded. I saw him get into a fancy sports car when we were leaving the club. She sits up in the bed, and the blanket falls off her. With a roll of my eyes, I say, you know, Lane, it's chicks like you who give female college roommates the stigma of us all being bi. She laughs, and I look at her with a blank face. Really, Lane? Go to sleep. She turns over and leans her head on her hand. Come on, Jenna. Tell me about the guy who ruined you. Rod's face flashes in my mind, and I find tears springing forward. She spots them and says, Jenna, it will help to talk about him. No matter what you believe, it will help. I push his face out of my mind. You have no idea, Lane. Talking about him would only bring up wounds that have closed and rip them open again. I have a hard time even talking to his brother once a month, as I have to. Talking will only hurt me, not help me. What did he do to you? She asks. I look at the book in my hands but don't see the words. How do I explain to anyone what Rod Manning did to me? How would they ever understand why I'm just so thankful he left, and I don't have to live that way any longer? Nothing really. He just made me believe things that weren't true. Hence my issues. Not a big deal. Now go to sleep. You have a 9 o'clock class, and you'll be in no condition for the pop quiz. I overheard the professor say he was giving you guys. Shoot. She turns over and pulls the blanket over her head. Thanks for springing that on me. Good night. Good night, I say, then put my book away and turn off my lamp and try to go to sleep myself. But she's put Rod back into my head, and now I'm afraid sleep will be hard to find. I can feel his rough, calloused hands running over my body as I close my eyes. His hot breath on the back of my neck as he pulls me close to him. Then I recall the way he'd blow smoke at me when I got onto him about smoking in the house or the truck. The way he'd look at me with no emotion in those steel blue eyes and make me call him master. Even though we had a whole year of not doing any of that, I have this fear that he's going to come find me, demand I go back to him and start the whole thing over. He'll condition me to bend to his will again. When I look back and see myself, I shudder, remembering being on my knees in front of him, waiting to see what things he was about to put my body through. My body jerks, as I hear in my mind the sound of the leather belt flying through the air before it slams. A sound I'll never forget. It's a sensation that fills me with shame. A desire to belong to him. To make him the center of my universe. To hand myself over to him, so he could do anything he wanted to me. And the shame goes all over me. Why did I allow that? I wasn't raised that way. I was a good girl once, and I'm a good girl again. But now I'm one who has these dark secrets. Secrets of enjoying the pain, and the intense pleasure he'd follow it up with. Secrets of feeling elated that he kept me as his own. Secrets of knowing other women wanted him, and most times he stayed away from them because I allowed him to do whatever he wanted to me. I was young back then, dumb, naive, and thought that was love. That was control. That was manipulation. And that was unhealthy. I can see it all very clearly now. Age and getting away from it has helped. And I do thank God nearly every day that Rod left me. I'd still be right there in that if he hadn't. After he left, and when I was anywhere in town, I'd hear people talking about me, saying how they thought I was smart, and how they never saw me messing up my life with someone like Rod Manning. I just thought I'd be humiliated by the whole town knowing he left after we were supposed to get married. How wrong I was. I should have been humiliated before that. Once I heard how people thought about me even being with him, had me thinking more about myself. That's why I decided to get out in the world, go off to college, and try to grow a lot more than I had allowed myself. Or than Rod had allowed anyway. And maybe Lane is right. Maybe I should date. But God knows I'm afraid to. I'm afraid there's a weakness inside me I can't see, but others can. A weakness that allows others to control me. A weakness I'm not sure I've overcome yet. Without being sure of myself, I can't risk getting myself into a similar situation. Alone is best. For now, anyway. My phone lights up as it buzzes, and I pick it up and see a number I don't recognize has texted me. Involuntarily, my body tenses. What if it's Rod? I swipe my finger over it and read the message. Hope you aren't mad. Lane gave me your number. It's Cam from one of your classes. I know you keep to yourself, and I want you to know I respect that. But I also want you to know I'm a good guy. And I'd like us to get to know each other. So how about I bring you a coffee to our class, and afterward we can talk? Just talk, Jenna. I swear. I see a sadness in you that actually hurts me. I don't think I can fix you or anything. But I'd like to be your friend. You seem to keep people away. As you well know, as we've learned in our child development class, keeping away from the group is unhealthy. And as teachers, we're expected to not only notice these kinds of things but help the person who needs it. I'm here to help, Jenna. That's all. No pressure. Some coffee and conversation. That's it. So tell me what kind you like. I wait for 3 minutes while I contemplate this. He is right. We have studied this very thing, and it's an unhealthy way to be. Can I believe he only wants friendship with me? Friends are a thing I let go of for Rod. They'd never have understood our relationship, so I cut them off. It was stupid of me back then. And refusing a friend now is just as stupid. So I text back, mocha, caramel, and thanks. I'll take you up on the friend thing. Great. See you tomorrow. I put the phone down and feel like I've just taken a huge step forward out of this mess I've made of my life. A good step toward a normal future. Rod Manning is my past, a past best left in the dark shadows of my memory. It's a thing I need to learn from, but not let cripple me. So I close my eyes and hold my breath for as long as I can, as I let the memories flood my mind. This is it. This is the last time I'll allow myself to be held back by Rod Manning. His face, his muscled back, his tight abs, his ash blonde waves, his steely blue eyes, his smell, his voice, and his essence flash through my head. They're all put away in the recesses of my mind, along with the leather belts, the collars, the nipple clamps, the bungee cords, the hook, and all the other things I associate with Rod Manning. No longer will I allow that to be at the forefront of my mind. It's over. I throw the fear and shame, and the fact there will never be any closure in there with the rest. It's time to start fresh, and become who I am meant to be. I want to be a teacher of young children, and I need a healthy mind if I am to be the right kind of influence on them. It's a big responsibility, and my college days are nearly over. A year away from graduation and becoming a real teacher, I have to work as hard on myself as I have my studies. So I'm going to drink some coffee with a member of the opposite sex. I'm going to leave the shit with my first relationship where it belongs, in the past. I'm going to stop thinking of myself as a weak, idiotic female with no will of her own. Nope, that young girl is gone. She's grown up, and now she will be influencing young minds. And with such a responsibility, she has to come to terms with life now, not then. I take in a deep breath to replenish the air my body has used up, and stop thinking about myself in the third person. I am going to be better than okay. I am going to sleep tonight as the Jenna Foster I am now. I am waking up with a new attitude and outlook on life. All men are not trying to control me. All men are not jerks. All men are not a thing I have to fear. I will not give power anymore to the man I've been so afraid will show up and use a piece of paper to take me back to a place I don't want to be any longer. 4 years is enough.
Chapter 12. Read.
The last 2 years have been hard on my mother. With Rod still missing in action, she's just not herself. So I've taken the summer to come and stay with them and try to bring some kind of normal back into their lives. The New Year's parties and Christmas parties were forgotten the last 2 years. She claimed she wasn't feeling well on all those occasions. Even the traditional Christmas evening dinners were canceled. I had them flown into Los Angeles last year, and they joined me at my place. They didn't ask about how much money I've made when they saw the mansion in Bel Air. I think they understand why I'm not advertising it to anyone. It's the first weekend since I came here at the beginning of the week, and I'm going to barbecue for them. I sent them off to the car lot to buy new cars. I swear they make me insane with wanting to hold on to cars past their prime. I told them you get more for the trade if you do it every 2 years. But Mom claims a love for her car and Dad does too. But I made them take them down when I told them the money had already been paid. It hasn't. I'll go down and negotiate later, but the sales guy wants the commission, so he lies to them for me. The tiny supermarket in Jerome always leaves me yearning for something better in this tiny town. The meat looks like crap, and I think I just might make a run to Prescott to get the steaks I wanted to cook tonight. I turn my basket around to check out the bag of potatoes and the salad, which will be fine, but I have to look elsewhere for the meat. A pair of red heels catches my eyes as I turn, and then they move up the long, perfectly formed legs they're attached to. Those legs end in a tight black skirt which hugs some demanding curves. A slender waist is accented by a thin red belt, and I find a white silk blouse tucked into the top of the skirt. A gold chain with, of all things, a cross hangs between those perky puppies. "Hey you," comes the sweetest voice I've ever heard. "What are you doing in town?" Silky blonde hair hangs to her shoulders, and her green eyes have tiny wrinkles at the outer corners from the smile covering her gorgeous face. I haven't seen her since that Christmas. "Jenna," I say, and the sound comes out all breathy. "Reed," she says, and my name sounds so damn good when it comes from her sweet red lips. She takes 2 steps toward me, and then I'm in her arms, or she's in mine. I can't tell which as we hug, and I inhale her. I smell a nice perfume with some cinnamon and honey. And her. "Jenna." I don't want to, but I end the hug, then move my hands to her arms and hold her back as I look her over. My, you have grown up. Her hand moves over my shoulder, and I feel the heat and electricity her touch has always given me. So have you. How can you have even more muscles, Reed? I let her go and kind of kick my foot at the floor and look down, as she's making me feel all odd. Don't know. I work out and stuff. Then I look back at her. And you look better than I've ever seen you look before. She palms her hair and smiles. I've learned a bit about style. And thanks to the scholarships you gave me, I'm a proud graduate of Arizona State and will be taking the certification test in September to become a real teacher, kindergarten through 3rd grade. She moves in close, and her lips touch my cheek for only a moment. Then she pulls back. Thank you for that, Reed. I really do appreciate it. You never sent me a graduation invitation, Jenna, I say as I trail my hand up her arm. I didn't want you to feel obligated. I know you're a very busy man. She takes a step back, and my hand falls to my side. So you're home for how long? I ask. This summer. Then I'm going to go to Tempe and take the test and get the hell out of Arizona. I'll be looking for somewhere to teach in the meantime. Anywhere other than Arizona. Her lips stop moving, and I become acutely aware of just how much I'm looking at them. I look back into her green eyes. I'm also here for the summer. Trying to talk Mom and Dad into moving. This place is so far from everything. And Mom isn't doing well. She's felt bad every time anything comes up. You know, not like her at all. Her eyes grow a little dark and droop a bit. Well, that's to be expected, I would guess. When your kid goes missing, I don't think it's an easy thing to take. I immediately feel like a jerk for bringing up my family at all. Jenna, I'm sorry. Let's not talk about them. Hey, I was going to cook out tonight, but the meat here is terrible. I'm going to head on over to Prescott to find some decent meat. So I'm switching the barbecue to tomorrow night. Wanna come with me? She looks at me for a moment, and I see conflict in her eyes. Her mouth opens and the word I want to hear comes out, yes. I nearly fall backward with relief. I had no idea I was holding my body so tensely. Great. Oh. What were you here for? Do you need to grab something? She blushes and looks away. Yes, I do need to grab something. Want to meet me in front when you're done? I can leave my car here. If my parents knew I was going anywhere with you, they'd get their lectures written up, and I'd get to hear them all summer long. I think the same about mine and nod in agreement. Sure. See you outside then. She walks away, and I turn to watch her go. My gosh, the girl has grown into the most attractive woman I've ever seen. I watch her pull a phone from her red leather purse, put it to her ear, and say, "Mom, I met an old girlfriend in the store and will be spending the evening with her. I have my house key. No need to wait up. No need to wait up." My heart is pounding in my chest. I can barely function as I put the 2 things I bought on the counter, and the young girl rings them up. I hand her my card and she runs it. I leave, carrying the bag of potatoes in one hand and the pre-packed bag of salad in the other, and realize I didn't even allow her to bag them. I'm kind of giddy, I realize, as I go to my car and get in, then decide to drive up to the front of the store so Jenna can get in without anyone realizing she's leaving the parking lot with me. Thank God I got the rental with tinted windows. She comes out carrying only one small bag, shoving it into her tiny purse. I roll the passenger side window down and call out at Jenna, "It's me." She smiles, pulls her sunglasses out of the purse, and gets into the car. "Nice," she says. "A rental company that rents Mercedes, Reed?" When asked for, yes. I drive away as she buckles her seatbelt. The vibe I feel is weird: taboo, danger, electricity, and elatedness. I have Jenna Foster in my front seat. I've mooned over this girl since high school. Watching her from a distance, I thought I was a little too old for her when she came into school as a freshman, and I was a junior. Who knew I was well within her age range? Then my brother set his sights on her, and somehow convinced the sweet girl to come into his lair of evil. He nearly ruined her. But as I take a sideways glance at her, I can see she was far from ruined by him. She has overcome what he did to her. I'd have to say she is more woman than I ever envisioned her being. Confidence radiates off her now. Jenna was always on the shy side and lacked basic confidence, a thing I blame on my older brother. When he got his hands on the young girl who'd never been allowed to date until she turned 18, he had a naive girl with no idea about how relationships work. He controlled every last thing she did. If it wasn't for me getting her into college, I shudder to think what she'd have become under his tyrannical reign. The silence between us suddenly hits me as I drive out of town. "So, ready for the future, Jenna?" I ask and feel kind of dumb with that question. Yeah. She looks over at me. "I have you to thank for that. You did all the hard work. I merely put the opportunity in front of you, Jenna." I tap the steering wheel to keep my hand occupied, as I keep having the urge to reach over and take her hand in mine. A hand is resting on the tan skin, which looks silky soft just above her knee. Then my hand moves off the steering wheel all on its own, and my fingertip drifts over the ring finger where Rod put an engagement ring 2 years ago. "What did you do with the ring?" It just comes out of my mouth, and I bite my tongue because of it. "Your mom didn't tell you?" she asks. My finger is still on hers, and I leave it there as I say, "No." She moves her hand. "I gave it to her before I left to go to Tempe." "Oh." I place my hand back on the wheel. I shouldn't have even brought it up. "It's okay. It's not like you, and I can never talk about that part of my life. You were there after all." "Not for all of it. Do you care to elaborate on anything that happened between you two?" I look over at her, and have to wonder if she will ever tell anyone about what happened between them. Everyone knows about the incident where their neighbor called the cops as Rod pushed her down in their front yard and dragged her around it. So there's not a doubt in my mind he did far worse things to her inside the house on other occasions. "Reed, I'm in your debt for paying my way through college. I appreciate you and your help more than you will ever know. But what happened between me and your brother is a thing I've put away. I don't care to relive any of it. So if you don't mind, I'd love it if you and I could build a friendship based on you and me alone. Okay?" She pulls her shades down and looks over them at me. The word friendship kind of stabs at me, but I say, "Sure." "Great," she says, then puts her glasses back up, covering her beautiful eyes, and looks straight ahead. So tell me what kinds of things you've been up to in California, Reed. I grip the steering wheel once again and say, I've been up to doing business deals and making more money. Can I tell you the truth, though? She looks at me and takes off her glasses. Her eyes are full of concern, and it makes my heart skip a beat that she seems to care at all. You better tell me the truth, Reed. Are things going badly for you? Life is not all that great when you live it alone. All the money in the world isn't enough if you have no one to spend your life with. Admitting it feels both great and embarrassing at the same time. But the after effects are phenomenal. Her slender hand with a nice pink manicure runs up to mine, which is on the steering wheel. She takes it in hers and pulls it to her chest. Her words are soft and sweet. Reed, that breaks my heart. How is it you haven't found someone? Because I love you and always have. But what I say is, I have a certain kind of woman in mind, and she's not in California. Her thumb moves over my knuckles as she looks at me and keeps my hand right there close to her heart. My mouth begins to water as I can feel her chest rise and fall with every breath she takes. Reed, you're perfect. How can you not have found one of the women in California to be a good candidate as a serious girlfriend? I'm perfect. I ask as I look at her. She smiles. Eyes on the road. I turn my head and have to smile. I think she might like me. I think you're pretty perfect too. So, have you met anyone interesting at college? You know, a new man? I glance at her, and she puts my hand back on the steering wheel. I've made friends. Her arms cross, and so do her legs. She looks out the window, and her body language tells me a lot. Any that ended up in your bed? I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm dying to know. She looks back at me, and her lips part. Then they close tight before opening again. No. I haven't let anyone even kiss me. I made friends and I became social again. And that's about all I could manage to do. What did my brother do to her? Think that's normal? I ask. No, comes her very quick answer. I don't. But normal has never really been something that happens to me. No normal childhood, no normal first love, no normal life. Nope, nothing has come normal for me. So he hurt you in more ways than one, right? I ask as I keep my eyes on the road. He did, and that's the past, and I've moved into the now. I live every day, one day at a time. Her legs uncross, and her hands go back down to rest on her thighs as she breathes out. Without really thinking, I say, "You sound like someone who's survived a tragedy, Jenna." She looks straight ahead and says, "I don't like to look at it that way, Reed. I like to look at things from a different perspective. What I went through did make me stronger. And being stronger is never a bad thing to be." I look ahead and have to wonder if this new Jenna is a good thing or a bad thing. Seems Rod's departure has made my mother weak and Jenna super strong. Where that leaves me is a mystery.
Chapter 13. Jenna.
I cannot believe I'm going out to dinner with Reed Manning. The man was nearly my brother-in-law, for God's sake. But this is just a friendly dinner. Nothing serious. Just old friends catching up. I glance at him as he messes with the radio and finds some country music. You like this kind of music, Jenna? Sure, it's fine. I pull at the hem of my short skirt. I don't know why I got all dressed up today. I was just going to the store to pick up some feminine products, was all. Somewhere inside me resides this person who wants to be seen as anything but the stupid young woman who left our tiny town 2 years ago after being dumped by the notorious bad boy. The outfit helped in my mind, I guess. Reed's head bobs a bit to the music. You know, there's this pretty nice place in Prescott where we can eat, and there's usually a live band on the weekends. What do you say to a little eating and a little dancing? I say that sounds a hell of a lot like a date. My fingers start to nervously tap my legs. He pulls one hand off the wheel and takes my left hand in his. Not a date, Jenna. Just us hanging out together. He's so calm and cool and awesome. I know. It does sound nice and fun. So I'm game. And just like that, he has my hand in his. Our clasped hands are resting on his thigh, and I'm going all hot and my insides are teeming with butterflies. Should I move my hand? No, I'm going to let him hold it. It feels nice anyway. And I am a single woman. And Reed has done amazing things for me. It'll be fine. Besides, you look too good to go to waste. You need to be shown off a bit. Thank you, I say as I look him over. You do too. The nice slacks and button-up have you looking all GQ, Reed. Were you doing some business today? I was. I visited with the salesman at the Audiobooks and negotiated the trade-ins of the cars I got for my parents a few years back. I always like to look like I know what I'm talking about when doing any business deals. He places my hand on his thigh but lets it go as he reaches up to change the radio station. Then he picks it right back up and my heart skips a beat. So your mom and dad are getting new cars then? I ask just to hear him talk more. His voice is deep and silky, and I've always loved it. Yes. I like to get them into something new every 2 years, and from now on I will be doing that. It was hard to get them to let go of the ones they had, but I managed, finally. The sun is setting and the light isn't quite so bright, so he lets my hand go and takes off his shades. I move my hand off his thigh and take my sunglasses off too. He looks over at me and puts his hand back on the steering wheel. Maybe he wanted to keep holding my hand. He makes a left turn. This is the place I was talking about. What do you think? It's very nice and very upscale for Arizona. It looks expensive, Reed. We don't have to go anywhere expensive. I can eat at a plain old restaurant. He parks and shakes his head. Not when you're with me, you won't. I get out of the car as he does, and he jogs around to the passenger side and takes my hand. I can hear the music already. You have to promise me at least 10 dances, he says with a wide smile. His shoulder touches mine as he leans close. I smile back. 10. That's a lot. The way his eyebrows raise and dance a bit make me giggle as he says, it's half as many as I wanted to say. And I think he'd like to hold me in his arms for the majority of this purely platonic dinner. Our eyes hold for a moment before the hostess says something, breaking the connection. I look at her. 2, please. Non-smoking. Reed's breath moves the hair near my ear as he whispers, I didn't even notice what she said. Thanks. His hand leaves mine and moves to the small of my back as I follow the young woman, and he follows behind me. It sends the oddest, most pleasant sensation through me as his fingertips barely touch me. She gestures to a table near the edge of the dance floor. Reed pulls out a chair and I sit down. Then he sits on the one closest to me. Can I bring you something to drink to get you started? She asks. Reed says 2 red wines, please. She nods and leaves us alone in the dimly lit area. I look around and see a lot of other couples here. On dates, I would guess. It seems like a place where men would take dates, and I look at Reed, who is gazing at me. This place is nice. But it seems kind of datey. Datey? He laughs a little. All that college, and you come up with that word, Jenna? You know what I mean, I say as I bat at his chest. He takes my hand and wraps his fist around it, then intertwines his fingers with mine and places them on his leg again. I do know what you mean. And so what if we call this thing a date? My smile is weak as I say, because us dating would be frowned upon. You know, Jenna, neither you nor I really live in that tiny town any longer. You and I don't have to follow the rules of that place anymore. You and I can do whatever the hell you and I want to. He pulls our hands up and kisses mine. My body goes limp, as it feels like nothing I've ever felt before. Can I ask you something, and you be completely honest with me? He nods. Always. When we touch, does it do anything odd to you? His dark blue eyes narrow as he looks at me. It always has. But I don't call it odd, I call it magical. Yeah, I thought so. And you? He asks. Yes, it always has. But I think it's because of how taboo this is. You know. I lean back as the waitress places the glass of wine in front of me. Thank you. She smiles. Can I get you an appetizer? Reed answers, oysters Rockefeller, please. Okay. Would you like the half order or the whole dozen, sir? The whole order, he says, and looks at me the whole time. His gaze is intense, and I look down. The waitress nods him and walks away. That's a lot of oysters for 2 people. Bet we eat them all, he says, then gets up, pulling me along with him. I bite my lower lip as he pulls me into his arms. I see you want to dance. He pulls me close, one hand holding mine between us and the other wrapped around me, holding my body to his. His lips are so close to mine as he whispers, dance, yes. I want to dance with you. Then he leans back a bit and looks into my eyes. But mostly, I wanted to see what it feels like to hold you in my arms. And you know what, Jenna Foster? I can barely breathe, so I just shake my head a little. It feels even better than I imagined it would. He tightened his arms around me, and I put my head on his broad shoulder. It does feel better than I ever thought being held in a man's arms could feel. Our bodies touch in all the right places. We move together like we've been dancing together forever. Everything feels more than right. But this can't go any further than this. We both know that. But for now we're here, and no one knows us in this place. No one knows I almost married this man's brother. No one knows this would be very bad for our families. No one knows a thing. And then a chill runs through me. If Rod had walked through that door for some reason, then he would have freaked out. The song ends, but I don't want Reed to let me go. He only halfway lets me go as he keeps his arm around me and walks me back to the table, where I see the gorgeous platter of spinach and some kind of white creamy stuff flowing over what looks like very fresh oysters on the half shell. Reed pulls the chair out for me, and I take the seat. He sits next to me but moves his chair closer. He takes one of the oysters and looks at me as he moves it toward my mouth. All you do is swallow it. Don't chew, he directs me as he presses the shell to my lower lip. Open up and I'll slide it in. My eyes go big and my eyebrows go up. Reed, that sounds more than a little provocative. His other hand slides up my leg and stops as he gets it just under the edge of my skirt. Because I meant it to. Now open up. My mouth opens as I watch him watching me, and he slides the stuff off the shell and I swallow it. That was good. Do me now, he says as he leans back and parts his lips. I know this is a really bad idea, but I will do it anyway. I pick up one of the appetizers and place the shell on his lower lip. He opens his mouth and I pour it into it. After he swallows, he smiles at me. Then he picked up my glass of wine and held it in front of my mouth, and I accepted the drink. Then he leaned back and gestured for me to give him one. I do as my body shakes, rattles, and rolls with excitement and desire. I want to climb onto his lap so damn bad, it's not one bit funny. Then he smiles, stands up again, and holds his hand out to me. Another dance, my lady? I take his hand, and can't wait to be back in his arms again. The song is a little faster than the last, and the spinning action he does makes our groins connect. I lay my head on his shoulder and take in his aroma. He's using a different cologne than he had on the last time I saw him. That Christmas night. Then my heart kind of cramped because of the memory of how he looked when Rod was down on one knee in front of me. His jaw had been held tight, and when I said yes, he left the room. Maybe Rod was right when he said Reed was jealous and wanted me. When the song ends, he holds me tighter than before and we go to the table. I'm a little dizzy with the spinning and the close contact. He had another oyster in my mouth before I knew it, and he downs one himself. Then he's holding my glass out to me. I take the drink, then ask the question I've wanted to for a long time. Reed, how long have you liked me? His eyes dance as he looks at me and takes my hand, lifting it to his lips where he kisses it. Since you were about 14. I shake my head and say, no. No, Reed, that's not true. You never even looked at me in high school. No, not once. I did. Only I never let you catch me. I knew you were off limits until you turned 18. We all knew that. He holds the glass up, and I let him give me another drink. You left for college. Were you ever going to make some kind of advance on me? He holds another oyster up, and I take it. My plan was to come home for your graduation. I was going to ease into your life very stealthily, and make you fall in love with me, and get you to go to UCLA with me. He picks up his own glass of wine and takes a long drink. Wow, that was a grand plan. And it was all going to work out too. Until I called home in early May to tell my parents I would be home for the summer. I didn't let them in on this part, as I was going to begin Operation Make Jenna Foster Mine. And that was when I found out Rod was renting a house, and you two were going to be moving into it as soon as he could get you to agree. I have to look away, as I feel kind of terrible. So you had never told him or anyone else about your plan? Nope. I kept it all to myself. I was afraid if I told a thing to anyone, it would spike an interest in you, and I'd have a harder time getting your attention. And the truth is, I thought even though Rod was going to come after you with all 8 cylinders, that you wouldn't give him the time of day. He leans up and takes my chin in his hand. I was wrong though. Seems so. He lets my chin go and leans back in his chair. Well, who would think the sweet little Sunday school teacher would ever want a thing to do with the devil who was, and is my brother? I thought it was a safe bet you'd ignore him, and I'd still have a shot that summer. But that isn't what happened, and now it's too late for us. I mean, it would never work. You know, there's just too much history now. I pick up the glass and finish the wine. He doesn't say a word, just holds out his hand, and I take it as he moves us out on the dance floor. His hold on me is tight, and the song is fast, and it's amazing how easily my feet follow his. Our bodies are molded to one another. When the song ends, he is still holding me. Then he turns his face and his lips are on mine. It's the best kiss I've ever had. I only thought I had felt my body melt before. I had no idea. My pulse is so rapid and hard that I can hear my heart beating. My mind is gone. All I feel is him. All I can think of is him and now and this moment. This is an amazing kiss. Then he ends it with several soft pecks and looks at me. What were you saying, Jenna? I gaze up at him, and it seems like a halo is glowing around the top of his head as I'm limp in his arms. Huh. That's what I thought. And now I don't know what we're going to do.
Chapter 14. Read.
Our first kiss. And Jenna Foster's gorgeous green eyes are hazy with, dare I say, desire? Taking her back to the table. I sit her down, and she kind of floats on the way down. Being the man of action that I have become, has me fighting myself not to tell Jenna how things are going to be now. I've waited a long time for her, and had to watch a lot of bad things I never thought I'd have to. And now she knows how I feel, and that kiss just cemented it all for me. I know it did for her too. But I know my brother did a number on her, and I'll have to go as slow as I can without going so slow that I lose my chance with her. We have the summer, and that's about all. So the plan I had for the summer after her high school graduation can come into play now. Only this time I'm very rich and can show her a very good time. Read, she asks as she looks at my mouth. Yes? I run my hand over her flushed cheek. That was amazing. It was, I say as I move my hand over her shoulder and down her arm. Goosebumps sprout over her soft tanned skin. Then I move my chair right next to hers, and she leans against my chest as I put my arm around her. The scent of her hair leaves me all tingly inside as I take in a deep breath of the flowery smell. This is what I had always imagined it would be like with her. Like a dream. Like an easy, real-life dream. Her fingertips glide back and forth along my leg as she breathes steadily. I wonder what she's thinking, or if she's thinking at all. Maybe she's really letting herself feel for the first time in a long time. Is this real, Reed? I kiss the top of her head. It is, Jenna. This is as real as it gets. She turns her head up and looks at me. What are we supposed to do? What any other people do when they know they have something real, I say and touch her lips gently with mine. Our bodies migrate towards each other. Her chest goes up against mine, pressing against my hard chest. I hold my lips on hers and relish how hers feel, even though they're barely touching mine. The sheer amount of times I've wanted to do this make me insane with how long this has taken. How long we could have had this. I'm going to order us a couple of juicy steaks and some more wine. I raise my hand to let the waitress know I'm ready to order. She comes over to us and lets out a sigh. So, is this an anniversary date? Jenna pulls her head off my chest and blushes. Actually, this is our very first date. The waitress looks surprised. Really? You two look like you've been together a long time. Like you're in love already. I run my hand over Jenna's shoulder and cup the back of her neck. What do you think about that, Jenna? I think that's amazing, she says, then smiles at me. Can we have 2 of your best steaks, medium rare and some more wine? I ask as I run my hand up into her silky blonde strands. Yes, sir. Coming right up. She spins around and leaves. Jenna gets a little frown on her face. Reed, we'll have to hide this. You know that. For a while we can. I don't want Mom upset, and I don't want you upset that it upsets her. But I'll start with my parents, and you start with yours. And then when it all comes out, it won't be so shocking. I pull her back into my arms, and she lays her head back on my chest. I think I could just sit here like this forever. The fleeting image of Jenna freaking out goes through my head, so I make sure to let her know I will not be letting her go. I pull her around to look at me. Jenna, I've waited a very long time for you. I'm not a man who lets opportunities get by me. I want this. I want you. I'm laying my cards on the table. I know this may seem sudden, but it's anything but that. Now what do you want? Her eyes go a little glassy. Reed, I thought about you back then. And truth be told, I've thought about you these last 2 years. There's always been an attraction to you, one I pushed back when I had to. And I do want you. I do, like nothing I've ever wanted before. But your parents will not be happy about this. And if your brother ever does show up, it won't be good. I'm not worried about him. Mom is the only person who may have a problem with it. But Mom loves me, and she loves you, Jenna. And if Rod shows up, I will deal with him. I can handle him. You don't have to worry. I take her chin in my hand and can see fear in her eyes. Reed, my plan was to get a job far away where I'd never run into him ever again. If you and I are together, I'll run into him for damn sure. And it's a thing I've had many nightmares about. I can't see him again. A shiver runs through her body. Jenna, what did he do to you? No, I can't talk about it. And especially not here. Just know I can't see him again. I've come too far to go back. I pull her close to me and hug her tight. I'll never let anything happen to you again. You're safe with me. I swear it to you. I can feel the tension leave her body as I hold her and her arms wrap around me. Then she pulls herself up and looks at me. I trust you, Reed. Let's do this. A smile moves over my face and I kiss her again. It's our second real kiss, and her lips part and allow me inside her warm mouth, a place I've explored only in my dreams. The sound of the waitress setting our drinks and plates on the table makes me end the kiss. Otherwise, I think it could have gone on forever or morphed into a make-out session on the tabletop. Jenna blushes and looks down as the waitress smiles at us. Sorry, Jenna says quietly. Don't be. If my husband looked at me like this man looks at you, I'd be hard-pressed to keep my lips to myself too. She leaves the bottle of wine on the table too, and leaves us alone. See how easy it is to see when someone likes you, Jenna? I ask as I take her steak and cut a piece for her. Well, you have to admit that when I did notice, I was not in the position to take you up on it. She opens her mouth, and I put the bite into it. People break up. How hard would it have been to tell him he was a jerk, and you were through with him? I give her a drink, and she takes my plate and cuts me a bite, then places it into my mouth. Very. You see, we had this written deal. And it wasn't one that could be broken. She gives me some wine, and then she leans in close and kisses me. My entire body lights up with the fact that she kissed me this time. It ends too soon though, and she sits back. Her breathing is a little on the hard side, and I really like that I can do that for her. A written deal? But he left, so that means you could have too. And that deal was only worth the paper it was written on anyway. You know you can even walk away from a marriage, Jenna. I cut her another bite of the delicious steak and feed it to her. Her hand creeps up my leg as she chews it. Every part of me wants her. Brain, heart, and body. What we had was intense. And when I look back, it was just wrong on so many levels. I'd like to know how you plan on handling him when he inevitably comes around some family function. She gives me a drink and cuts another piece of steak for me. Before she gets it in my mouth, I say, he's not so hard to beat, Jenna. And if he was to get physical with anyone in my presence, I could take him down. I have before. I take a bite as she narrows her eyes. The thing that ended his bullying of you, right? What did you do to him? Broke his arm. I look into her eyes to see how she takes that. They widen, then narrow again. How old were you? I was 10 and he was 15. He was holding me down and punching me because he said I was playing in his room, which I hadn't been. He just looked for shit to be mad about and punish people and things for. I see, she says and nods like she knows what I'm talking about. So, how did you switch it up on him? I got mad and turned into the Hulk, I say with a laugh. Really, Reed? She smacks my arm. How did a 10-year-old little boy turn the tables on a 15-year-old badass? That little boy had a bit of badass in him too. And that kid had had enough of his older brother beating him up. So I went crazy on him. And somehow, I got on top of him and turned him face down in our driveway. I held his right arm behind his back, and when he told me when he got back up I would be dead, then I just went for it and yanked his arm back until I heard it pop. Oh my gosh, she says and puts her hand over her mouth. That's insane. His loud cries had me getting off him, and I went to tell Mom he was hurt and that I wasn't sorry in the least. As they took him to the emergency room, I sat in the back seat with Mom to keep us apart. Rod said I was going to hurt him again. He could see it in my eyes, he said. I take a drink of my wine. Were you? She asks. You know, I think if he looked like he was going to do anything more, then I would've. That's the one and only fight I've ever been in. It ended his bullying, and that's what mattered to me. She nods and looks as if she's thinking about things. That's crazy. You know, I saw pictures of you guys back in those younger years, and he was taller and had some muscles already. And you were a normal little 10-year-old kid. And now I do have more muscles than he does, so if he was to threaten you or me with anything physical, I'd stop him before he could do any harm. I pull her back into my arms. You're safe with me. I'll always protect you. You will never be hurt by me, Jenna. You will never be hurt again. I swear that to you. I will never hurt you in any way or allow anyone else to. Her eyes dart back and forth as if she's searching for something. The truth, I suppose. Then her hands move over my cheeks and she says, I feel like I can believe you. I run my hands up to hers. You can, Jenna. She inches forward until our mouths meet again, and I feel as if what I've dreamt of for so long is finally going to come true. The way her touch makes me feel is something out of storybooks. It's as if we were made for one another. And now that I have her, I will have to protect her if my brother ever does decide to show his face again. He was wickedly possessive of her, and I have no doubt that he will hate the fact she's mine now. Our mouths part, and I find her looking into my eyes. Reed, how is it that you and your brother both found me to your liking? With a shake of my head, I say, You know, my brother has always had sort of a sixth sense about what I want. When we were little, I remember wanting a certain train set for Christmas, and hoped Santa would bring it to me. I didn't get it that year, not that I told anyone I wanted it. I thought Santa would just know. She smiles and runs her hand over my leg. How adorable. I nod. Anyway, as Reed's birthday grew near, I overheard him telling Mom and Dad about this train set he really wanted. Guess what? He got the damn train set I secretly wanted. Okay, that's one time. Have anything more reality-based than that? She smiles at me, and I go all soft inside. You know how Reed loves trucks? I do, she says and picks up her wine. I was looking through this magazine he had right before he turned 16. It was full of cars and trucks, and he had 3 different trucks circled in it. As I was looking through it, I found this old Camaro and loved it. It was all black and really cool. I didn't say a thing about it. I was only 11 at the time, and far from getting a car. She stops me. I saw that picture of him with his first car. A black Camaro. And you know what else I saw in that photo? You in the background with a frown on your cute little face. You know why I was frowning? I ask, then take a sip of wine. You were mad he got the car. I shake my head. I was ecstatic he got the car. I was so happy for him, and I asked him if I could please buy it from him when I turned 16. He told me no. He told me he'd drive it off a cliff before he ever even let me drive it. Hence the frown. I guess he was still mad about the broken arm, she says with a little frown. No, he was always like that. He had a pair of Superman pajamas, and he outgrew them. He kept those things hanging in his closet for 3 years, and when I could fit into them, I asked him if he'd let me have them. Her hand moves very close to my personal zone, and I pause to look down at it. It drifts back down toward my knee. And she asks, you kind of distracted me there. Anyway, he told me no, and that night they fell into the fireplace. On an accident, he said. How he happened to be walking around carrying something that didn't even fit him anymore is still a huge mystery, I say, then take a long drink of the wine. Anyway, in my opinion, Reed changed from the usual trashy women who were his usual female fodder when he felt a shift in the universe when I set my sights on you. And I guess he had to find you. Probably didn't even know who he was looking for until he saw you. Jenna looks away and her eyes go glassy. Wish you would have found me first. I run my hand over her shoulders and give them a squeeze. Me too. But I have her now, and I will never let her go.
Chapter 15. Jenna.
A week into our secret dating, Reed is taking me back to his place in California for the weekend. He told his parents he had a few things to do, and I told mine I was visiting a college girlfriend. And we've yet to consummate this relationship. No overnighters were possible with us both staying at our parents' homes. So he decided it was time I see how he really lives. Now we're flying on a private jet he chartered. Reed has taken me out somewhere special every night this past week. We talked on the phone until we got back to our respective homes and fell asleep. He's the best man I've ever met. Sweet, caring, and completely awesome. Our hands are clasped and rest on his leg as we fly through the sky. Clouds move past the window at incredible speeds, and I'm starting to see that Reed Manning is a bit better off than anyone is aware of. His head lies against the leather headrest, and he turns to look at me. I let a bit of information out to my parents over dinner last night. Giving him my full attention, I turned to him. What did you say? I told them I had seen you in town, and you looked fantastic. Better than I had ever seen you look before. And what did they say? I bite my lip with worry. He smiles and moves his hand over my cheek. Dad said you always looked nice, and Mom asked me how you were doing. That's nice. I stop biting my lip, as it sounds like they don't hate me. Well, not yet anyway. I also said I was thinking about bringing you over for dinner one night next week. I tense up. And Mom lit up like a Christmas tree and asked what night I thought I might do that. She said that she was going to make her lasagna, which you always loved so much. She started making a list of what all she needed and asked if I thought you still liked her. My heart races. I still love her. Are you serious? He nods. So step 1 is in process, and you will be enjoying one of your favorite meals with me at my parents' house on Tuesday. So write that down on your calendar. Dinner at the Mannings, and this time I'm Reed's guest. Crazy. So nothing was said about it being weird then? I ask. Not one word about it being weird. His hand tightens on mine. Then I'll tell my parents the same thing on Monday and see how they take it. You did say we're coming back on Monday morning, right? I did. Unless you decide to stay with me forever in Bel Air. His smile is contagious, and I find myself smiling too. Isn't Bel Air kind of famous for its many mansions, Reed? He nods and lays his head back. Kind of. I lay my head back and go back to gazing out the window. The way our hands are positioned feels so natural. It's so easy being with him, as if we're two peas from the same pod. I like what he likes and vice versa. We don't disagree on a thing so far. And tonight, we will be testing the waters of a more physical relationship and see how that goes. Mind-blowing, I bet. Since we've only been together in his car, which is not a place where we can get very physical, we've done little more than kissing and touching each other in an appropriate fashion. And I am dying to see how he touches me when we can get inappropriate with one another. I suppose since we've known each other so long, the week has seemed like a very long time. Like, we've been dating for a year or something like that. We're very comfortable with each other, a thing I wasn't with Rod most times. It's effortless, the conversation, the way we can sit without saying a word and watch a sunset. It's all so easy, and I find myself very sad I didn't break up with Rod that New Year's Eve night when he was all over those women and made me hurt that one. I shake my head to rid myself of the bad memories, and try to think about being grateful this man saw fit to give me a shot, after all he's seen me do and put up with. The pilot tells us we're about to land, and I tense up. The takeoff was easy, but I'd never been on a plane before, so the landing made me kind of worried. That is when most plane crashes happen. I think so anyway. He must feel my hand go rigid as he says, "Don't worry. I've flown a lot, and there's nothing to worry about. The Los Angeles traffic is more of a thing to fear than this jet landing." I'm sure you're right. I close my eyes as I feel the plane start to go down. Hey. His voice comes from right next to my ear. I turn my face and his lips catch mine and he kisses me. His kiss always takes me away. We've landed. I turn and look out the window and laugh. So we have. Well, you were right. That wasn't bad at all. Thanks, he says sarcastically. I thought that kiss was more than not bad. He unbuckles my seatbelt and stands up, pulling me up with him. I run my arms around him. That kiss was not what I was describing. That kiss and every kiss you give me is utterly indescribable. As are you. His blue eyes sparkle. Then he pulls me in for another kiss, and my knees go weak as I lean into him. My body just goes limp when we're standing and kissing. It's insane, and I'm so ready to find out what my body does when we're in a bed and lying down to kiss. Bet it's going to be something intense. When he ends the kiss, he turns to leave the jet, holding me tight around my waist. As we go down the stairs, I see a black limousine pulling up near us, and Reed takes me toward it. A limo on the runway? I ask in surprise. This is technically called the tarmac, not the runway. And yes, I called ahead and had a service pick us up. I don't usually take cabs. The driver hurries to the back passenger door. "Hello, Mr. Manning. Good to see you back. It's been a long couple of weeks since you left us." "I'm only home for the weekend, so I have to go back to Arizona." Reed looks at me. "And Pete, I'd like you to meet Jenna Foster." I do believe if I have my way, she'll be a person you see around me often. He gives me a nod. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Foster. I nod back. You too, Pete. Reed lets me slide into the dark backseat of the gorgeous car, then he slides in next to me. I must look like a real hick as I look all around the car. So ritzy. His eyebrows go way up. Are you impressed? I nod and smile as he takes my hand. Very. A jet, a limo. I can't wait to see what's next. His lips touch my cheek. Neither can I. My insides go hot, and I think he means he can't wait to see what happens when we're alone at his house with nothing and no one to stop us from really getting to know each other. In the back of the dark limo, I find his hand moving over my stomach as he runs it around me and pulls me onto his lap, facing him. I straddle his legs as he pulls me around and put my arms around his neck. He looks at me with the most intense look I've seen from him. Then, one side of his mouth goes up in a half smile. I may not let you out of bed the whole 2 days. A shiver runs through me at the thought. Really? He nods and moves one hand up the side of my face. His thumb runs over my cheek, and he stops smiling at me and looks serious. Jenna, I want you to know something. Before I take you to bed, I want you to know I really respect what you've done with your life. And I respect what you've done with yours, Reed. His thumb moves over my cheek again, sending a heat through me. I also want you to know this week with you has been the best time I've ever had. Hands down the best time. For me too. I mean that. I watch his Adam's apple move as he swallows hard. Then he says, Jenna, I love you. Emotion floods me as I hear the words come from a man's mouth about me. Never have I heard them before. I always thought I could go a lifetime without hearing them. I thought I would be fine with that. But now I know what happens when you hear a man tell you that he loves you, and you can see that love in his eyes. It's beyond imagination. Reed, I say, but his thumb moves over my lips. You don't have to say it, Jenna. I pull his hand off my face and hold it. So even if I mean it, you don't want to hear it? I want to hear it, only if you really mean it. His eyes are dark and a bit stormy. I do love you, Reed. I wouldn't be here with you if I didn't. I don't sleep with men I don't love. I know that. He runs his hand over my shoulder. You are an angel. Out of the corner of my eye, I start seeing the giant homes I've only ever seen pictures of or on television. My attention is taken as we pass one after another. Is this your neighborhood, Reed? He stops looking at me and looks out the window. It is. Wow, nice. The limo slows and the driver pulls into a gated drive. Reed moves me off his lap. You ready to see how I live, Jenna? I nod. A gated community? Very nice, Reed. He laughs a little as the driver punches in a code, and then the large black iron gates open up and we go through them. Lush shrubs and gorgeous trees line the road. I look out the window to see what the homes look like here. We pass a large fountain. Nice. I suppose you guys pay a pretty penny for living here, huh? It's not cheap, he says. We go slightly left around a bend in the road, and out of my window I see a large, what I would call a mansion up ahead. Who lives in that? Where are the normal houses? Further back. There are no more houses here. This is it. I turn back to look at him. Shut up, Reed. Okay, he says with a smile, and we pull to a stop in front of the enormous thing. The door opens, and the driver is there again. Welcome home, sir. Good to be back, Reed says as he gets out and reaches back to take my hand. I look up at the mansion, which has 3 stories. It's the biggest thing I've ever seen as far as homes are concerned. Reed, our whole town could fit inside these walls. Probably, he says. The front door opens and out steps an older woman wearing all white, like some fancy chef's outfit. Mr. Manning, how was the flight? He takes me up to the woman with her brown hair in a ponytail. Her brown eyes roam over me as Reed pulls my hand up to his lips and kisses it, then says, This is her, Maddie. The woman, who has to be in her 40s, makes a slight bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Foster. I'm Mr. Manning's personal chef and head of staff here. If you find yourself needing a thing, you just tell me and I will make it happen. Also, if you have any favorite foods, you just let me know and I will make sure we keep those on hand for you. Thank you. And it's nice to meet you too. I kind of stumble as Reed pulls me along with him up the stairs. He quickly lets my hand go and runs his arm around me. It's a little different than Jerome, isn't it? Reed Manning, you've been keeping some very big secrets, haven't you? We go inside, and the room is beyond anything I've seen except in museums. This is crazy. This is the entry room. You like? He asks as he moves me along, and I can't really feel my feet. I feel as if I'm gliding along at his side and in a different universe. I love you. The next room is filled with leather furniture, and the smell is amazing. Dark leather is offset by light tan walls, and the giant chandelier overhead makes things sparkle in the large room. This is the main living area of the house. He keeps going, following the Maddie woman. Then we go into the kitchen. Oh my gosh, Reed. I look at the 3 ovens on the wall. My eyes move on to one giant stovetop, and I can't count how many burners and grill thingies there are. Now this kitchen belongs to Maddie. It's her domain, if you know what I mean. If you feel like cooking something, get with her first because she is a tyrant about this room. Reed ends with a laugh. Maddie turns back to look at me. He's being a bit dramatic. I don't allow him in the kitchen as he messes things up. But you are always welcome in my kitchen, Miss Foster. Thank you. I look around. But this is so far out of my league. I do believe I will leave it in your hands, Maddie. And please call me Jenna. Her brows lift some. Jenna it is. She looks at Reed. I like her. You were right about her having a beautiful aura. His arm tightens around my waist as he gives me a squeeze. She is an angel. I blush and look away as I place my hand on his chest. Oh, Reed. Oh, Jenna, he says, then kisses my cheek. Maddie, I'm going to show her the rest of the place. Well, not all of it, as that would take too much time. Did you get what I asked for? She nods. It's all in the first refrigerator, and the wine is in there too. So whenever you get hungry, it's ready for you. I let the rest of the staff know they're off, and they've all left. If you don't need anything else, I'll be out of your hair now. But call if you want anything. Will do, thank you, Maddie, Reed says, then moves us out of the kitchen and through a monster of a dining room. Reed, this may seem rude, but I don't care. I stop and look at him. How the hell rich are you? Very, he says with a smile. Reed? Okay. I don't happen to have the exact number in my bank accounts or investment accounts, but I am classified as a billionaire. His mouth closes and mine hangs open. How could you have hidden this from everyone? He looks kind of sheepish. You know my family, Jenna. I felt like I had to. Mom and Dad know since they came here for Christmas last year. But no one else knows anything more than I'm doing all right out here in California. I can't believe Sue was able to keep her mouth shut about this. And you had to tell me all week. Why didn't you? He takes my hand and pulls me along with him as we go through another large room with several computers and desks. This is my home office. I have a building downtown where the real work happens. And I didn't want to tell you about how much money I had because I wanted to see if you liked me, or loved me, rather, for me and not my money. Sneaky, but I get it. He rounds a corner, and we go up a flight of stairs. And then he stops at the first door on the right. Okay, this is the master wing. The word he uses has my head jerking and my heart pounding. Master?
Chapter 16. Read.
A fearful expression covers Jenna's face. Reed, what do you mean by that? Mean by what? The master wing? Her eyes dart around as if she's looking for something. It's the term people use for the area of a home typically used by the owners. You know, the man and wife. Why do you look like that? I pull her close to me and hold her. She lets out a sigh. I'm just a little nervous, I guess. That was really dumb of me. I know that. Sorry. Are you afraid to be with me, Jenna? I ask, as I know it's been a couple of years for her, and the only other times she's been intimate were with my jerk of a brother. I can imagine how those times went. She looks up at me, and her expression is soft. Not at all. It's just that every once in a while, certain things trigger bad reactions in me. With time that will stop. I'm sure it will. Now let me see your bedroom, Reed. What did that jerk do to her? I shove everything back and focus on her, and how I have to show her love doesn't have to mean she loses control of herself. After pushing the door open, I pick her up and carry her inside. This is it. Oh my gosh, Reed. That bed is ginormous. It's gorgeous. I put her down on the bed, and she lays back and runs her arms out. I laugh. It's soft too. Her blonde hair is fanned out over the chocolate-colored bedspread, and she looks even better in my bed. It is so soft. I don't know how you get out of it. I kick off my shoes, then pull her black heels off and lie next to her. I think that now that I have you in it, getting out of it will prove to be much harder. Her eyes sparkle as she looks at me and runs her hand over my cheek. Reed, this is amazing. You are, I whisper and rest my hand on her stomach. How long I have wanted to see this woman looking at me as we lie down together sits in the forefront of my mind. And the scene is better than I even dreamt it would be. You're Jenna, she whispers. Always yours, Reed. Forever, I whisper. Forever, Jenna. Forever, Reed. Her words fall soft, and then she takes my face and pulls it back, and she has tears running down her cheeks. I love you more than I could ever imagine loving someone. I run my fingers over her cheeks. Don't cry. She sniffles. I have to. I've never been a part of something so beautiful before. I know she hasn't. Neither have I. I kiss the tip of her nose. Jenna, this is more than I knew was possible. I can never let you go now. I don't want you to, she says. Because I can never let you go either. With a deep sigh, I look into her green eyes and see the light there. A light that has never been there before. I put that there. I helped her become this woman. This beautiful woman. And I will always strive to keep that light there from now on. Pulling out of her is the hardest thing I've ever done. The urge to stay inside her is overwhelming, like nothing I've ever felt before. And the whole way I feel about her is a little frightening. Like if I lost her, I would never be the same again. I shake my head to get rid of the thought. I'm not going to lose her. She feels just as strongly as I do. I can feel it and see it in her eyes and the way she holds me to her. This is no dream, no lie. This is real, and she feels it too. I have to have faith this will last forever. Reed? Yes? That wasn't normal, was it? I've never experienced anything like that. I lie back, put my arm around her and pull her to me, then kiss the side of her head. Ever. I only have the one to compare to, and that was beyond comparison. The fact I know the only other one was my brother makes me kind of grossed out, but at least she said I was beyond comparison. Good to hear, I say with a chuckle. This is so weird, she says, and I flinch as if she's punched me. Weird? I wouldn't use that word to describe what this is. I guess weird isn't accurate. This is just a thing I had a few fantasies about over the years, and it happened, and it was better than any of them. I had more than a few fantasies about this, and you're right, it was way beyond any I had too. Think it'll stay this great? She asks as she runs her hand over my stomach. I run my hand up her arm. I do. And I can promise you I will do my best to make sure it stays this way, and that you're always happy. You're my angel, and I will always treat you like one. I can feel her smile against my chest. You're my prince, and I will always treat you like one. At least we're on the same page. You want to get up and eat, or get something to drink, or anything like that? I ask her. I'd really like to stay right here in your arms and fall asleep if you don't mind. I've never felt more relaxed and comfortable in my life. My heart fills with what I suppose is joy that this woman finds my arms the most relaxing and comfortable place for her. Then here we shall stay for as long as you want, Angel. Good. I want to stay like this for as long as we can. I want this time to be etched into my brain for all of eternity. I'm the happiest I've ever been. Me too.
Chapter 17. Jenna.
Each one of Reed's breaths falls softly against the back of my shoulder as he holds me loosely in his strong arms. I fall into the deepest and best sleep I've ever had, and it's all because of him. With the love we made, I know I have to tell my parents about him and face his own parents. The fact is, I'd face anyone and let them know I am with this man. I feel like he's a part of me now. And it makes no sense. That was the first time we made love, and I was ready to marry the man. I'm ready to get on to building a life and family with this man. Everyone we know is going to freak out and tell us we're moving way too fast. But the fact is, we've had this thing simmering just beneath our surfaces for many years. A chill runs through my body as Rod's face makes a brief appearance in my mind before I send it away. The fact is, he will be mad when he finds out. But the chances of us being in Jerome, when he finally makes an appearance there, are very slim. And then there's the matter of the contract, and what that might mean to him. The thought has often plagued me that he would go to great lengths to get me back under his control. With Reed, though, I do feel safe. For the first time in a long time, I feel safe. And to find out this man is a billionaire is mind-shattering. I have no idea what that really even means. No financial worries to bog down a relationship. No waiting for paychecks to come in before we can buy groceries. No more tiny houses that are falling apart. But that life went away when Rod did anyway. Reed's body shakes a little. Then he groans and his lips touch my neck. I run my hand over his head. Ready to wake up? I ask him. Not if this is a dream, I'm not, he says with a light laugh. I turn in his arms and run mine around him. His short blonde hair shines in the light coming through the windows. Sheer tan curtains hang over them, but let in just the right amount of sunlight. His dark blue eyes blink a few times as he looks back at me. I want to take you somewhere. "'Kay," I say as I run my hand through his hair. "I want you to find a job teaching here. I know there's a private school not far from here, and I bet you could get a job there if you want one. If you don't want to work, of course you don't have to. It's all up to you." "You sure are making plans quickly," I say with a smile. "I know. If I go too fast, tell me. But I've wanted this for so long. I feel a need to get to where we would be if I had made you mine that summer when you turned 18. I close my eyes to the reality of my 18th summer. The introduction to Rod's needs. It's been a long time since I allowed myself to go back there. It's a place that makes my heart ache for so many reasons. I open my eyes. "So where is it you want to take me?" "If we take a shower and get dressed, I can show you." "A shower with you sounds pretty great." His hand moves over my arm. "Everything with you sounds pretty great." A mere 3 hours later, Reed has me in his red BMW, and we're pulling into the parking garage of some downtown place in Los Angeles. "Let me get your door, Angel." Reed gets out, and I wait for him to be the gentleman he wants to be. This gentleman stuff is pretty awesome, and I'm loving it. After he helps me out, we walk into the side door of some business, and once inside, I see we've entered a jewelry shop. I hesitate, and he looks at me. "Too soon?" "Reed," I say, and he puts his finger to my lips. "I want you to wear my ring. We can get married whenever you want, but I want you wearing my ring and everyone knowing you're taken." I'm not in the kind of demand you may think I am, I say with a laugh. I just want you to wear it. I want you to have a constant reminder of what I want for us. A happy life together. That's all. So pick out the engagement ring you love, and later we'll buy our wedding rings. He ends his sentence with a kiss on my cheek. So I let him lead me to the first glass-covered showcase of expensive rings, and we begin the process of trying to find the most gorgeous thing I will be looking at on my finger forever. A gorgeous saleswoman wearing heels and dripping in diamonds comes out of a back room. Hello. How can I help you today? Reed gives her a smile. By showing us what you have in her size. She reaches out for my left hand, so I hold it out, and with one glance she says, a 5. It is an engagement ring, right? Reed nods. So, what do you have in that size? She moves around from case to case, gathers up a nice assortment of engagement rings, and comes back to us. All of these are 5s. Wow. That's a lot of shiny rocks right there. I look at Reed. You sure? He nods. More than sure. The saleslady says, I can slim down the choices if you have a price limit. Reed shakes his head. Anything she wants. And do me a favor, don't tell us any of their prices. If she knows them, she'll go cheap, and I don't want that. He does know me. The lady gives a nod and steps back to let me look at all the gorgeous rings. After a mere hour, I pick out the one ring that will stay on my finger forever. Once Reed slides it on, that is. It's a nice large solitaire. It's grand enough for a billionaire's wife, yet subtle enough for a girl like I am. Reed lets the woman put it in a box and a bag, then he takes it and we leave. As he opens the car door for me, he stops me before I get in. Jenna, am I doing this all too fast? I suppose we could slow way down. I could take a job here and get my own place. He shakes his head. You'd never be able to afford a place here. Even a shitty one. And I want you in my bed from now on. My heart speeds up. Oh yeah. He nods. I want to fall asleep with you every night, and wake up with you every morning from now on, Angel. Then I think the pace we're going is fine. We can be engaged for a decent amount of time. Say a year, and we can start to make our wedding plans. How does that sound to you? I mean, we aren't roped into anything with being engaged. If things aren't working out, I'll simply give you your ring back. No hard feelings. His lips quirk up to the left as he frowns. Don't even say if things don't work out. They will. I'll make sure of that. I get into the car, and he closes the door behind me. Maybe it is moving fast. Maybe it will be like a storm that forms too quickly and blows fast and furious only for a short time. But whatever this is, I want it all for as long as I can have it. Reed gets in and I just go for broke. Okay, so we have things to talk about, you and I. He looks over at me with a nervous smile. Shoot. How many kids are we having, and how long are we waiting to have them? And how many years are we going to put between each one? He laughs. And for a second there, I thought you were going to talk about something hard. That's easy. 4 kids spaced 2 years apart. Next question. He starts the car and pulls away. As I look over at him, something inside me tells me this is going to work. Maybe my first love didn't work out, but my second will. So what if the loves happen to be brothers? There have to be odder things. I think I saw on some trashy daytime television show once where there was a woman who left her young husband who she had children with, married his father and had kids with him too. That made the kids she had with her first husband the siblings and nieces and nephews of the kids she had with the second husband. At least I have no kids who will be siblings and cousins. But there will be this very angry brother-in-law for me. A very, very angry one. Reed pulls up at some cool-looking place and goes to the valet service. He looks over at me. Ever try sushi? I shake my head. Raw fish, right? I know I'm making a face because he starts laughing. Not all of it. Some guys open both of our doors and we get out. Reed has me scooped up next to him quickly, and in we go to my first California culinary experience. You sure about this, Reed? I'm a small-town girl, you know. I'm a small-town boy, if you will recall, Angel. And I like it, so I bet you will too. Mr. Manning, hello, a tiny Asian woman greets him. Who do you have on your arm? Shimoda, let me introduce you to my fiancée, Jenna Foster. Soon to be Jenna Manning. Her eyes go wide. Fiancé? Congratulations. You must use us as your caterer for the wedding. You must. She claps her hands and kind of hops up and down a few times. Well, if you can impress the bride-to-be, then we just might do that. We haven't got that far into our plans yet. But a memorable experience tonight might put your place in the forefront of her mind, Reed says, and she gives him a knowing nod. You two follow me to our VIP private dining area. It's romantic and secluded. And allow me to get our chef to prepare you something memorable. The little woman leads us through the crowded restaurant and back to a curtained-off area. When she pulled the black curtain back, I could see a small square table and 2 chairs on one side of it. Soft music drowns out the noise of the other diners, and the lights are low. She lights a candle on the table. When she turns to us, she looks right at me. May I say to you that Mr. Manning has been our valued customer and friend for years? And he even sold my husband and me a home for a very reasonable price. He's well loved by our family, and I have never seen him this happy. He glows. I cannot wait to get to know you, Jenna. We will all be great friends. I give her a smile. Thank you. I'm sure we will. Tell your chef I'm a newbie at this sushi stuff, so take it easy on me. Reed pulls out the chair for me. Don't tell him that. This woman will love whatever he makes. She's never had anything like your chef makes yet, and she's timid about it. But she and I love almost everything the same. Let him do as he wants. I want to see what he comes up with for us on this special night. She bows and leaves as he sits next to me. I look at him, and as we're so close, our shoulders are touching. Kind of an alpha move there. His arm moves over my shoulders, and he kisses the top of mine. No reason to be afraid of food. And I am kind of alpha. How do you think I got to be where I am? I sit back and have to really think about things. In an effort to never repeat my mistakes, I think it's important to be acutely aware of what I'm getting into. Rod had me unable to trust other men not to take control of me. This is more than just another man. This is another Manning. His brother. Raised the same. Though I never saw a thing in their parents' marriage to think any kind of controlling behavior was bred into them, it is odd to have 2 alpha male boys in one family. So I ask what I honestly want to know. Reed, do you think because of what you've seen me do with your brother that I'm still that weak young woman who you can push around like he did? The hurt in his eyes makes me feel instantly bad. But I stop that quickly. This is my well-being here. Jenna, no. I mean, I am who I am, but I'm not mean. I know what I want, and when I see someone who has no idea what they want, I kind of jump in and lead them. Not in a bad way, though. His hand moves over my cheek. And if I get too pushy, let me know. I am a salesman after all, and I can be pushy. The real estate thing. Yeah. I get it. Helping people find what they want, even when they aren't sure what it is they want, I say with a smile. He nods and presses his forehead to mine. But I know you were led down a dark path, and I swear to you I'm not trying to lead you anywhere you don't want to go. No bad things, Jenna. Only good. Trust me, Angel. I only want to be a good person in your life. I should probably stop being so afraid and untrusting, huh? My eyes hold his. Probably, but I do understand why it will take you some time to see me as the man I truly am. A man who has cared for you for many years. A man who has dreamt of having you in his life as a partner for many years. A man who, if he ever hurts you, it will be unintentional. I want you to let me know anytime I hurt you in any way. Do you understand me? Rod used to end his sentences with that very question. I look away as my mind races. Then, a waitress comes in with some little teacups and a teapot. Congratulations, you two. So happy to see Mr. Manning has found his soulmate and will be getting married. So happy. Reed clears his throat and smiles at the young Asian woman. Lily, this is Jenna. She bows as I turn to her. Jenna, so nice to meet you. I give a little bow from my chair. You too, Lily. I'll be right back with your appetizer. Here's a hint, it has lobster, she says as she claps her hands and goes back out of the curtain. I have to laugh. She's adorable. Reed takes me by the chin. I want to hear you tell me you understand, and will tell me if I hurt or upset you in any way, Jenna. I know you kept quiet when Rod did things to you that hurt you, and I do not want a repeat of that. I want you to know you can talk to me about anything. I do understand you, and I promise I won't keep anything bottled up when I'm unhappy or hurt by you. And you do the same for me. Kay. He smiles and lifts the steaming cup to my mouth. Kay. And I hope this is the start of a great relationship.
Chapter 18. Read.
Back in Jerome, and on the front porch of my parents' house, I have Jenna's left hand in mine and look at the ring on her beautiful finger. We told her parents about us and our plans, and to my surprise, they were happy about it. They commented on how Jenna had never looked or acted better, and they had an idea there was a man involved in the change in their daughter. I could see in their eyes a little worry over my brother, but they didn't say anything. I think everyone knows there will be some kind of scene when he finds out. But there's no reason not to have this relationship, because of what might happen. Ready? I ask her as she looks nervous. She nods, then shakes her head. Reed, I know your mom isn't going to like this. I wrap my arms around her and sway back and forth with a gentle rocking motion. She may be kind of shocked at first, but she loves you, Jenna. She rests her head on my chest for a moment, gathering courage, then lifts it up and smiles at me. Everything will be all right, I guess. But don't just blurt it out like I did with my parents. They went all pale, and it took them a few minutes to digest it. Let's go a little slower with your parents, okay? I slip the ring off her finger and put it into my pocket. She looks at her finger with a frown. Taking her chin, I make her look at me. I'll be putting it right back on when we tell them. She nods as I take her hand and take her into the house she's only ever visited as my brother's girlfriend. I know this has to be odd to her, and somewhat hard as well. We're here, I call out as we walk into the living room. Mom comes running out of the kitchen and grabs Jenna up in her arms. Jenna? I'm so glad you came. She holds her back and looks her over. My goodness, sweetheart, I've never seen you look so good. Jenna blushes and says, thank you. You're looking good too. She touches Mom's blonde hair. You did something different with your hair. Mom palms her short now blonde curls. I thought the silver was a bit much. So I dyed it back to the blonde I was before the silver invaded. It looks great. You look years younger, Jenna says. Mom blushes, and Dad walks into the living room. Hey there, Jenna. Hi, Jason. How have you been? Jenna asks as she goes to him with her hand outstretched to shake his hand. He looks at her hand and takes it, but pulls her in for a hug. She seems a little awkward at first, but then she hugs him back. I've been good, girl. And you look like you've been very good as well. Dad lets her go, and she steps back next to me. I've been doing very good. Coming back home for the summer was such a good idea. And it seems Reed had the same idea. Mom smiles. We're so glad he decided to come for a nice, long visit. Did you see the new cars in the driveway he bought for us? I did, Jenna says as Mom grabs her hand and pulls her off to the kitchen. Dad looks me up and down. You look like the cat who ate the canary. Care to tell me what that look is about? I shake my head, put my hands in my pockets, and play with her ring on the left one. No reason. Just happy to see that girl back in this house. Dad claps me on the back and we start walking toward the kitchen. She does look great, doesn't she? Rod leaving was the best thing for her. I hate to say it, but just look at her now. She looks so happy. And beautiful, I add. Dad nods. She always was, but she has a glow about her now. I did that. Yes, she does. I see her helping Mom get the salad together, and walk over to stand at the island I had put in when I had the kitchen remodeled. Mom's yakking away about her new kitchen. Reed sent some remodeling company to us, and we had this done, as well as the master bath. Oh, you have to see it before you go. It has this bathtub that shoots water out of the sides, and it's amazing. Reed thought of it all. He's a real sweetheart. I know, Jenna says and glances sideways at me. He always has been. He has, Mom says as she chops up a tomato. Jenna rips the lettuce leaves and puts them into the bowl. I take the carrot lying on the countertop, go find a vegetable peeler, and use it to add shredded carrot to the salad. I lean in close to Jenna. Just like old times, huh, Jenna? You, me, and Mom all working in the kitchen. She holds her lips tight to keep a smile off them. Just like old times, Reed, yes. Mom makes this sigh that tells me she's thinking about Rod and his missing status. But surely she won't say a word about him with Jenna here. I cross my fingers that she won't anyway. So Jenna, Mom says as she turns to look at her. What are your plans for the future since you've finished with college? I'm going to teach. Kindergarten is where I want to start. Jenna finishes the salad with a toss of her long, slender fingers. Where? Mom asks. I mean, will you be looking to work here? Jenna shakes her head, sending her silky straight hair moving gently over her shoulders. From my position right behind her, I can smell the shampoo she used, and it reminds me of the bath we took just before we left to come back here. The urge to wrap my arms around her overcomes me, and I just do it. Then I look at my mother. Jenna's going to come to Bel Air to work. Mom's eyes go really big. When did you decide this? Jenna reaches back and gives my leg a little squeeze. I let her go as she tells my mother, Reed is who paid for my college. It was a secret. I see. Mom looks at me. You didn't even want to tell me, Reed. I shake my head. I never wanted you know who to find that out. She nods and looks away. That would have been bad. Then she looks back at me. But where will Jenna stay in Bel Air? That place looks expensive. It'll cost her too much, Reed. It's a bad idea. She can work right here. I can help her get a teaching job, and she can stay with her family. At least here, she can afford to eventually live on her own. I don't want to stay here, Sue. I want to go. Jenna takes the salad bowl and takes it to the new dining room table I got them last year. Nice table, Sue. Another one of Reed's gifts, Mom says as the timer buzzes. Oh. Lasagna's ready. Dad takes his place at the head of the table, and I take 2 bottles of red wine to it. I notice my mother has set the table with Jenna and me on opposite sides. Since the table seats 6 and there are 2 chairs on each side, I move the place settings to one side so she and I can sit next to each other. Mom puts the huge pan of lasagna down on the table where she previously placed a large trivet, and takes her seat at the other end of the table, opposite my father. I pull out the chair next to me, and Jenna sits down. Mom does a quick glance. Then her nose wrinkles a little, and I think she's beginning to see things a little more clearly. So, where will you be staying in Bel Air, Jenna? Mom asks. Dad clears his throat. Obviously with Reed. Mom looks at us. Her eyes dart back and forth. He does have a nice place. I suppose that would be okay. Do you feel comfortable with that, dear? She asks Jenna. Jenna takes in a deep breath. Sue, we have something to tell you. I reach into my pocket and take out the ring as Jenna holds her hand up, and I slide it back onto her finger. Then I take her hand, kiss the ring, and look at my mother, then my father. Jenna and I are going to get married. Mom's hands fly over her mouth as her eyes go saucer size. Dad reaches over and claps me on the back. I knew you were out every night with some woman. Didn't know it was our sweet Jenna here, but damn glad to hear this news. You two look great together. Don't they, Sue? Mom nods. Then her hands leave her mouth. You both glow, and I can see you have real feelings for one another. Her eyes go a little shiny, as I think she might be about to cry. And it's good to see you so happy, Jenna. And my baby boy looks very happy too. How could this not be right? It is right. Nothing has ever felt more right, I say as I hold Jenna's hand in mine and wrap my other arm around her shoulders. I've loved this young woman for years. And now we're finally together, and I'm the happiest man in the world. Then my mother bursts into tears and stands up, gesturing for us to come to her. Jenna and I get up and go get into a group hug with Mom, as she murmurs congratulations. When she lets us go, I notice a few tears have escaped Jenna, brush them away, and then kiss her pink cheek. The rest of the dinner went well, and Mom and Dad asked a little about how this all happened. I do notice Mom getting a cloudy look about her at times, and she then shakes off. I suppose she's thinking about Rod and how he will act when he finds out. Jenna and I clean up so Mom and Dad can go take their nightly dip in the swimming pool, and I press my shoulder against hers as we wash the dishes. That went well, don't you think? I ask. It did, she says, then looks at me. Do you really think we can get through this unscathed, Reed? Grabbing the dish towel and drying my hands, I wrap my arms around her. I can handle my brother. I'm not saying there won't be an uncomfortable scene, but I am saying I can handle it. Just keep on trusting me, Angel. Her smile tells me she does trust me. Then I lean down to press my lips to hers, and the fire ignites. With a little moan, I let her sweet lips go. Now that everyone knows what we're doing, I'm renting us a room at the lodge in town. She leans against me. Good. Sleeping last night without you was hell. I felt the same way. I have to have you in my arms to be able to sleep. She looks up at me. I don't know how we've become so dependent on one another in such a short amount of time. It's incredible. It is. Everything about this is incredible. Our life together will be incredible, and that's exciting. Don't you think? I kiss her forehead and rock with her in my arms. A deep sigh fills the air, and then she says, "This is too good to be true." I hold her back and give her a stern look. No, it's not. This is true, and if you didn't have that bad past, then you'd never question what we have. You have to know that's true. I suppose you're right. I guess I think there's a lot of bad in the world, and how we are together is so good. It's just a little scary that something could happen to end it. Nothing can happen to end what we have. Jenna, this is deep. This is years deep, and you know that, I say as I search her eyes. I know. She looks around the kitchen as I hold her. I remember the first time you touched me in this room. You put an apron over my head, and your presence at my back set me on fire. I remember that. I did it on purpose. It set me on fire too. I kiss her with a long, slow kiss. The way I yearned to all those years ago. Her hand touches my cheek as our lips part. Reed, I love you so much. I will never get tired of hearing those words come out of your mouth. And I will never get tired of telling you that I love you too. You are my world now. My everything. I never want you to feel anything but happiness, my angel. We should tell your parents goodbye and get that room. I can't wait to be alone with you. Yesterday without you was torture. I want to feel your body next to mine, she says as her fingers trail over my chest. I want to feel your body beneath mine. Pulling her to me. Our kiss goes crazy, and I move until I have her back against the wall. Her hands move all over my back and up into my hair. Then our mouths part, and I kiss her neck. Reed. My gosh, Reed. She says my name like it's the only thing she can think of. And that's exactly what I want. I want her only to think about me, and leave the rest behind her in the distant past, a past which should never have been that left emotional scars on her. Jenna had a nightmare on Sunday night while we were at my home in Bel Air. She woke up screaming my name, and when I asked her what happened, she wouldn't talk. She just wanted to go back to sleep. I have a feeling that in her subconscious, she's worrying about what will happen when Rod and I finally clash over this. It won't be pretty, but I will win in the end. I don't lose. Not anymore. This woman is more precious to me than all the financial deals in the world. There is not a thing on this planet that can take her away from me. Not as long as she wants me and what we have. Which I pray is forever.
Chapter 19. Jenna.
The last 2 months have flown by. Reed and I are leaving town the day after tomorrow, and our parents are throwing us a combined engagement party and going away party tonight at the Manning's home. But getting ourselves out of this bed in the room at the lodge he rented us is proving to be harder than expected. Okay. Let's get out of this bed. Reed climbs out of the bed and reaches for me. I'm pretty weak and try to sit up but fall back. He laughs and scoops me up in his arms. I got you. Seems I've left you unable to walk. I hold on to him and lean my head on his sweaty chest that I love knowing he got that way with me. You have, you monster. He chuckles as he carries me to the shower. Monster, huh? As he places me on the seat on one side of the large shower, I smile at him. Well, the best kind of monster. Oh, like the Cookie Monster? He turns on the warm water, and it falls over my tired body. I nod. Okay, like the Cookie Monster. Only I'm going to call you my pleasure monster. His eyebrows wiggle. I like that. I'm your pleasure monster. Yeah, I like that. He pours some shampoo into my palm and some in his. We shampoo our hair, then he picks me up and I lean back as he holds me around the waist and lets the water rinse my hair out. His hand runs through it to help out, and then he pulls me up and kisses me. My head goes light. When our mouths part, I have to catch my breath. Okay, pleasure monster. Let me out of your magic arms so we can get going to our party. He lets me go and smiles at me. It really is magical, isn't it? It really is. And I hope it stays this way. The guests have already arrived, like I knew was going to happen. We're late to our own party, thanks to what happened in the shower too. I'm not complaining. I am going to have to figure out what we can do to learn how to end our intimate moments in a timelier manner and do life things. Otherwise, we'll never leave the house. A tall wall of lavender is built around the edge of the patio that surrounds the swimming pool where some of the guests have congregated. Other guests are in the house. I come outside to grab us a couple of beers, and as I lean over the cooler, I find I can hear a couple of male voices on the other side of it, and I can smell cigarette smoke. I don't pay much attention as I recognize the voices of the cousins, AJ and Lance. Then Lance says, "What do you think Rod will do when he finds out Reed took his girl?" I stop breathing. Then AJ says, "All I know is I'm not going to be the one to tell him. That dude has a wicked temper, and has been known to beat the messenger on occasion. He can find out on his own. You know, I talked to him a few weeks ago, and he's going to be home next week." My heart stops. Then Lance says, "Oh yeah? Is he coming in with that motorcycle gang he joined?" AJ answers, "Hell yeah. He doesn't go anywhere without them. Shit, he joined the club to protect him from his old boss. The dude caught him selling illicit substances out of the shop, and was about to turn him in if he didn't give him a cut of the profits. You know Rod wasn't about to do that, so he left. Went and found a gang to join." Lance says, "I thought Jenna knew about it. I mean, I know she had to put on a good act so no one else would know. But Rod had to have let her in on what he was doing." AJ says, "I don't know if he did or not. If he did, and he comes back to find her engaged to his brother, shit will hit the fan. Now, if he left her in the dark, then I don't blame the chick for moving on." Yeah, me neither. But we ain't Rod. He's got serious possession issues. If he did expect her to wait and she didn't, well, Too bad for her and Reed. That's all I'm saying, Lance says. And now he has this rough gang behind him too, AJ says. I can tell he's taking a drag off the cigarette as he pauses, and I can smell the stink from it. A stench I haven't had to endure in the last couple of years. I think he could be a real threat to the little lovebirds with that gang behind him. Hey! I hear Reed shout as he comes out of the set of French doors that lead out onto the patio. Need help, Angel? I turn back with the beers in my hand as I hear the men on the other side of the fence snicker. Then AJ says all she can get. And they break out laughing like a couple of hyenas, a thing Reed notices as they're loud. I hurry to him as he starts to go back there, and I stop him and pull him inside the house with me. We need to talk, Reed. He follows along. Go to my old bedroom. I walk through the living room with him right behind me, and we go to his room. As soon as he closes the door, I fall into his arms. They know where Rod is. He's joined a motorcycle gang. Who knows this? Reed asks in confusion. AJ and Lance. I heard them talking behind that wall thing. It was them you heard laughing. They were laughing because Rod was about to come back with his motorcycle gang. They were saying that Rod left town because he was selling illicit substances out of the shop he worked at. His boss found out and wanted him to give him some of the drug money. I guess Rod didn't want to, and that's the reason he disappeared. Reed looks pissed. Not afraid like I am. Just really mad. That selfish son of a gun. Well, Mom's no tramp, but you know what I mean. He hugs me tighter. Don't worry. We'll be long gone by the time he gets to town. I know that. But once he finds out about us, what if he comes looking for us? He could make one of your parents tell him where you live, you know. I search his eyes for any sign of fear, but there is just none. But he doesn't know the Rod I do. Reed takes me by the shoulders, as I'm sure he feels my body shaking. Jenna, stop. You know the mansion is a fortress. And the neighborhood isn't a place where a gang would be tolerated. They'd no sooner get to the first mansion in their motorcycle brigade than the cops would get called. I nod my head. I know he's right. But I have this horrible feeling. You won't let him get a hold of me, will you? He pulls me tight to him. No. Never, Jenna. He will never hurt you again. Not ever. And not right now because we have this party, but soon I want to know everything that went on with you two. Because you're much too afraid of him for nothing more than that one incident that happened when the cops were called to affect you like this. I nod, but don't really ever want to talk to him about what I allowed to be done to me. I can't believe he was selling illicit substances behind my back. I can't believe he didn't at least explain to me why he had to leave. I would have understood, and maybe I would have been heartbroken, but at least I would have known why he was leaving. And why couldn't he have taken me with him? Reed moves me back and looks at me with a very hard look on his handsome face. You don't realize how lucky you got when he left you, do you? I do, Reed. I really do. But so many questions went unanswered. I would have gone with him if he wanted me to. I belonged to him. I look away quickly as I realize I'm talking too much. What do you mean by that? Nothing. You know, the typical we belong together thing. It's stupid. I need to think about other things. This party. You and me, and our wedding. There are a lot of people out there. We need to get back to them. I try to pull out of his arms, but he won't let me go. Jenna, you don't want him back, do you? And please be truthful. I hate the way his eyes are drooping. I take in a deep breath. Reed, I love you more than I ever knew was possible. And please believe me when I tell you none of the things going through my head are anything close to wanting him back. I will never be going back to life the way Rod has to have it. My life is with you, now and forever. I swear that to you. And Reed, I want you to know that if you were in my life or not, I would not be going back to Rod. That's not the life I want or will allow ever again. Not ever. He looks a little relieved, but not completely. Promise me that you'll never be alone with him for any reason. I look him straight in the eyes, as this is the honest truth. That's an easy promise to make. I will never be alone with him, Reed. I'm not looking forward to ever seeing him again, much less giving him the chance to take his aggression out on me. Good. I don't trust him. Reed takes my hand and we leave his bedroom. As we walk down the dark hallway to the living room, a chill runs through me as AJ and Lance walk into the living room. Both men look down the hall as we walk out of it, and both have the oddest smiles on their bearded faces. Then, AJ gives Reed a little punch in the arm. So you really did it. You stole your big brother's girl. You sure have a lot of nerve, Reed. Reed narrows his eyes at his older cousin. AJ, just what were you out there smoking? AJ and Lance laugh, as the 8 or 9 family members who are in the living room stare at us all. Reed is a good 2 inches taller than AJ, and a foot taller than Lance. He's built so much better than they are too. I have no doubts that Reed could wipe the floor with both of them. But I don't want any of that crap at our party, so I say, come on guys. Give us a break. And please don't think anyone stole anyone. I was a very single woman these last couple of years. Then I tug at Reed's hand to get him to follow me outside. He does, but looks over his shoulder at his cousins. Or as he always calls them, Rod's cousins. But their words tell me that if that's how they look at this, then Rod will too. And that's going to be a problem.
Chapter 20. Read.
The moon's light is the only light we need, as Jenna and I hold each other in my parents' swimming pool at 2 in the morning. Everyone went home a few hours ago. My parents were dead asleep, and I found myself wanting to spend some time in the pool alone with my angel. After ditching our clothes, we jumped in, and now I have her back against the side as we kiss, and I hold her in my arms. So, when do you think you might want to officially become Mrs. Reed Manning? Her green eyes sparkle in the moonlight, and I find them so damn beautiful it physically hurts. Sooner than later, I think. Do you remember telling me you hoped one of our kids would have the dimple I have in my chin? She nods, and a blush covers her cheeks. The way you talked then, I did feel as if you were talking about a child you and I would have. It sent this odd sensation deep inside me when you said those words. And now look at us. Someday we really will have kids. Who knew? I wink at her. Me. I always knew one day the jerk would mess up too bad and that would end. Is that why you paid for my college? So you could keep tabs on me. She gives me a scowling look. Yes, I admit. The way her face goes all sweet and loving tells me my admission made her heart melt. Read how sweet. How romantic. I had no idea. I really didn't. I was biding my time. I knew it would come. But it was damn hard not to knock my brother out of my way. But I knew he had to really show you who he was for you to see you didn't belong with him. I love you, Reed, she says. Her lips move against my neck as she keeps her legs wrapped around my waist and her arms around my neck. Love is a word that isn't even strong enough for what we've found. But since I don't have a new one yet, I love you too, Jenna. I trail soft kisses down her neck and over her shoulder. We should probably get out and get going back to the room at the lodge, but holding her in this warm water feels too good to stop. Then a sound made me listen very hard. That sounds like a motorcycle, doesn't it? Jenna asks as we both look around to see if we can see any lights. But the backyard has so many privacy fences around it, we can't see a thing to tell us where the thing might be. I kiss her cheek to calm her as her body has gone tense. It's only one bike, and he's not due in until next week, remember? She nods. The sound of the motorcycle is gone now, and she wraps her arms back around me. I'm being silly. A light comes on in the kitchen, then the back door opens. Jenna turns in my arms to see who it is. Neither of us can see any more than a shadow. Shit. Jenna hisses quietly. Busted. I hold on to her from behind and whisper in her ear. Probably just Dad taking in a breath of fresh air, and he'll go back inside. Just be still and quiet. Then a lighter lights up, and it lights a cigarette. Dad does not smoke. Now it's me who hisses, "Shoot!" The outside light comes on as he takes a couple of steps out and triggers the motion sensor. It also makes the interior pool light come on as a safety thing, and now it's made us vulnerable. It takes a second for my brother's eyes to roam over us, and when they do, I see fire in them. He pulls his black leather jacket with the words "Brothers of the Scarlet Dragon" off and tosses it on the ground, followed by his cigarette. He's not saying any words at all. But his body is in full gear as he begins to walk at a quick pace toward the pool. Then I feel Jenna slipping out of my arms as she pulls herself up on the edge of the pool, running out to him. No. No, Rod. Stop. I hurry out after her. I manage to grab up my shorts and pull them on in a fraction of a second. Then I see Rod toss her to the side and she falls on her butt. He doesn't even look at what he's done to her, as he's focused only on me. Then I see her get up and run at him again from behind. Jenna, no. I yell at her. Get Dad. She runs toward the door, grabs a towel off the chair next to it, and wraps herself up as she runs inside. Rod goes right for my throat. I'm going to kill you. His words are spoken between clenched teeth. I avoid his hands and smash my fist into his stomach. He takes a step back with the punch, but it doesn't seem to affect him or slow him down at all. His left arm comes up, and I go to block it when his right fist slams into my face. I fall back with the punch, but quickly regain my balance and come at him like a linebacker. Catching him in the middle, I run forward and take his feet off the ground. I run with him until I hit something that has his breath pushing out so hard I can feel it. He grunts with the force, and I let him go. He falls to the ground but gets back up, and the way he comes at me has me walking backward, but not fast enough. His fist hits my mouth. It only pisses me off, and I throw a wild punch. It connects, and I see his cheek split. Then we both grab each other and wrestle, trying to take the other one to the ground. But we both stop and let go of each other as a loud gunshot stops us. We turn and find our father at the back door, holding a shotgun. The first one to raise a fist gets a taste of this. Jenna and Mom are behind him, and it seems Mom gave Jenna one of her nightgowns to cover herself up with. I look at Rod, and he looks at me. Then, we take a few steps away from each other. Jenna comes running out straight to me, until Rod says something that makes her stop dead in her tracks. His voice is low and threatening as he says, "You better rethink that, baby. You're mine, no matter what Reed thinks. And you damn well know that." Her face becomes very pale, and her body starts to shake. I take a step toward her, and she holds up her hand to stop me. "It's okay, Reed. I need to face this." Her voice is shaky, and I can tell she's scared, but she swallows hard. "I am not yours, Rod. You left me. And a day doesn't go by that I don't thank God you did. I am with Reed now. Not a damn thing you say or do will change that. I still have the paper, Jenna. You are mine, and you know that. It might take a bit of retraining to get you back to how I had you, but I will have you. And you damn well know that." He turns his head and spits in my direction. I'm not listening to any more of his shit. I start walking towards Jenna and take her hand when I get to her. "Come on, Angel. We're leaving." She falls in behind me as I pull her along, and I hear Rod coming up behind us. But Dad fires off another shot. "Leave her alone, son. She is my woman." Reed shouts, "How could you two allow this to happen? You both know who it is she belongs to." "Now, Rod," my mother says in her best mom's tone. "You left her. You left her without a word. She had every right to move on." "No, she didn't, and she knew that. He stays where he is since Dad has the gun, and I pull Jenna inside. I look over my shoulder at my mother. We're leaving in the morning instead of the day after." She nods. "I understand. Good night." I take Jenna out through the front door, put her in the passenger seat, and lock her door. Then I quickly get in the driver's side and leave my parents' home as fast as I can, and pray they don't let him leave right behind us. Or we'll have to bring the cops in on this. My head is spinning. Then Jenna just falls apart and cries like I've never seen her do before. She's sobbing uncontrollably. What did that creep do to her? I let her cry it out until we pull into the parking lot. Then I get her out of the car and carry her inside as she cries into my bare chest. Sitting on the bed with her on my lap, I stroke her damp hair. Jenna, it's okay. We're leaving in the morning. It'll all be okay. He knows now, and he can start to get over it. She shakes her head. It will be a long time before he gets over this. And he will try his best to stop this. I could see it in his eyes. I am his. You are not his. Shit. Jenna, you don't belong to anyone. Not even me. You are your own person. Don't let anyone tell you any different. I kiss her cheek and taste the salt of her many tears. I haven't cried like this in so long. I don't know how he has the power to make me this way. Weak and afraid. She takes in a deep breath, trying to stop herself, but it doesn't work and she busts out again. I hate him, Reed. The thought crosses my mind that he has done something so bad to her, she may need professional help to get over it. And that makes me furious at him. You can be weak right now if you need to be. I'm here for you. You fell when he threw you. Let me see if you're hurt. I lay her face down on the bed as she continued to cry softly. When I raise up the nightgown, I see her butt is scraped up and go to find something to clean it up with and see if we have any kind of ointment to make it feel better. In a bag of toiletries, I find some antibiotic ointment with a pain reliever and take that along with a wet washcloth back to her. I see in the mirror that my lip is busted, but I'll see to her first, then clean myself up. When I go back to her, I can hear that she's stopped crying and she seems to be asleep. I press the cloth to the scrape on her butt and she doesn't move, so I know she's asleep pretty deeply. I spread the medicine all over the wound and she turned her head. Her eyes open. Oh, it's you. Good. Who else would it be? I ask. Rod used to do that afterward. It's just that I was asleep and I guess dreaming and thought it was him. Rod used to do this to you after what, Jenna? My whole body is tense, as I don't know if I want to hear this or not. Never mind, Reed. I'm very sleepy. Then her eyes closed. I move her around to lie the right way on the bed. She's still wearing my mother's flower-covered nightgown, so I leave it on her, as she must be exhausted. As I go to clean myself up, I can't help but think about how this will all play out. Rod is not one to come around and play nice. Not ever.
Chapter 21. Jenna.
My body aches as I lie in bed and see the early morning light streaming through the white curtains of the small room Reed rented for us. I can hear him in the bathroom. He opens the door and smiles at me as I lie in bed. Hey there, sleepyhead. He comes and kisses my cheek. I thought I'd let you rest while I go grab us some breakfast from the cafe. How about a couple of breakfast tacos? Yes, that sounds good. I could use a few more winks before I get going today. I stretch a little, and he gives me one more kiss. I'll be back in about an hour so you can rest. I'll gas up the car and get ready to go to the airport. Sleep, Angel. He leaves and I hear the deadbolt lock and close my eyes. Softly, his hand runs over my back as I lie on my stomach. Back already? That didn't seem like an hour. I feel like I barely fell back asleep. I roll over and nearly have a heart attack. Rod? I have on a nightgown, but I grab the blanket and pull it up to cover myself even more. How did you get in here? I know the chick at the front desk, and she gave me a key. You and I need to talk. He stands up and pulls out his wallet. I watch him, and have no idea what I need to be doing to ensure not only my safety, but Reed's too. Rod pulls a folded piece of paper out of his wallet and opens it, then hands it to me. Remember when you signed this? I place the contract on the bed without looking at it, and look straight into his eyes. I do. I was a dumb kid then. I'm not anymore. The fact is, you wouldn't even like me now. So just be glad I don't want you back. A grin covers his heavily bearded face. His hair is really short on the sides and kind of long on top. He's covered in tattoos and his beard is thick and long. He barely looks like the same man. We both know I can get you back to the way I want you. He sits back down on the side of the bed. That's not a problem. Tell me why you left our home. I glare at him. How was I to keep it? And tell me why I would even want to. You left me without a word. Not a note, nothing. So why would I stay? And for over 2 years at that. Because you belong to me. I knew you went off to college, and I was okay with that. I thought you'd know about coming back here and getting a job until I came for you. You came back just like I knew you would. My plan was to come for you this summer and take you with me. Only you found my baby brother, didn't you? He reaches out to touch my face. I pull back so he can't. No. You do not touch me. I'm not going to allow you to touch me. Not ever again. You hurt me. You have no idea what your leaving like that did to me. I had no idea if you were alive or anything. I had to worry for what felt like forever. Then one day it went away, a little and a little more each day, until I just didn't think about you anymore. Why would you do that? I never stopped thinking about you. I never stopped dreaming about the day I could come get you and take you with me on the road with my gang. He smiles. You're going to have a rough time at first. The women are tough as shit. But I know you can gain their respect. You're tough and fearless. I shake my head. What makes you think I want to be a part of a motorcycle gang? I'm going to be a kindergarten teacher, Rod. I'm not biker chick material. You are my woman, and as such, you will be what I want you to be. So if I say you need to fit in with my new lifestyle, then you will do as I say. I will train you just like I did before. He reaches for me again, and I move away from him. You should leave before Reed gets back. You are mine. And I will show him that. He grabs my wrist and pulls me up to him. His face is too close to mine. I can smell the cigarettes and some kind of liquor, maybe tequila. If you think you're going to force yourself on me, you better know I will file charges on you. I swear it. You'll have to kill me for that not to happen. Get me? He lets me go and stands up with a laugh. See, you are tough. You just need to come back to me for a little while, and you'll fall right back into place. I'm marrying Reed. I'm not going to hang with you to see if I want that back, because I know I don't. To be honest, that was never the life I wanted. I accepted it because I was young and dumb, and I loved you for reasons I can't really figure out now. You were wild and dangerous, a thing no grown woman wants in her life. Not this one anyway. I shift in the bed and realize I don't have any underwear on. That makes me feel a bit vulnerable, but I try hard not to let my face show that. Rod looks down at me. Mom gave me the ring I gave you when I asked you to marry me, and you said yes. Want to explain to me why you gave it to her? Because I was done with you. I waited nearly a month at the house for you, and 2 more months at my parents' house. When I decided to go away to college, I wanted to leave it all behind me. So I gave the ring to your mother. It's a lot better than tossing the thing that, in my opinion, you didn't care at all about. I pull the blanket up even tighter around me. He pulls the ring out of his pocket. I'm here to get that ring off your finger, and this one back on it. You'll play hell doing that, Rod. I stare right into his eyes. You see, Reed will be back soon, and he will beat you up if he finds you here. And I will do everything I can to help him do that. I hold my left hand up next to my face. So jump if you feel froggy, jerk. His steel blue eyes light up and his eyebrows go up high. Wow. See, you are tough. And I made you that way. I do deserve a little appreciation, don't you think? You also made me have trust issues. You also made me have nightmares about how you strung me up for hours on end and did things to my body until I was crying and asking you to stop. His smile goes only over half his mouth. That was no nightmare, that did happen. More than a few times. What is it you recall, Jenna? I recall feeling weak. I recall thinking I had to make you happy because you weren't. I recall thinking that if I could just make you feel loved, you would soften up some. And for the last part of our time together, you were softer. Not entirely, but you weren't exactly that hard man you were in the beginning. But those things you did to me did scar me deeper than the flesh wounds you gave me with your punishments. His eyes narrow and he looks down. If things were better, and I was more like the man you wanted me to be, then why did you move on? With a sigh I say, because even the man you had become wasn't what I wanted. When I was 18 and started things with you, I had no idea what I wanted. All I knew was that you had wanted me for 2 years, and that was pretty awesome in my young and naive eyes. So you never wanted me. He looks at me with sad eyes. That look used to get me every time, but not this time. That would be a lie. I did want you. I did want to make you happy, and so I did the things you told me you needed. And still, you were with other women and left me without a word. So my heart hardened. I learned how to harden a lot of things thanks to your training, Rod. So now you will reap the rewards of a job well done. You wanted me to be hard, and now I am. And turned against me. Your owner. And if you think I'm going to let this go, you're very wrong. I'm going to leave, so I don't have to deal with my little brother. But you and I are not done. After picking up the contract off the bed, he walks toward the door, then stops and turns back. See you soon, baby. As I watch him walk out the door, all the strength in me fades away so quickly it's unreal. My body begins to shake, and I jump up and lock the door again. I also close the latch inside, so even if he uses the key, he can't get back in. I managed to escape that little interaction unscathed, but that was close. I think he could see in my eyes that I wouldn't go down easy. The tiger in me showed itself, I think. But I don't even want to know if I could actually fend him off or not. I'd rather never find that out. I go and pick up the phone to call the front desk, and hear a friendly female answer, "Hello. How can I help you this morning? Are you the skank who gave Rod Manning a key to this room?" I ask, trying to keep my tone sharp. No. She hung up, and I called the other number on the phone. The one that says if you have any problems, please call. Good morning, Arizona Lodging Corporation. How can I help you this morning? Hello, my name is Jenna Foster. My fiancé rented a room here at your Jerome location, and I'd like to report that the woman who is working at the front desk this morning gave a key to another man, and he entered our room. I suppose that's frowned upon in your business. Is it not? Oh my goodness. Are you okay, ma'am? I am. But the man she let in, and I have a very bad past. He used to beat me. So I was very scared. I'd hate to see anyone else go through what I just did. I can count on you to take care of this situation without my needing to involve the authorities, can I? Of course. I'll have the manager there soon, and that employee will be fired immediately. Your stay with us will be free of charge, of course. Please don't go to anyone else with this issue. I'd hate it if our lodging in Jerome got bad publicity for one woman's poor decision. Me too. I will be checking in with the manager before we leave a little later today to be sure this was dealt with. Thank you. Goodbye. Bye, she says. Then I hung up, feeling a little better about this thing. Where Rod is concerned, I will pull no punches. I will take everything illegal or bad thing he does and flip it around on him. If he thinks I'm going to go down all easy, he has another thing coming. Read or no read, I will never go down that path with Rod or any man ever again. Not ever. The room's phone rings again. I answer. Hello. Hello, Miss Foster. This is Lynette Jones, the manager here. I have Trisha Steen here with me, and she tells me she did not give anyone a key to your room. I frown and then get mad. Really mad. So you're taking her word over mine. I don't know what else I can do, Miss Foster. Tell me how many keys you have to this particular room, Mrs. Jones. She seems to be thinking. Then she says, we gave you and your fiancé 2 of them. That leaves 1 we keep up here in the key box. So 3. Look in the key box and see if that one is there, please, I say, looking over my fingernails as I wait. I can hear her tell the woman to open the box, so I add, I need you to look. Obviously, she will say it's there. Oh yes. Hang on then. The phone clanks a bit as she puts it down. I need to do that, Trisha. I hear clicking sounds and then I hear a gasp. Trisha, no. Disappointment fills her voice. Then I hear Trisha. Aunt Lynn, I didn't give it to him. I swear it. I don't know where the key is. Trisha, how could you? Everyone in this town knows about Rod Manning and Jenna Foster. Everyone knows about that time he pushed her all over their yard, and the police had to come. How could you put her in jeopardy like that? Trisha is stammering and making no sense. Then I hear her say, he made me. He told me he'd teach me good if I didn't give him the key. Then my heart aches for her. But it doesn't mean she should get off scot-free. When the manager gets back on the phone, she's apologizing like crazy. I stop her. Look, I know he's intimidating. I heard her, and I do believe her. But something has to be done to show her how she can handle something like that, if it ever happens again. So please see that some kind of measures can be taken to teach not only her, but also your other employees how to handle a situation like that. Perhaps something as simple as teaching them to say there are no other keys to the rooms. Yes, ma'am. And your stay is on us. There will be no charges at all. We were here 2 months, I say, as I can't possibly imagine them comping the whole time. I'm aware of that, and the entire stay is on us. Thank you for staying with us. When you visit again, I hope you will consider staying with us again. I am very sorry, and this incident will help us to form a protocol for just this kind of thing. I am so sorry, and so is my niece. Thank you. I'm sorry he did that to her. I hang up, and feel even more awful that he would do that to anyone just to get to me. Does he draw no lines?
Chapter 22. Read.
As I try to open the door to our room, I find the inside lock is latched. Read. Jenna calls out. Yes, it's me. She comes and opens it and nearly falls into my arms. Thank God. Are you that hungry, Jenna? I laugh a little as she wraps her arms around me. But then I feel her body shaking as she hugs me. I move with her, set the drinks and bag of food down, and pick her up. What's wrong? Rod. Then the tears start again. Jenna, you have to get a hold of yourself. You can't let him get to you like this. I run my hand through her hair. She takes her face off my chest and looks up at me. He was here, Reed. The girl at the front desk gave him a key, and he got in here. My body goes instantly hot. No way. That tramp is getting fired. I already took care of that, and we don't have to pay for our stay here. And the reason she did it is that he intimidated her into it. But they're going to figure out some way to train their employees not to let that happen again, she says, then buries her face back in my chest and wraps her arms tightly around me. What did he do to you? I hold her tight and fight the urge to leave to go find him. Nothing. He didn't do anything to me. Just told me he wants me back. That kind of thing. A shiver runs through her. Bet there's a lot more to it than that, I say as I hold her back and make her look at me. I need to know it all. What happened with you two in the past? Don't leave anything out. The way she looks up at me makes my heart hurt. I know it's bad, and I know she doesn't want to relive this, but I have to know. She moves off my lap, climbs under the blanket, and leans against the headboard. Reed, I'm afraid you won't be able to respect me if I tell you what I allowed. You were young and inexperienced. I promise you, there's not a thing you can say to me that will make me lose respect for you. I respect who you are today. That young woman is not you anymore. I wouldn't even ask you to do this, but I don't want Rod to think he can make you stay quiet about what he's done to you. I move around on the bed and give her my full attention. She bites her bottom lip. Then she looks down. Not long after we moved in together, Rod asked me to enter into a contract with him. A contract where he was the one in charge. It said in the contract that he owned me. The way my stomach tightens and rolls makes me want to throw up. I see. She keeps looking down. I wasn't going to sign it. I really wasn't. But he had another woman come to the house, and she was ready to take that offer. She was ready and willing to do whatever he wanted right then and there. So I told him I'd do it. I signed it and became his property. That's not even legal. But I get what you're saying. So this contract was for life then? I ask, and I have to fight nausea. She nods. And it came with rules and punishments for breaking them. And conditioning my body to accept pain. I run my hand over the blanket where her legs are. She can't look at me, it seems. Jenna, what did he do to you? That first night, right after I signed the contract, he bound my hands and hung me up on a hook he'd put up on the wall in our bedroom. A hook like you'd hang a robe on. Only robes never hung there. Only me. She has to close her eyes, and a tear runs down her cheek. I know this is hard. I run my hand up her arm and over her cheek to wipe the tear away. She opens her eyes but doesn't look at me. He got out his leather belt and told me to say the safe word only after the pain was enough to make me cry. I was able to take 5 lashes before that happened. And he was pleased with that. My heart is pounding, and I wish that was all he had done to her, but I know it couldn't have been. And after that, he was with me while I was still strung up. And while I was still crying. She closes her eyes again. That was not the worst thing he ever did to me. It was just the first thing. It sticks out because of that, I guess. So he hit you often? She nods. For the first few months of the contract, it was every day. To get my body in condition, he said. And when I made little infractions of his rules, it got more intense. Nipple clamps and collars that were tight and large. They made me very uncomfortable, you know. I can imagine. And you were incapacitated when he did those things? Yes, strung up so I couldn't get away from him. Do you remember that New Year's Eve when we all went to that bar and you left early? She asks me as she looks into my eyes. I do. I take her hand in mine and lace our fingers together. After you left, he made me go into the bathroom when that woman he was playing pool with went in. I had to beat her up. I busted her head against the sink and never felt worse about anything in my life. Not anything made me feel as bad as that did. But he was so proud of me for doing it. He told me he was making me strong and fearless. The kind of woman he needed. She looks away. What else has he made you do? He made me do it in places that were semi-public. Your family's bathroom, the men's room where he worked. The cafe where everyone in town eats. Behind the grocery store in the alley. I couldn't work, so he could call me to come to him when he wanted or whenever he felt the need. If I wasn't available for him, then he said he'd get it from another woman, and I didn't want that. That's why I made myself available for him. He's a very messed up individual. She nods. After that fight in the front yard when the cops came and I told the cop not to take him to jail, he changed a lot. He threw away the belts, the bonds, and the other things he used to hurt me. He stopped making me cater to him. He also let me do my online classes. Then he asked me to marry him, and everything was great. Her eyes cut up to mine. Nowhere near as great as one single moment you and I have shared. But great for me and Rod. But then he disappeared and left a hole in my soul. The contract was still there, always lingering in the background of our relationship. You belonged to him in your mind, didn't you? I run my hands up and down her arms. In my mind, I did. And with each day that passed after he left, that idea of belonging to him faded away. The reality of what life really is about started seeping in. Going off to college was the best thing I ever did for myself. I met this guy there, Cam. He helped me come to see that I had secluded myself. I pushed people away. I had no trust in anyone. With his help, I came out of the shell I had allowed Rod to put me in. Was he your boyfriend, Jenna? I feel pangs of jealousy. She shakes her head. No. He was a great friend. I think it was very important for me to make him my friend, and learn all men are not like Rod. All men don't want to control women. All men don't feel the need to punish. All men aren't out to hurt me physically or emotionally. I'm glad you had a friend like that. You became a very different person with that guy's help. I should send him a thank you card, I say with a smile. She looks at me. Can I be completely honest with you? My heart lurches as I have this deep fear she still has feelings for Rod, but I have to hear it if she does. So I nod and hold my breath. If this all comes out, Rod is going to say some things that are very personal about what we did. And I feel shame about everything that happened between us. I feel like a horrible person. And I am going to get someone you can talk to about what happened to you, Jenna. Someone who can help you forgive yourself for things that were beyond your control. You were young, and he took advantage of the fact that you had never been allowed to date. You had no idea what was normal and what was not. Her hands shake as she moves them through her hair. You're right about that. And I think it would help if someone who's been through that could help me understand why I'd react that way, and understand why I didn't leave. I had my parents to go to. But I never did. You told me to call you if I needed anything, and I never did. I had people who would have helped me. The thing is, I didn't want help. I didn't want out. And even when he first disappeared, I didn't want it to end. I pull her into my arms. I'm so sorry that he did that to you. So very sorry. Her hands move over my back and up to move through my hair. Take me, Reed. Take my mind back to me and you, and away from thinking about those days. Her hands move to the bottom of my t-shirt, and I hold my arms up so she can pull it off me. Then I take off the nightgown she has on, and toss it on the floor as I kick off my shoes. I stand up, get rid of my jeans, and pull the blanket back. Her body rises and falls with her breathing, and I find her to be beautiful. How my brother could do those things to her, I can't understand. She is an angel, and should never be hurt. I run my hands over her stomach and watch it quiver with my touch. She breathes out my name, Reed. I look at her to find her gazing at me. I love you, Jenna. Her hand runs over my cheek. I love you. You really have made me happier than I ever imagined I could be. The sick feeling her story gave me starts to fade away as her touch heals me. I hope my touch does something similar to her. You have made me happier than I knew possible, too. This woman is like no other, and no man will ever harm a hair on her gorgeous head again. Jenna, you're amazing. You are, she says, then leans over and kisses me, soft and sweet. And I thank God she gave me a chance.
Chapter 23. Read.
As Jenna sleeps in my arms, the calm our love starts to leave, and the fury at my brother creeps in. I leave her sleeping, put my clothes back on, and leave to pay my brother a visit. If he thinks he's getting away without me kicking his butt completely for what he did to her, he's very mistaken. As I pull up to my parents' house, I see both of their cars are gone, and his Harley is in the driveway, along with a small red car. As I go inside, I don't see anyone. So I go to his bedroom and open the door. Sprawled across the bed, without any clothes as the day they were born, are my brother and some woman with a red dye job. With a quick visit to the kitchen to retrieve a glass of ice water, I go back and toss it in his sleeping face. His eyes are open, and so are the women next to him. "What the heck?" she shouts as she sits up and grabs the sheet to cover herself. My brother doesn't say a word as he attempts to jump out of bed, but my hands meet his chest and shove him back down. "Nope, you just lie back there so I can set you straight. Jenna told me everything. The contract, the way you beat her, the way you treated her in ways that were inexcusable. And now I'm here to let you know she's mine now. You will never touch her again. You got me, bro. She is mine, and I have a contract that says that. I will get her. I will take her with me, and you will never see her again. Once I take her, I will never be coming back here. So take that and shove it, little bro." He smiles, puts his hands behind his head, and leans back, not even attempting to cover himself up. "If you want her so bad, why do you have this skank in your bed?" The woman glares at me, and I look right back at her until she looks away. Rod shakes his head. "I have needs, and Jenna's being difficult right now. None of your business, really. But you need to get it through your head that Jenna is mine. She always was. I took her versus card, and in the biblical sense, she is my wife." I laugh. "You know nothing about the Bible, Rod. Please don't even attempt to bring God into anything concerning you. After what you did to that poor girl, the only entity on your side is Satan." He smirks at me. "How much would you like to bet that if you gave me an hour with Jenna alone, I would have her back? Bet you aren't secure enough about what you think you have with her to do that. If you think I will ever allow that, you are truly insane. And the stunt you pulled at the lodge is a criminal act, you know." His eyes narrow at me. "I didn't hurt her." "You came into a private room without being asked to," I say, and find him smiling. "How do you know she didn't let me in, Reed?" "I know she didn't. She's afraid of you." He eyes me to see if I'll budge. "What if she did let me in? What if she does want to talk to me? Will you be man enough to let her?" I look right back at him. "She didn't let you in. She doesn't want to talk to you. And I am man enough to protect the woman I love. I will never let her talk to you alone, no matter if she begs me to. You messed her head up, and I'm going to get her help to understand why she allowed you to do the things to her you did. Now who's controlling her?" Rod glances sideways at the woman in his bed. She answers, "Sounds like he is." "Really? Bringing this tramp into this, Rod?" I roll my eyes. "Jenna doesn't want to talk to you. I'm not going to allow you another moment around her to intimidate her into thinking she wants to talk to you. I will get her back. And you can be sure she will stay red for a month for doing this to me. This is very humiliating. And I don't deal well with being humiliated, little bro." His hand runs up and down it. "See this? This has been all in that woman. This was her first, and it will be her last. And there's not a thing you can do about it. Stop that." Then he looks over at the woman. "Do it." She doesn't even hesitate to do what he said. "Rod." "Damn." I shout. "You can stay and watch or leave. Either way, this conversation is over, little bro." I turn to leave but say, "We're leaving today. Just so you know, if you ever come to our home in California, you will be arrested, as I'll be taking out a protective order against you with the Bel Air Police Department. Don't mess with either of us." With a slam of his door, I leave his bedroom and have the strong need to take a bath with how filthy the man is. I hear my parents coming in and go to them. "We need to talk. Your son has done horrible things, and you two need to know about them." Mom shakes her head. "Reed, please, I don't want to know. I've had my suspicions, but I don't want to know the details." Dad looks at her, then walks toward the back. "Come on, let's go outside. Sue, you have to deal with the truth." The three of us go out to the patio, and they sit down. I stand because I'm too pissed to sit down. Rod made a contract with Jenna just a little while after they moved in together. He's beat her, I say. Then my mother raises her hand like a kid in class. I give her a nod and she says, if they made a contract, then she was agreeing to let him do that, right? Isn't that how things like that work? My father looks at her with disapproval etched into his face. Sue, are you defending him? She shakes her head. Heavens no. But I am trying to say that Jenna was allowing it. I was over there one time, and he made her take off his boots and get him a beer. I was right there telling her not to do that for him, and she did it anyway. Some people want that in their lives. She stayed with him after that incident with the police coming when Rod threw her all over the yard. Mom, she was an innocent girl when he got a hold of her. She had no idea about what she was getting into with him and that contract. I start pacing, as I really didn't expect this out of my mother. That girl had plenty of people she could have gone to if she wasn't accepting of what he was doing, she says as she taps the tabletop. She could have left at any time. You have to admit that, Reed. You can't blame Rod entirely. She let him do it. Well then, can I blame Rod for pushing things so far as to go into our room at the lodge while I was gone and trying to get her back? I ask as I find my hands going through the air over my head as I yell. My father gave me a look and told me to quiet down. Then he says, son, you did take his fiancée. Did you expect he would take that well? Did you think he wouldn't want to talk to her? Did you think he wouldn't make an attempt to get her back from you? Great. Dad, he hurt her. Mom quickly interrupts, she accepted it. You know, you two are why he's the mess up he is. No matter what he has ever done, you two never really tried to correct his actions. You just said that was how he was. His temper was bad, so I needed to watch out. You guys told me that when I was young, and he'd beat the shit out of me. Just stay out of his way, you told me. And now that I'm telling you your oldest son beats women, all you have to say is she allowed it. I turn around and run my hand over my face in complete exasperation. Look, Reed, I'll talk to him, my father says. I can make sure he knows that kind of thing is the wrong thing to do. I turn back. And you think that will work? The man is all grown up now, Dad. There's no changing him. What I'd like from you both is a bit of backup. Tell Rod to leave me and Jenna alone. Mom shakes her head. As if he would listen to us. Just say it. He has no place to live. Tell him he can't stay with you if he bothers her anymore. I look back and forth at them and find my mother shaking her head. No, Reed. He's our son and he's been gone for years. I'm not about to tell him anything like that. I love Jenna. You know I do. But I won't put out my son because of something she allowed him to do to her. I won't do it. She's right, Reed. We can't toss him out. And you have to accept the consequences of your actions. You took your brother's girl. That was always going to cost you. And Jenna, for that matter. Dad looks right into my eyes. What were you thinking? I was thinking that I love her. I was going to come home the summer she graduated from high school and try to get a shot with her. I had eyes for her since she was 14, and I first saw her when we were in high school. Mom's nose wrinkles as she says, why did you take so long to let her or anyone else know that? I mean, you had the same shot at her as your brother did. Only he actually moved on to what he wanted. You sat back and missed your shot back then. And now I can see why he said those things about you being jealous when he asked Jenna to marry him. You were. I was angry, not jealous. I could see he wasn't right for her. She was a good girl. I had my ideas about what he was doing to her. But when she told me what he did, it made me sick, I say, as I hold my stomach because my whole family is making me sick right now. Mom tops it off as she says, yet she allowed him to do it, Reed. She may not be the woman you think she is. You might really think about that before you marry her. She has a dark side just like your brother. She was a mess when he disappeared. You should have seen her. She waited for him to come back. When most women would have never taken him back, she was more than ready to. They have a history and a connection, and there's not a thing you can do about that. My father looks at me. If they do get back together, I expect you to accept that. Screw that. I will never accept that. I will fight to the end for her. I will never allow him or anyone else to hurt her again. And if that's how you two feel, I don't know if this is the kind of family I want to be a part of. Our kids don't need grandparents with such hard hearts. So I guess this is goodbye. I slam back into the house and out the front door, barely able to think about all the betrayal by my parents. As I get into my car, I pound the steering wheel with my fists. Then I looked up, thinking about destroying Rod's bike. Only it's not here, and neither is that little red car that Tramp must have come in. In that instant, fear ran through me, and I hurried to get to Jenna. Please don't let anything bad happen to her. I press the gas pedal to the floor as I speed to the other side of our small town to get to the lodge. My heart is pounding after all my parents have said. What if Jenna really does want to talk to Rod, and she's afraid to tell me that? Would I let her? Could I let her talk to him without me around, at the very least? And what if she does want to give him another chance? She did wait for him when he left. She did stay with him when he did those things to her. Maybe she does have a hidden dark side. Maybe she's only telling me what she thinks I want to hear. But if that's true, then why does it feel like magic when we touch it? Or is that just me, and she's telling me she feels it too, but she's lying about that? I've wanted her for so damn many years, it could be just me. Am I some kind of a fool? Am I about to lose the woman I love because she doesn't really love me? Maybe she wanted me because I'm the next thing to Rod. Though we're complete opposites, she could see me as the closest thing to Rod she could get. But she seemed so afraid of him. She talked so strongly about not wanting him or that life back. I round the corner and see the lodge. Neither the little red car nor his bike are there, so I feel relieved. I can't wait to get Jenna and get out of this town. I leave the car and run inside to get her. She was sleeping when I left and probably still is. This is taking a toll on her, and I don't plan on letting her in on the fact my parents are being so casual about this. The door opens before I unlock it, and I push it back to find the sheets and blanket are pulled off the bed. I look around and see the only thing gone is Mom's nightgown that Jenna was wearing. "Jenna?" I shout. With no answer, I ran to the bathroom and she was not there either. She would not leave this room only wearing that. Even her purse is here. I look around and remember her cell phone being on the nightstand. It's gone. I called it and found it went straight to voicemail. So I leave a text telling her to call me as soon as possible. Then it hits me that Rod may have come and taken her. So I run to the office and find an older woman sitting at the desk. "Hi." I nearly shout as I come through the door. "Did you see a motorcycle come into this parking lot at all in the last hour?" She shakes her head. "No, sir." "Did you see a little red car?" Her brow furrows as she thinks. Then she nods. "Yes. It was here for a few minutes, then it was gone." "Did you see who was in it?" My heart is racing so hard I feel like I might have a heart attack. She shakes her head. "Sorry. Are you checking out today? I have a note here saying not to charge you, and that you two are leaving today." "I'm not sure yet. You see, my fiancé is missing from our room." "Oh my goodness. What are you going to do?" I look at her and feel like crying. "I don't know. Can you call the police for me and tell them to meet me in my room?" She nods, and I walk slowly out of the office and back to our room, praying Jenna is in there when I walk back in. But she isn't, and I fall to the floor as I know he has her. I have to find her.
Chapter 24. Jenna.
The smell of the spare tire, which I'm resting my head on in the trunk of some little red car I'm crammed into, is making me sick. I was abducted from our room by some woman with a horrible red dye job, along with Rod, and 3 other big men in motorcycle jackets, who put a gag in my mouth and tied me up. I'm trying to figure out how I'll get out of this situation. The sound of a phone ringing fills my ears. Then I hear the woman talking. Hey. Then I hear Rod's voice coming over the car's speaker system. You there yet? No, about 3 minutes away, she answers. I want her strung up in my room. Then leave her alone there until I come. Yes, master, she says. Chills run all through me as I hear her say the words he used to make me say. She is his backup. So why does he want me to? The car lurches to a stop as it slips on gravel. I hear the engine go off and one car door open and then close, so I'm pretty sure the other 3 men went off with Rod. The crunching of gravel crushing beneath big boots comes toward the car and the trunk is opened. The daylight streams in and I have to close my eyes. I only have on the nightgown I got from Reed's mother last night, as that's what Rod grabbed up and put on my body when they all came into the room and found me asleep. 2 huge bearded and tattooed men pull me out of the trunk, and one of them tosses me over his shoulder and takes me inside a big metal building. I look around and see maybe 20 bikers sitting around the building that has a bunch of tables and chairs in it. It resembles a bar, and there's dim lighting coming from beer signs that are hung on the walls. It smells like oil and gasoline with a heavy cigarette background. All heads turn to look at me. Yet not one person asks a thing about why there's a woman all bound up and gagged and being taken toward the back of the building. So I have no doubt that I will not find a compassionate person among this bunch of misfits. I'm taken through some door and tossed on a small bed that reeks of booze and cigarettes. It makes me sick to think this is how Rod is living now. The redhead comes in as the 2 Neanderthals leave. She comes to me, and I am helpless to get away from her as not only my hands are bound with bungee cords, but my feet too. She closes the door and looks me over. I don't know why he's so hung up on you. You're way too vanilla for him. I nod and she smiles, revealing a missing tooth just to the left of her front one. I mumble to try to get her to see I want to talk to her. But she looks away from me. I guess you and me are going to be like some kind of sister wives or some shit. Rod just sprung this on me last night. I had no idea we were coming to this tiny town for anything more than a road trip. Guess we were coming for you, Jenna Foster. The Jenna Foster that I am constantly compared to. You must have done things so great for the man to whom I belong. I shake my head and mumble again, in an attempt to get her to at least set my mouth free. She looks at me with a lot of unanswered questions clouding her expression. Then she comes to me. Taking a knife out of her tight leather jeans pocket, she runs it up behind my head. The gag goes loose and I spit it out. Thank you. Don't. I just want to hear you tell me I'll be his number 1 woman. You can sit back and be quiet and stay out of my way, and maybe we can coexist with Rod. She folds her arms in front of her and leans against the wall. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be with him. I don't know what he told you, but he left me. I wasn't good enough for him, obviously, or he'd have taken me with him. She looks me all over and makes a face that has it all squished up. You look like a damn teacher or something with that drab little hairstyle you got going on. And why in the hell does a woman your age wear old lady nightgowns? This isn't mine. I put it on last night when Rod caught me and his brother in the swimming pool naked. His mother gave it to me to cover myself. And I am going to be a school teacher. A kindergarten teacher, to be precise. Her eyes narrow. Fantastic. So my sister wife is a normal, boring woman. That's just going to work out so great. Not. I try hard to think about what to say to get her to see it's best to let me go. Look, I need your help. What's your name? Rod nicknamed me Sweet Thing. Her smile tells me she's very proud of the fact he gave her that name. "'Kay, Sweet Thing, I need your help. If you could find it in your heart to just let me go, then I'll disappear, and you can have your life with Rod." I make sure to sound like I'm pleading with her. But it does no good, as her face is hard as a rock and she shakes her head. He'd string me up and beat me non-stop for 3 or more hours if I did that. If you know the man like he claims you do, then you know I can't do that. And I'm not a girl who goes around doing good deeds, anyway. Yeah, you don't look real helpful, I find myself saying out loud, though I had no intention of doing that. Look, tramp. She comes closer to me, shaking the knife near my face. If it wasn't for Rod and how he is about you, then I would cut you up right now. But he will hurt me if I harm a hair on your head. He told me that himself. But I won't let you get away with talking about me at all. Sorry. That was way out of line, sweet thing. It's just that I really need to get out of here before he gets here. Once he does, I know he'll make damn sure I don't. You got that right, she says, then grabs an open, half-drunk beer off the small table in the little room. I throw up a little in my mouth as she takes the rest of it in one long drink. She burps and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, then sets the empty brown bottle back down. I know you're not liking this, sweet thing. And you have to realize that you will really hate it when you have to share Rod if you get a chance to do so. He and I had a really hot connection. He's going to want to be with me a lot. We used to be intimate 3 and 4 times a day. It's been over 2 years since he's touched me. I'm sure he's not going to come out of this room for days once he gets here, I say, and watch her face fall. Damn, she says, then looks around the room. The bed's too small for the 3 of us. He'll probably make me sleep out in the bar. Damn. Why did he have to find you? Let me go and you won't have any problems. If you don't, you will lose him to me. I can promise you that. He'll make you a slave to both of us. I know he will. I don't want to see that happen to you. I watch her as she slides her back down the wall and lands on her butt. She puts her face in her hands and shakes her head. I know that too. But if I let you go... I interrupt her. If you let my legs free and reposition the bungee cord holding my hands together, then hang me on that hook. I can see it's low enough that I can use my feet to climb up the wall. I can get off the hook all on my own and escape. It won't be your fault at all. That'll never work, she says as she keeps her head in her hands. It will. I heard him tell you to string me up. He told you to leave me alone here after that. If you give me the heads up about a back door or window, then that would make it easier for me too. You know how things are going to work out if he gets me. I'm like his favorite toy, and if I have to live with him, then I will become all he wants. I did before. It helped me to be punished less and treated better. I know how to work the man now. It won't take me any time at all to have him eating out of the palm of my hand. She moves back up the wall until she's standing. There's a back door. When you walk out of this room, turn to the right and stay close to the wall and no one will see you. The door is behind a wall. You'll only have to open it as far as you have to get out. It will let in some light, and somebody might notice that. Is there any way you feel like telling me what direction will get me back to town? I ask, hoping like crazy that she wants to be a little more helpful. If you can get to the front of the bar without being seen, that's the quickest way. But chances are that if you're walking up that road, Rod will be coming down it. If any of the gang sees a woman walking down the road in a nightgown, chances are they will grab you and bring you right back here, she says, then nods her head. Yeah, you better just run out the back and keep going in that direction. You'll come upon some house, I'm sure. Eventually, anyway. The woman pulls my cell phone out of her pocket and sets it on the table. Then she comes and takes the cord off my ankles, then releases the cord around my wrists. Thank you, I say as I shake my hands and wiggle my feet to get the blood flowing back into them. Take these with you. I don't want him finding them and putting 2 and 2 together. I'm going to tell him I had you bound up and strung up, and have no idea how you got free. He didn't see me take your phone, so he won't know about that. She looks into my face and seems to be searching it. How'd you take it when he left you like that? Very badly. But I thank the Lord every single day that he did. I got myself back. And I don't want to give myself back to him ever again. Not ever. I look into her eyes and see the lost look she has, very much the way I looked when I was with him. "Good luck," she says, then turns away from me. "You're going to need it." Then she walks out of the small room, and I get up, grab my cell phone, and peek out the door. I find it dark, and no one is looking my way, so I slip out the door and stay close to the wall. Slinking against the wall, I spot the door she told me about, and once I get to it, I slip out of it and start hauling ass as I have never run before. It's just desert out here. Cactus and hot sand are all I see, and my bare feet are already burning. I keep running and look at my cell phone and see there's no service. Of course there isn't, that would be too easy. Far away, I can hear the sound of motorcycles coming down the road and somehow increase my speed as I have a feeling it's Rod. When he finds me not in his room waiting for him to pour on the punishment for daring to leave him, he's sure to come out that back door and come looking for me. So I keep running, and it occurs to me that my footprints are left in the sandy soil, but there's not a damn thing I can do about that. I just pray all those years of his cigarette smoking will keep him from being able to run for as long as I can.
Chapter 25. Jenna.
My body is past hot. I'm getting tired and can't run anymore. If Rod is following me, he's so far back that I can't see or hear him. It's been a whole hour since I got out of there, and still I've yet to see any signs of a house or civilization at all. But in the distance I can hear what sounds like chickens. So I veer to the left a bit, and go toward the sound that should mean someone lives near the chickens I'm hearing. The sound of a small dog barking as I get closer to the chickens has me picking up speed as hope fills me. The little yapping dog comes out of nowhere, yipping at me. It's small and ugly as sin, but damn, I'm glad to see it. I crouch down. "Here, puppy. Take me to your home, puppy." It slows down and comes timidly up to me with its tiny tail wagging away. I pick it up and pet him. "Oh, you're so ferocious, aren't you? Want to take me to your home, puppy?" I put him down and followed him as he went back to where he had come from. Suddenly, I feel a lot better, and it occurs to me that I might just make it out of here intact. The chickens come into view, and so does a rickety shack. But the old shack has a new satellite dish on the wavy roof, and that's good luck to me. A screen door is about halfway off, but I knock on it anyway. "Hello," I call out to whoever may be inside. "What?" I hear the voice of an old woman. I take 6 fast steps backward, as a short, round, white-haired woman with one eye shows up on the other side of the door. "Oh. Hello there. I need some help." "Why?" she says with a snarling sound in her old crotchety voice. "I was kidnapped and needed to make a call. Do you have any satellite reception in there?" I ask as I peek around her to see if I see anything that tells me the dish on the roof is working. "I don't know what you're talking about." She turns around abruptly. "Stop pushing me, Roland." I don't see anyone behind her. "Who?" She spins back and throws the squeaking door open. "Come in. For goodness sake, it's 111 degrees out there." She waddles off mumbling, "Not a brain in her head it seems, Roland." Incredibly, I saw a small Wi-Fi router and was in a hurry to see if my cell phone could pick it up. I find there's a code I need for it. "Ma'am, what's the code for your Wi-Fi?" "My what?" She spins back and stops, and I nearly run into her. "I don't know what she's talking about, Roland. So shut up." I look around to find who the hell she's talking to, and shake my head when I find no one. I point to the little router with the green blinking lights. "That machine has a code. Do you remember what it is?" "Hell's bells, where are my manners? You want some eggs, little girl?" She hops on one foot to a tiny kitchen. "Are you hurt?" I ask as she wasn't hopping before. "Land's sake. Hurt. Do you need a bandage?" "I don't have any, but if you need one I can ask Roland to get you one from the store." She opens a little brown box, pulls out 2 eggs, cracks them into a cloudy glass, and hands it to me. I take it and smile nervously. Thank you. What is wrong with this woman? Instead of asking her anything else, I go to the router and look at the bottom of it. Sure enough, someone has written a code there. Thank God. I put it into my phone, and I have service. Quickly, I swipe Reed's name, and his voice makes me fall to my knees. Jenna? Reed, I say, and I have to hold back the cries I want to set free. Thank God. Jenna, where are you? He asks. I don't know for sure. Right now, I'm at a woman's house. But he will find me soon, I know it. My footprints are in the sand, and all he has to do is follow them to me. Ping your location and I'll find you. My heart pounds as I have real hope he'll come and save me. Okay, Reed, hurry. I will. You do whatever you have to, if he shows up. See if that person has a gun. Shoot the son of a gun if you have to, Jenna. I'll be there soon, he says. Then I end the call so I can send him my location. Ma'am, do you have a gun by any chance? She closes her one good eye and presses her thumb to her chin. Then she walks away and opens a door on the side of the one-room shack. What kind do you need? I walk over and look into the room that's full of things. 3 of those things are guns. Big shotguns. Watching where I step, as there's a lot of crap in the tiny room, I grab the guns and see 1 box of bullets. I pick them up too and go back to her. She swats at the air and shouts, "Tarnation, Roland. Stop pulling my hair." With a shake of my head I ask, "Is Roland your husband?" "No." "Are you blind?" She spins in a circle 3 times then stops. "He's my cat, goofy woman." She thinks I'm goofy? "So it's just you and your cat who live here?" I ask as I take a seat on a rickety old chair with a half-broken seat. I've never shot a gun or loaded one, but I'm about to learn how really quickly. I'd ask the old woman, but I doubt she'd tell me the right way. She must be clinically insane. "Me and what cat?" she asks as she sits Indian style on the old wood floor that has more than a few holes in it. "Roland," I say and roll my eyes. "Reed, hurry up before this woman takes me to crazy town with her." "Scat!" she screams and throws her hands up in the air. They flail around her head. "You okay?" I ask as I sit here and just watch her. She stops and looks at me with her one eye squinted. She doesn't say a word as she looks at me for a long time, then whispers, "I see dead people all the time. You don't scare me." "I'm not trying to scare you," I say, and finally figure out how to open the shotgun and find a shell already in the chamber. "I see you keep this one loaded." "Why does a ghost need a gun anyway?" she whispers. "I'm not a ghost. I'm a woman who is being sought after by a crazy motorcycle-riding lunatic. That's why I need a gun." I put that one down very carefully on the floor and picked up the next one to find it was loaded as well. And so is the third one. She shivers and runs her hands over her chubby arms. "I had a dog one time." "You have a dog right now," I remind her. "When was the last time you remembered to feed him?" "Feed what?" She looks really confused, and that takes some doing with only one eye. I sigh. "Your dog." "Dog? I have a cat. His name is Roland." "I know that. You also have a dog. One who needs to eat." I hear the chickens going crazy outside, take the gun in my hand and hurry to look out the back door. My heart is pounding as I think I might have to shoot Rod or some other member of his gang. It slows a bit as I see it's just the little dog killing one of the smaller chickens. So that's how he's managing to stay alive. Scanning the area I came from and seeing nothing, I think the dog will bark if it hears anyone coming. So I relax a little. I turn when I feel tugging at the back of my nightgown. The woman is there, pulling on it. "I like this snazzy dress." "I sure do. Want to trade for something I got?" "You're a bit shorter than I am. I kind of need this." I walk away and take a seat on the floor so she can have her own chair. She perches on the broken chair and pulls her white hair up with her fists. It makes it stand straight up off her old wrinkled head. "I think you and me look a lot alike." My eyebrows go up as I look at her. You do? I do, she says, then licks her fingertip and runs it over one of her very bushy white eyebrows. Once I was a showgirl. You were? I ask and find myself smiling at the thought. Well, showgirl might be a little fancy for what I was. She looks all around, then leans toward me as she whispers, I used to take my clothes off for money. I used to be rich. I'm kind of shocked and kind of not. So what happened? I bit this guy, and he hit me in the eye so hard he busted it. I was ugly then, and no one wanted me. I got thrown out of the house, and all I could afford was this place. So I bought it, and some chickens took my cat Roland, and found myself living in the Arizona desert. Alone. That's heartbreaking, I say. When my fiancé comes, we can take you to a woman's shelter where you can get some help. And some nice people will come and get your chickens and your dog, and make sure they all go to good homes. Won't that be nice? You'll sleep in a nice comfy bed, and get to take a bath. You're a friendly ghost, she says. I like friendly ghosts. Scat. I jump as she screams the last word. And you can get some help with your problems too. Maybe some nice illicit substances to help you not live in an alternate universe. I give her a smile, and don't know if they make anything that would really help her not be crazy. The dog starts barking. I jump up, run to the door, and see he's running around the house to the front. I run to that door. As I throw open the door, I see Reed's rented Mercedes pulling up and running out to him. He skids to a stop in the sand and jumps out. His arms hold me tight, and I let the tears loose. Reed? Jenna, I have you now. I have you, my angel. His lips touch the side of my head as I cling tightly to him. The sound of the shotgun going off has me letting him go. I turn and see the crazy woman pointing the gun up in the air. Scat, she screams. You kids get in here before the vultures come back. She's not all there, I say. You think? He asks as he takes my hand and walks around the car to put me in the passenger's side. Reed, we need to take her to get her some help. He rolls his eyes. I'll get her. What's her name? With a shrug I say, I don't know. Great. He turns back to look at her. Hey, come here a minute, ma'am. She tosses the shotgun to the side and pulls at her hair. I do believe she thinks she's fixing it. One hand goes to her hip as she tries her best to saunter, it seems. So you'd like my services, would ya? I get back out of the car. No, he does not want your services. Remember, we're taking you somewhere nice. I told you that just a few minutes ago. She walks right up to Reed, and I flinch as she grabs him. He moves back just in time to avoid the grasp. Hey. I go take the old woman by the arm. This is my man. Okay. Now let's get you in the car, and to a place that will be much safer for you. I take her to the back seat, and once I get her inside, I get back into the passenger's side and take in a deep breath, then cough and gag as I realize the woman smells awful. Reed looks over at me. The rental company is going to charge me to clean this thing. You know that, right? I nod and smile. But at least we'll both know we did a good deed. He pulls back out of the dirt driveway, and we head for town. I can't wait to get out of this damn state. I'm going straight to the police station, he says, as I hear the old lady singing some song in the back seat. I was told to take you in so they could get you to press charges on Rod and his gang for kidnapping. Reed, do I have to? That will mean a trial and seeing them all, and I don't want that. I just want to go to California. Please, Reed. I'm tired, and if I start something here, it'll mean coming back here over and over. He gives me a look like it's not a thing he wants, but he nods. Then tell them you don't want to press charges. But if Reed makes it to our home somehow, we will press charges. Okay. Okay, I say and lay my head back on the soft leather. Tell your mom I'm burning this nightgown, and I'll buy her a new one. This one's had it. Yeah, I'm not talking to my parents. I don't know if I ever will again, he says, and I pick my head up and look at him with my jaw dropped. What the hell happened with them?
Chapter 26. Read.
With Arizona far behind us, Jenna and I relax as we sit in a bathtub full of hot water. The trip home went pretty fast, and now I'm feeling much better, as I have her back in the mansion. I told her about my parents and their take on the whole Rod thing. She thought we should stop by after we left the police station and talk to them to see if they had changed their opinion at all since he showed his true colors and kidnapped her. But I just wanted to get her home. I think if their opinions had changed, they'd have given me a call. Her hand runs over my leg as she lies back on me in between my legs. I'm glad that old lady was taken to the hospital and then to a nursing home. That was very nice of you to pay for all that. Well, she was kind of like your crazy angel in the middle of the desert. It's the right thing to do. She'll like the nursing home much better than that shack, I bet. I run my hand through her wet hair and kiss her neck. I'm so glad you're back in my arms. I was a wreck when I found you gone. You a wreck, she says with a light laugh. Never. I run my hands down her arms. Yes, me. A wreck. Jenna, I still think it would have been best to press charges on him. Read, please. The whole thing is so upsetting. I just want to forget about him, and all of the things that were going through my mind about what I would have to do if he made it to that room before I could get away are haunting me. I just have to push it all away. I can't deal with it. I just can't. Her body shakes as she shivers. Okay. Don't think any more about it. I kiss her neck and lay my head back on the cool porcelain. What she must have been getting ready for, as she was thinking about what he was going to do to her once he got to her, had to be horrible. I can't imagine. Or I don't want to, anyway. I lean up, take some shampoo and wash her hair. I'm going to pamper the hell out of her. She must have been getting ready to get beat up for hours. Thankfully she got away, and I got to her in time, so she's enjoying a nice hot bath instead. I think Rod needs a beating for what he did to her. And for what he was going to do to her again if she hadn't managed to talk that other girl into helping her escape. Her hand is shaking as she reaches out to take the glass of wine I poured her. I put my hand in the water to get the suds off. Let me. I get the glass instead and put it to her lips. She takes a drink, then says, "Thank you, Reed. Thank you for everything. I don't think I can ever repay you for all you've done for me. Your love is more than enough. And I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for making me the happiest man in the world." And then she starts really shaking as I rinse her hair out. Reed, I was so afraid I would have to sleep with him to get him to trust me. I was so damn afraid. But I was ready to do whatever to get him to trust me, and think I was going to go back to him willingly. That way he'd let me have a bit of freedom, and then I could run. Run back to you. My heart aches, and I hold her tight to me. Jenna, just put it all out of your mind for now. I'm going to hire a therapist who deals with things just like this to help you. You will never be alone to handle this on your own. I'll be with you every step of the way. She turns in my arms, and I see the unshed tears in her pretty eyes. Reed, what happened to him to make him the way he is? I wish I knew. Rod has always been wired differently. I'm pretty sure he has some kind of disorder, and my parents didn't help anything with the way they treated him. He should have had some kind of evaluation done when he first started exhibiting that type of behavior. I kiss her forehead. Ready to get out of the tub and into bed. I'll bring dinner up and feed you. Then we can do whatever you want to. Sleep, watch television, talk, whatever you want to do, Angel. She looks up at me and sighs. Do you know what I really want to do? I shake my head. No. I want you to take me to the bed. She moves her hands up my arms, and then she takes my face in them and kisses me. It's an easy kiss, and I can tell she's gathering strength from our connection. It's deep and magical and healing. I run my hands over her back and pull her to me even more. Her mouth leaves mine and she smiles. I knew that would make me feel better. So what do you say? Want to take your fiancée to our bed? Without uttering a word, I get up and pull her up with me. Then I take her in my arms, get out of the deep jetted tub, and wrap her in a fluffy white towel. She is mine to protect now. And now that I know the extent my brother will go to hurt her, I'll have to amp up just what I need to do to protect this woman from him. Lying her back on our bed, I look down at her and smile. Ready to let the magic happen? More than ready, she says. Our ragged breathing is all I can hear until she whispers, I love you, Reed. I love you so much. I kiss her forehead. I love you more than you'll ever know, Jenna. Then I roll off her and pull her to lie on my chest. Her heart is still pounding hard in her chest, and I can feel it against mine. Her lips touch my chest as her hand runs over my chiseled abs. I'm the luckiest girl in the world. I rub her shoulder. And I am the luckiest man in the world. And our life together will be like a fairy tale, she says, then sighs. It will. You're my angel, and I'll always treasure you. I run my fingers along her backbone. She shivered with the chill it gave her. Hold me all night, Reed. Don't let me go. Okay? I will hold you. Don't worry. Just sleep. I won't leave you for a second. I swear it to you. I kiss the top of her head. Her heart slows down to a normal rate, and her breathing gets deeper and slows too. My heart aches for her. What she must have thought when they busted into that room, waking her up so she found 4 people there to take her. No clothes on. And I was nowhere in sight. I should have never left her there alone without telling her a thing. And now the burden of that is on my shoulders. I don't know how I would have ever lived with myself if he'd gotten to her. It would have destroyed me for sure. Thinking about what might have happened isn't a thing I usually do. But to know she would have been beaten, and that, although she was preparing herself to give her body to Rod, she didn't want to do it. And it would have been all my fault for leaving her alone in the first place. From now on, I'm keeping her right by my side until I figure out how to get Rod permanently out of the picture, hopefully without taking his life. I'm not a murderer. But if he had managed to get to her and hurt her, I think I could have easily killed him, brother or not. I don't think I'd have been able to stop myself. Thankfully, it didn't happen like that, and I can fall asleep in this near fortress of a mansion and know I have her safe in my arms. Safe and sound and sleeping like a baby. And now I can fall asleep too, and tomorrow I'll start to look for someone to help us both mentally and physically to rid us of Rod and his threat to us.
Chapter 27. Jenna.
2 months have passed since the ordeal Rod put me through, and thankfully we've heard nothing about him. I talked Reed into calling his mother, a thing he fought me on. She told him that Rod had left with his gang a week ago, and she had no idea where he was again. With his whereabouts unknown, Reed hired a bodyguard for me so I could lead a somewhat normal life and not have to cling to him all the time. Also, our therapist said it was very unhealthy for me to become so dependent on Reed. And it was she who came up with the bodyguard idea. I like Sam, my bodyguard. He's quiet and unobtrusive. And very huge. I believe those are good qualities in someone you want to keep you safe. He's sitting in the hallway like he does every day. I do student teaching at a small private school in Bel Air. I'm working under a teacher who's been doing this for 15 years, Lila Peterson. The kindergartners are out to lunch, leaving us alone for a bit. We clean up the messes, while we wait for them to come back and mess it all up again. So I saw your wedding announcement in the paper, Jenna. You sure do stay tight-lipped, young lady, she says as she picks up all the Barbie dolls which are strewn all over the classroom. I roll the large toy dump truck back to its place with the other trucks and say, I have my reasons for being so quiet about my personal life, Lila. I assure you. I wasn't happy that it made it to the paper. That was Reed's mother's doing. Reed Manning is a well-known real estate billionaire. So why are you still planning on being a teacher? I mean, you don't have to. She kicks a small soccer ball back to the ball bin. I want to, though. I want my own thing. I want to have my own interests. I'm not looking to become a spoiled housewife. I spot a wad of pink chewed-up gum underneath the desk and shake my head. How did the little imps manage to get gum past us? Lila hands me the butter knife she keeps in the desk drawer for just such an occasion. Here, use this to get it off. And what I would give to be a spoiled housewife. My husband works at one of the oil refineries and has since we married 17 years ago. Our 3 kids are all in their teens now and wreaking havoc, most likely as we speak. They all remind me of my rowdy brother, Spike. The thought of our kids having any of Rod's ways makes me shake. That can happen? Kids can come out like your sibling? God knows my husband and I never acted the way they do. My brother was always doing whatever the hell he wanted to, no matter the consequences. And all 3 of mine do the same damn thing. I just hope none of them go as far as he has and joins a motorcycle gang. My heart stops. What? My brother Spike. He joined this motorcycle gang based out of Ohio. He found them at some biker rally in Sturgis, Wyoming, about 3 years ago. She takes the knife I hand back to her and places it back in the drawer. Really? I try not to look like I'm freaking out, and truth be told, I don't know why my insides are quivering. What's the name of the gang? The Brothers of the Scarlet Dragon, she says, and I stumble backward. You sure? I ask as I hold my hand over my heart. She looks at me with an odd expression. Yes? Why do you look like that? You just went about 5 shades of pale, Jenna. I shake my head. Nothing. No reason. I sit down on one of the tiny chairs, and my knees go up to my chin. You don't happen to know where that gang is right now, do you? Her eyes move over me as she says, I talked to him last week. They were about to go on a road trip. Did he say which direction they were heading? I ask, and I look at her to find her looking quite confused. She shakes her head. I didn't ask. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe I'm coming down with something. I should probably call it a day. Do you mind? I get up, realize I'm shaking, and run my hands up and down my arms. No, you should go. I'll see you tomorrow, she says as I grab my purse out of the closet and leave without saying another word, because if I open my mouth again, I think I might cry. I look at Sam as I walk out, and he gets up and follows me. He drives me everywhere I go to alone now. He opens the car door so I can get in. Where to, Miss Foster? Home, please, I manage to get out without falling apart. My hand shakes as I pull my cell phone out of my purse and call Reed. What's up, my angel? He asks as he answers. Can you come home? Of course I can. Are you on the way there already? School's not out yet. I left just a minute ago. I don't feel well. I'll talk to you about it at home. I'm on my way now. Have Sam stay there until I get there. I will. I end the call and try to stop shaking, but I can't. I don't know how long I can live this way. Part of me wants to confront Rod and tell him to leave me alone and let me live my life. But another part knows that won't work anyway. The fact that I'm with his brother is the thing pushing him so far over the edge, and I know that. If I had moved on with anyone else, I doubt he'd have gone as far as he has. Traffic isn't bad at all in the middle of the day, so I find we've made it back to the mansion as Reed is pulling in right behind us. Sam comes around and opens the door for me. I'll make a quick check around the grounds since Mr. Manning is here. I give him a nod, and he talks to Reed for a minute, then takes off on his walk around like he always does to make sure there have been no breaches. I lean into Reed as he comes to me and wraps his arm around me. Okay, what has you all upset? I can see it written all over your gorgeous face, Jenna. The teacher I'm working under has a brother in the same gang Rod's in. I watch his face go red. Damn it. You'll have to find another place to work. He takes me inside, and we sit on the sofa just inside the door. He pulls me onto his lap, and I bury my face in his wide chest. I hate this, Reed. I hate that he has this much control over my life. It's not fair. I do too, Jenna. But we have to play it safe all the time where he's concerned. If he ever got to you. He stops talking and sighs. His lips press against the top of my head. I know. My heart pounds as his hands run over my arms. I know the therapist told me to stop blaming myself, but how can I when I know if I would have just moved sooner, then you wouldn't be in this state? No reason to do that to yourself. We can't go back in time? Remember that little thing she told us to say to ourselves every time we go to that place in our head where we think about the past and what would have happened if we'd done things differently? I pull my head off his chest and look at him. His blue eyes are stormy looking as he runs his hand through my hair. I know. I'll stop. The fact is that I should have left when he asked me to sign that damn paper. I knew that's what I should have done. But when that little skank showed up, I went and made the wrong decision. I brought this all on myself. And someday, I will have to figure out how to end it. Once and for all, I will end this shit with Rod. I get off his lap and take his hand. I haven't eaten a thing today. Want to take me to lunch? He nods and takes me out to his car. Sam comes walking out of the shrubs next to the front entrance. It's all clear, sir. Sam, you can take the rest of the day off. I'll have Jenna with me. Reed opens the passenger door and I get in, then he closes it behind me. The two talk for a minute, and then Reed gets in the driver's side. He's going to talk to that teacher you work under, and tell her you won't be going back. He's also going to get her brother's phone number, and try to track his phone with some software he has. That way, we'll have an idea where the gang is most of the time. The thought of having to track people just to feel safe bothers me. That's kind of invasive to do to someone who knows nothing about that. Don't you think? Jenna, I don't care about how invasive it is. I need to keep you safe, and I will do whatever it takes to do that. If Rod gets you, it will destroy me. He reaches out and takes my hand as he pulls out of the iron gates that have slid open for him. This is really no way to live, I say. For either of us. You shouldn't have to live this way, Reed. If we weren't together, you'd be able to live normally. None of this crap would be happening in your life. You could live without a bodyguard on your payroll. No invasion of anyone's privacy would be necessary. Don't even talk like that. I lived a life without you in it. It wasn't as good as life is with you by my side, Jenna. I don't regret making you part of my life. Not for 1 second have I regretted it. He squeezes my hand. Do you? How do I tell him that I do have regrets, but only because of how I'm affecting his life? Instead, I shake my head. Of course, I don't have any regrets about you, Reed. I love you, and my life has been so much better with you in it. 1,000 times better. But you have to admit this is difficult. Nothing worth it is ever easy. I can take all that comes with having you in my life, Jenna. Whatever it takes, I will do it. I will deal with the fallout. I would walk through fire for you. He looks at me with a very serious expression. But you shouldn't have to, I say, and it makes him frown. But I would, he says as he pulls my hand up to kiss it. And only one thought goes through my head when he does. How did I get so damn lucky? Do you think if I found a way to call Rod and get him to meet with me, that I could set him straight? I ask, and immediately know the answer I'm going to get. Reed's head shakes fast. No. There is no way in the world that's safe for you. Please never go behind my back and do that. Please. I know if you were talking about a sane person, it would be the smart thing to do. But Rod is a little off the beaten path where sanity is concerned. But this is no way to exist, Reed. I'm always looking over my shoulder, even with you or Sam around to protect me. I need to figure out how to deal with this threat myself. A red light has him stopping, and he looks at me. Jenna, you are not alone. You and I are together in everything. You don't have to deal with things alone. I'm here for you. Let me be. Let me help you. The light changes, and I gesture to it with a nod of my head. The light changed. He looks back at the road. Promise me you will never try to contact him. I promise you that if I feel it's very important to then, I will talk to you about it first. He nods. Good. That's settled then. No contacting him at this point anyway. I nod in agreement, but inside, I still think I have to do this on my own. The same way I made the decision to sign the damn paper on my own, I can make Rod understand what we had is over. But Reed will never allow that.
Chapter 28. Read.
My eyes open, and all I see is the darkness of our bedroom. Then a light shines from my cell phone on the nightstand beside me. The vibration of the phone must have woken me up. I pick up the phone and see my father is calling me. I also see that it's 3 a.m. This cannot be good. Phone calls at this hour from one's family are always of the utmost importance. No one calls just to say hi at 3 a.m. Jenna stirs beside me. Who's that, Reed? My father, I say, then answer his call. Hey Dad, what's up? I try to sound casual, like I'm not internally about to freak out. I prepare myself to hear bad news about my brother, as he's the only wild card in our family. Reed, I'm with your mother in the hospital. She fell earlier this evening and she seemed confused. So I took her into Prescott to the emergency room. He stops talking and then he clears his throat. She's got a brain tumor, son. My world stops and spins backward. Are you sure? Yes. They did a CAT scan a little while ago and found one about the size of a golf ball. They're going to have surgery tomorrow morning. Rod's here. I called him when I brought her in around 5 earlier this evening. Your mother wants to see you before she goes into surgery, just in case she doesn't make it. Then he just busts out crying, and I nearly do the same thing myself. Dad, everything will be fine. I'll get on a plane within the hour and be there as soon as I can. You have to have faith. And we will do everything she needs to make it through this. Don't worry. I take Jenna's hand to steady myself. See you then, son. I hang up and look at Jenna. My mother has a tumor, and they're going to take it out in the morning. I need to go to her. She nods at me. You want me to come? Rod's already there. I don't know if that's a good idea. She looks down. I understand. My mind is numb with the news, and the fact I need Jenna with me is weighing on me. But my family doesn't need any more drama. I'm going to take a shower. Do you think you could pack me enough clothes for a few days? I get out of bed and my legs are shaking, so I fall back on it. Reed, are you okay? Jenna sits up and looks at me. I shake my head. No, I'm not. My mother might die, Jenna. I'm not okay at all. She gets off the bed, walks in front of me, and runs her arms around me. She'll be fine. You'll see. She hugs me tight. She holds me as I grip her body. I need her. I need her to be with me. But I can't force her to see Rod again after all he's done to her. She lets me out of her hug. I'll start the shower for you. Then I'll pack while you take one. I watch her walk away from me, and the ache begins. I won't be able to go through this without her. But somehow, I have to find the strength to do it anyway. She comes back, takes me by the hand, and leads me to the shower. Here you go. It's all warmed up. I'll go pack now. I step into the shower and barely feel the water on my skin, as my body and mind are numb. There's just no way this is happening. My mother is healthy. She can't have a brain tumor. I close my eyes and lean my forehead against the tiled wall. Scenes from my childhood flash through my brain. There's one of my brother and me on a small boat with our parents. We're all smiling as he holds up a tiny fish he caught. Another of us with them on the first Christmas I can remember. Another as we all laugh and watch Dad lighting up fireworks. So many happy times. They kind of drown out the bad. Funny that, when faced with a death, you can recall so much happiness that the bad fades so far back you can barely recall it at all. The bathroom door opens, and Jenna comes back in. "Oh, Reed, you haven't moved since I left you." She steps into the shower with me, and pours shampoo into her palm. Her hands move through my hair, massaging in the soap, and she hums a little as she washes my hair. Then she leans my head back and rinses it out. She pours some body wash on the poofy pink thing she uses for herself, and moves it all over my body. Still, she hums, and it makes me feel a little peaceful. I catch her wrists up as she moves her hands up my arms. She looks at me and stops humming. "I need you, Jenna. I know it's selfish of me to ask this of you. But I need you. I need you with me through this. Then I will be there for you, Reed." Her words come out soft and without hesitation. Her selflessness is amazing to me. I know I shouldn't take her into such a dangerous and terrible situation. But I feel like I can't do it without her. I love you, Jenna. I need her body to take me away from this horrible nightmare I'm having. This has to be a nightmare. My mother can't really be facing death. She just can't be. I hold Jenna to me tight and let it happen. A wave washes over me, and I cry as I hide my eyes in her shoulder. Her hands run softly over my back as she says, "It's okay. Let it all out." My body is shaking. "Jenna, what if I lose her?" "Don't think like that. It'll be okay," she whispers. I'm crying so hard that my words come out in hiccuped bursts. I haven't talked to her since that day. Not really talked to her like we used to talk. What if she dies and this is how it ends? "You can fix it, Reed. Don't worry. Everything can be fixed. You'll see," she says as she runs her hand over my head, and I do feel somewhat better. "You can hire the best doctors for her, and get her the best treatment possible. You can help her. Have faith, Reed." My crying slows, and I pull back and look at her. Running my hands over her wet hair, I push it back. "What did I do to deserve you, Jenna?" She smiles. "No telling. So let's get you out of this shower and put on some clothes. I'll call the charter service and let them know it's an emergency." As she turns off the water, I grab her from behind and hug her. "You are amazing." "No, I'm just good in a crisis." She turns in my arms and looks at me with shiny green eyes. "And I love you very much and hate to see you in pain." Seems we have that in common. "Jenna, are you sure you can handle seeing Rod?" I look deep into her eyes to find the real truth in them. She blinks and smiles. "For you, I can handle anything that's thrown at me. Even a big jerk like Rod. Put that out of your mind. This thing with your mother is bigger than anything else. I can put the jerk in his place now with ease. I love your mother too. And she does love you too. I know she has her opinion that you were a willing participant in the things you did with Rod and all, and I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. But she does love you. And she doesn't judge you about what you did." I run my hands up and down her back. "Reed, the fact is that I was a willing participant. He never chained me up where I couldn't leave. I could have walked away if I had wanted to. At that time, he was all I knew. I know it's hard to believe or understand, but I loved him and thought I was helping him in some way by showing him that I could be what he needed. He could hurt me, and I would still be there. It was stupid and naive of me to think I wouldn't suffer any harm from the mistreatment. But thanks to you and our therapist, I can see the past for what it is and learn from it instead of letting it hurt me any longer." I watch her talk and know she thinks what she's saying is true. And in her mind, I suppose it is. But I know that when she has to look at Rod, things will hit her hard. I should leave her here and not make her deal with this yet. She hasn't had enough therapy to be able to handle him yet. Sometimes, life makes things happen before we're ready for them, though. And this seems like one of those times. I'll be there for you, Jenna. You won't have to do anything alone. I'll stay with you every second, so he can't do anything to hurt you. I reach out, grab a towel, and wrap her up in it, then take one to dry myself off. Jenna smiles at me as she dries off. Hopefully, I won't have to use it, but I have a bottle of pepper spray in my purse. If he touches me, I'll use it on him. Smart thinking. I pull her into my arms again. We have to face this sometime anyway, don't we? With a tweak to my nose, she says, we do. We're going to be married in May, only 6 months from now. Rod's going to be my brother-in-law. You and I have to learn how to handle the dastardly man. With a hug, I kiss the top of her head. We really have no choice. We have to face him head-on and just be more stubborn than he is. I let her go, and she takes my hand and leads me to the bed, where she has my clothes laid out for me. I was reading the other day about facing what you're afraid of. When you hide from it and show it you're afraid, it gets stronger. That's why I was talking to you about talking to Rod and letting him know I'm not afraid of him anymore. I watch her pull on a pair of little blue silk panties and a matching bra and listen to her talk, but I know Rod is a danger to her. He kidnapped her, and God only knows what he planned to do to her. But I have to wrap my head around the fact we do have to confront him at some time about this. I just hope he cares more about our mother than he does with his obsession with Jenna, so we can begin to put things in the past and move forward. If not, then this whole thing will get very messy, and I don't want that. For my family's sake, I don't want that. But people don't always get what they want.
Chapter 29. Jenna.
The sun has still not lit up the sky as Reed and I walk into the hospital his mother is in. It's 6 in the morning, and her surgery is only hours away. The intensive care unit nurse leads us to her room and tells us each visit can only be 10 minutes long. Sue's eyes are closed as we walk into the glass room full of monitors that are hooked up to her. Mom, Reed whispers. Her eyes open and she smiles. You made it. Of course I did. He lets my hand go and hugs her as best he can with all her attachments. How do you feel? Awful. Can you believe I have a golf ball-sized tumor in my head? She looks at me, and a frown covers her face. You know Rod's here, right? I nod. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry, there will be no trouble. I promise. She narrows her eyes at me. Promise me that, Jenna. I promise, Sue. I'll leave if there is any. She nods. Reed looks back at me with his lips held tightly together. Then he looks back at his mother. Don't worry about a thing, except getting better. I wish I could just stop worrying. Maybe it's the tumor that has me so riled up all the time. I just worry over everything lately. And Rod and Reed, and their relationship is at the very top. Sue looks at me again. If I die. Reed stops her. Mom, don't even talk like that. She pats his hand and he's holding hers. I might die, son. It's a fact, and I have little time to get this out there. I want my family back. I want you two boys to kiss and make up. I want it back. I can't stand how things are. If you two can't come to some middle ground where Jenna's concerned, then I expect your blood to come before anything else. My heart stops as I know what she's saying. If they can't figure out how to get along with this, then I need to step out of the picture. Reed looks at her. Mom, I won't ever let her go. I know that. Neither of you will. That's why I'm talking to Jenna. Woman to woman. You understand me, don't you, Jenna? I love you, and I don't want you to think I don't. My family is the most important thing to me. My sons are all that will be left of me, and I want them to be able to have a relationship. If they can figure things out, great. If they can't stop playing tug-of-war over you, then I expect you to take care of that. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. The Manning boys are not the only men in the world, you know. Mom, don't, Reed says. She pats his hands again. I have to. I nod. I understand and respect you, Sue. I will get out of the way, if that's what I have to do to honor your wishes. I promise you. Reed turns back to me with a terrified look on his handsome face, but says nothing. The nurse comes back in. Time is up. She can have another visit in 20 minutes. Reed kisses his mother and I give her a wave, and then we leave. Reed's hand is shaking in mine, and I know that was the hardest thing he's ever had to do. A waiting room on the left is open and empty, and he pulls me into it, then shuts and locks the door. I'm pulled into his arms as his whole body shakes, and he cries even harder than he did when he first found this out. Jenna, you can't walk away if Rod and I can't come to terms over you. You can't. I'll do all I can to make sure you two can come to terms, for her sake. She just wants to keep her family intact. I completely understand her. It's so hard not to cry when he's so hurt and afraid, but I feel I have to shove my fear aside and only show him strength at this time. I can go off when I'm alone and cry my eyes out. But for now, I have to be strong for him. Mom doesn't understand how deeply I love you. If I lose you because of him, I don't want a relationship with him anyway. He pulls back and looks at me with tears running down his face. It makes my heart hurt. I can't handle this thing with her and this thing with you too. What do you want me to say? If I'm a source of friction, then I'll be making things worse for your family. You are part of something, Reed. You are a part of a family. And I may be a thing that breaks you all apart. I can't do that. He holds me tighter and squeezes me. Jenna, please just stay the hell away from Rod, and things will be okay. I'll make sure they are. Please. Of course, I'll stay the hell away from him. And just as the words leave my mouth, I see Rod walking by the room we're in. The lights are off, and the window is tinted so I can see him, but he can't see us. My heart begins to pound as I recall that the last time I saw him, he was pulling the nightgown over my head, and then binding my hands together while another guy bound my feet. Then he placed a gag in my mouth and threw me over his shoulder, then tossed me into a tiny trunk. Suddenly, I feel bile welling up in my throat. Damn. I have to go to the bathroom, Reed. Sorry. I run out of the room and don't look back. As I take off toward the place, I see the ladies' room sign. I barely make it in, then throw up in the trash can. The nerves have finally taken me over, and I keep throwing up until all that's left are dry heaves. A knock comes on the door, and Reed pushes it open. Is anyone else in here? He asks as he holds his hand over his eyes. No, only me. You can come in. He pulls his hand away. Are you okay? I will be. I just had to toss my cookies with all the nerves, you know. I try to smile, but it's hard. I'm running to the car to get you a mint to help you. I'll be right back. Meet me at the ICU, and we can go back in and see Mom. It's about time again. I nod. I have to wash my face anyway. I'll meet you there. He leaves me alone, and I lean against the wall and try to regain my composure. I have to figure out how to fix this, and I have no real clue how to do that. After washing my mouth out with water and rinsing my face to ease the flush on it from the puking, I walk out and head toward the ICU. Jenna? I look up and Rod is right there. I'm grabbed up before I realize how close he is. Rod? He moves us into a small closet and closes the door. He's crying and shaking, and I don't feel like he wants to hurt me. Jenna, what am I going to do? If Mom doesn't make it, this is going to destroy me. I can't help but blame this on myself. She's been so worried about me, and she has every reason to be. I'm living hard. Harder than I ever have. When I lost you, I lost my way. I need to find my way back, Jenna. I need you back. He pulls back and looks at me but doesn't let me go. Rod, I don't know what you want me to say. I can be there for you as a friend, but that's all. I want us all to get along. He shakes his head. No. No, Jenna. I need you. I need you more than I ever have needed anyone. Please. Please, Jenna, I'm begging you. Rod, I love Reed. I can't be any more than your friend. I tell him as I look into his steel blue eyes that are filled with more tears than I've ever seen in them before. Jenna, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I did to you. Every last bit of it. I'll never hurt you again. I swear to you I won't. You loved me once. I know I didn't let you say the words, but I know you did. You can find that love for me again, especially when I treat you the way I should have always treated you. Give me a chance, Jenna. I'll be dead in a year if you don't take me back. I know I will. I'm in a trance. I don't know what to tell him. I love Reed. I'm marrying Reed. I need you to come to terms with that. I need you to come to terms with this. I love you, Jenna. I always have. His tears stop falling as he looks into my eyes. I need you. I love you. I want to make it all up to you. Make up for all the wrong things I've done to you. All of it. My head is spinning. Rod, I need to go. I'll prove it all to you. You'll see. He lets me go. I will let you go, because I know you will come back to me. You may think you love my brother, and you might love him. But you and I loved each other first. You and I have history. You and I began a life together, and we can finish our lives together. You'll see. I tore up the contracts I had with you and that other girl. I set her free too. You're both free. I don't want her back. I want you back. I want us to pick up where we left off. Things were good before I had to leave. You know they were. We were in love, girl. You know we were. If I hadn't gotten myself into trouble, then we'd have gotten married. You know that. Rod, I have to go. I turn the knob and leave the closet, feeling like I might faint. When I look up, I see Reed walking down the hallway toward me. There you are. Are you okay? He asks. Then Rod walks out behind me, and Reed stops dead in his tracks. Then he starts coming at Rod, fast and furious. I hold out my hand. No. He didn't hurt me. He didn't do anything to me. He just cried and hugged me. No reason to fight. No reason to fight at all. I take a step to the side and turn to walk away. Reed calls out, "Where are you going?" To the car. I walk faster as I feel like I might pass out. I have to get away from here. I'll be out there in a minute, Angel, Reed says. Then I hear Rod say, "Reed, you and I need to talk." I run the rest of the way until I get outside. Then I sit on a bench and try desperately to catch my breath. My world is turning upside down, and I can't find the right direction in which I need to go. The fact is, I'm ripping this family apart. Rod wants me, Reed wants me, and neither will give up. I waited a long time to hear Rod admit he loved me, and I thought that with my love for Reed it wouldn't affect me. But it did. Not in the way I expected. It made something inside me happy. He finally admitted it. And I found I do still have love for him buried deep in my heart. His pain hurts me too. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Our history has affected me. I guess that love I found for him all those years ago was strong. So strong the small flame sparked up when he finally told me he loved me. But the fire I have for Reed is huge, and it runs deep. In a perfect world, Reed and I could get married and have babies, and everything would be right. But this world is far from perfect. With Rod's stubborn refusal to let me go and do what's best for me, I will never have what I crave with Reed. No family functions will go smoothly. His mother will most likely die from the stress their feuding will cause her. And there I'll be, the big catalyst who single-handedly destroyed a family. A once very happy family. A car pulls up, and their father, Jason, gets out of it. His face is pale with worry, and he looks down. He doesn't even see me. As he passes me, I say, "Hello, Jason." He stops and turns back. "Jenna? Why on earth would you come here? This is all your fault. You know that, right?" His accusation has me cringing. No, I don't think this is from me. Rod said himself it was he who caused her stress. Only because of you. I never knew you to be selfish. But you are one selfish woman, Jenna. My family has fallen apart, and you did that. He turns back and takes 2 steps, then stops. He doesn't look back. When are you going to stop being selfish? I look down as his footsteps fade away. When will I stop?
Chapter 30. Read.
Rod takes me by the shoulder and steers me to a waiting room. Reed, you and I need to talk. I can't take life like this anymore, and Mom obviously can't either. I go along with him in a very odd state of mind. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. This situation is beyond odd and confusing. I agree. We have to work things out. Jenna was nearly hurt because of this. He nods and looks sad. I've never seen my brother look sad in my entire life. I know. I was crazy with jealousy. I'll never hurt her again. I tore up the contract she and I had. I know it was just a piece of paper, but to me, it was more than that. And I thought it was to her too. Guess I was wrong about that. I've been wrong about so damn many things. I'm glad to see you're coming to grips with things. This will make Mom happy. I know we can put this all behind us. He looks at me with a certain grimness in his expression. Reed, I want you to know that I love you. I know I was a mean little shit and I hurt you plenty. I'm sorry. I about fell out of the chair I was sitting in. Then I feel like I should apologize a little too. Sorry about breaking your arm. He nods. Thanks. Anything else you feel sorry for, Reed? His steel blue eyes twinkle a little. I know you want me to tell you I'm sorry for stealing your girl, Rod. But I don't see it like that, and you know it. I liked her a good 2 years before you even knew she existed. And I never made a move on her until you left her and had been gone a couple of years. And now I love her more than you can even imagine, I tell him, and look right into his eyes so he knows I'm telling him God's honest truth. He can't hold my eyes though, and looks away. I know you do. But I do too. And I need her more than I've ever needed anyone or anything in my life. I need her to get me off this bad road I've gotten myself on. Only she can do it. I hold my breath to steady myself. The guy's talking about the love of my life, the woman I'm about to marry. I try very hard to say the right words without damaging how far we've come. And I know Mom's words to Jenna went deep into her brain. So I have to try hard to make something work between me and my brother. Rod, I can't walk away from her. And even if I could, I don't think she would go back to you. She's changed. I know she has. She's blossomed. And I know you have everything to do with that. I know you paid for her college and kept her going when I left her. I know your pure love for her opened up her soul. She glows with all you've brought out in her. I know this, and I'd just walk away if I didn't have this all-encompassing love and need for her myself. He looks away as tears start to fall. Next to me is a box of tissues and I say, "Here you go." Then I toss the box to him when he looks back at me. Never seen you cry before. He shakes his head. Yeah, I don't cry. But now I do. Man, I cry all the time. I tried to get my head going in another direction. I got a new chick and treated her bad, all the while trying to change her into Jenna. I was a real jerk. And I know I was one to Jenna, too. But not that last year I wasn't. After the incident, you mean? I ask as I feel kind of like crying myself. He nods and blows his nose, making a loud elephant-like sound, and I laugh a little. He grins, then says, "Yeah, after I threw her around the front yard and the cop came and she had the chance to be rid of me. But she asked him not to take me to jail. She didn't do that because she was afraid of me, like I thought I needed her to be. She did it because she loved me. It made something snap inside me. I changed that day. If I wouldn't have been an idiot and sold illicit substances in the first place, then I'd have married her, and we'd probably have a bunch of rugrats running around by now." I tap my fingertips on the arm of the chair I'm sitting in. My mind is spinning, and I don't know what to do. But you did do those things, and it all stopped for you too. No one but you caused that. I don't see how you think she will be able to trust you again. I mean, even if she wasn't with me, I still don't know if she would take you back. I watch my older brother get off the chair he's sitting in and get on his knees on the floor. A knot forms in my throat as he scoots on them across the floor. Stopping at my feet, he looks up at me with tears in his eyes. Reed, I have no idea if she will either, but I need to find that out. All I'm asking is for you to set her free. Who knows if she'll come back to either of us? But I'm asking for one last chance with her. She is the love of my life, Reed. I know she's yours too. He stifles a sob, and my throat clenches as I try hard to hold back my own tears. Mom told me you guys have scheduled a wedding in May. That's about 6 months away. Set her free. Don't talk to her, and I'll leave her alone too. But if she attempts to contact either of us and wants either of us back, then we agree to accept who it is she picks. And if she moves on to another man, we agree to accept that too. Rod, if I break up with her, it will hurt her. I never want to hurt her. I shake my head, as I don't think I'm capable of doing what he's asking. Did Mom talk to her? Because she said she did. She said that Jenna agreed to take herself out of the picture if you and I couldn't come to terms about her. He looks up at me from his place on the floor with pleading eyes. She did. And if I know Jenna, she's taking Mom's words very much to heart. I glance to the side as I see our father walk past the waiting room. Then he opens the door. Thank God. Come with me. They're about to take your mother into surgery, and she's making them wait until she sees you two. Dad doesn't ask why Rod's on his knees in front of me. He just holds out his hand to Rod, and Rod takes it and gets up. Then we three walk down the hall with clicks and clacks of our shoes to see the woman who has held this family together all this time. She breathes a sigh of relief as we all walk into her room and find her on a gurney, prepared to leave the ICU to go to surgery. My men. We take turns hugging her, and each of us tells her we love her and will pray for her. Then she gives Rod and me a stern look. Can I see you two hug before I go? I turn to my brother and open my arms, and he does the same, and we hug. A real hug, not one for show. One that says we can put this bad shit behind us, but it will take some doing. It will take some sacrifices. And I'm not sure I want to make them. And I won't if Jenna doesn't want to. I will never hurt her. I can't do that. We stand back and watch them move the gurney out of the room, and wave to our mother. We hold it all back until she gets good and gone, then, collectively, we sniffle as we let a few of the tears free that we all were holding back. With a clap on Rod's back, I say, I'll go talk to her. We walk down the hallway, and Rod looks at me. Can I talk to her after you have? My father has been eerily silent, and he turns to us in the hallway. What have you two decided about that girl? We have a bit of an idea, but I haven't talked to Jenna about it yet, I say. Dad opens the door to the waiting room they told him we needed to wait in so we could be updated about the operation as it goes. Whatever your plan is, I just want you both to know that if Jenna doesn't stop being selfish, then she has no place in our family. Rod gets an angry look on his face. Look, Dad, Reed and I can work this out. This is our problem. It's not Jenna's fault. And I don't want you talking about her like that. She's anything but selfish. She's selfless. Dad looks kind of shocked. Well, I talked to her outside and told her to stop being selfish. Rod wags his finger at our father. Then, when Reed brings her back in here, you had better apologize to her. She's not selfish. Reed and I are, but not her. I nod in agreement, and Dad looks kind of sheepish as I say, I'll go get her. For now, we won't talk about anything. Let's get through Mom's surgery. Then we can talk to Jenna. Okay, Rod? He nods. Yeah. Right now, all that matters is Mom. Tell her there's nothing to worry about. I'll be cool, and so will Dad. I leave the room and go outside. She's sitting on a bench with her head hanging low as she looks at her phone. Hey gorgeous, I say, and she looks up at me. Oh, it's you. How's your mother? She asks with a lot of sadness in her eyes. They just took her in. I'm here to get you to take you into the waiting room. Dad told us what he said to you, and he has an apology waiting for you. Rod jumped his ass about telling you that you're the selfish one. Rod and I both know it's us, not you. I reach out to take her hand, and she just looks at it. No, he's right. I am selfish. I want it all, I guess. And that's not fair, and it is selfish. I was waiting for you to come out so I could tell you that I was going to go to see my parents, I think. Your family needs this time alone. This time should be about your mom, not anything other than that. She looks back at her phone, and I kneel down in front of her. With a gentle tug at her chin to make her look at me, I catch her eyes with mine. Jenna, come inside, please. I need you, and Rod has promised he'll be cool. Dad's sorry. My parents don't understand things, but Rod and I are coming to terms with things. And we can talk about it later. For now, I need you to come hold my hand. Rod may need you to do that for him too, and I want you to know that if you feel like comforting him, you can. Don't do it if you don't want to, though. It's all up to you. She looks a little stunned. Are you kidding? I shake my head. No. The fact is, you loved him once, and I could tell by how you looked, the things he told you in that closet had you feeling conflicted. He and I have had our ropes on you for too long now. We've pulled and pushed you, and that's going to stop. I don't know what to do, Reed. I love you, and I'd like a friendship with Rod, she says as she looks confused. But right now, I feel in the way of your family and your obligations to them. I can see you feel that way. So let me tell you that if I go back in there without you, it will make all three of us Manning men feel terrible. And you can decide what you want to do with that information. I wait for her to digest what I've said, then she takes my hand. I'll go. We can deal with the other stuff later. I wrap my arm around her shoulders and take her inside. Jenna Foster has had a place in our family in one capacity or another for a very long time. Now is not the time to toss her aside as if she's no part of it. And I hope I have the strength to handle it if she decides not to be a part of it after this.
Chapter 31. Jenna.
The Manning men's faces as I come into the little waiting room are an odd combination of grim and happy. Rod gets up and walks up to me, as Reed still has his arm around my shoulders. He reaches out and takes both my hands in his. Hey Jenna. I just want you to know, I'm going to be cool about shit. And Dad has something he wants to say to you. He keeps one of my hands in his but lets the other go. The feeling as both of them touch me is odd, and I feel uneasy. Then Jason stands up, and I feel very uneasy as he says, I'd like to apologize for what I said earlier, Jenna. The boys have explained things to me, and I am sorry. This stuff with Sue has me on edge. I hope you can accept my apology. Of course. I understand, Jason. Rod pulls me along and sits down. I sit in the chair in between him and Reed. Reed's arm moves from my shoulders and he takes my other hand. Rod still has the one he's been holding. So here I sit in the most awkward position I have ever been in. Both know I'm holding the other's hand, and no one is mad or jealous or anything. They only worried about their mother. I sit back and do my best to relax as Reed's thumb runs nervously back and forth over my knuckles, and Rod's hand makes little squeezes every once in a while. After a while, the phone in the room rings and Jason picks it up. Yes? Okay. Thank you. He hangs up and smiles. They have the tumor out. She's doing fine. Now they have to close her head back up. They'll call when that's done. My heart jumps with the good news. Then Reed stands up and pulls me along with him, and Rod follows too as he still has my hand. He lets it go as I turn to hug Reed, and I wrap my arms around him. I told you it would be okay, I say as I hug him. Reed lets me go and gestures with his head for me to turn around. I do and find Rod there with tears in his eyes. I was so worried about her. I hold open my arms and he hugs me. She's going to make it through this, Rod. She's a tough lady. Thanks, Jenna. I freeze as his lips touch my ear for a second, then he lets me go. I look at Jason and say with a laugh, "How about you? Do you need a hug too, Jason?" He steps forward. I really do. He takes me up in his arms in a hug too, and I smile. I really do have a place in this family. We all sit back down, and Jason laughs, then says, "Do you kids remember when we had that last big New Year's party and Sue did shots with Rod and the cousins? Man, she got wasted. I had to carry her to bed that night." Rod laughs. She downed those shots like a sailor on leave in Singapore. Reed starts chuckling too. The next morning, she looked like something that cat had dragged in. I add to my memory of that day. I had to take her to the bathroom and brush her hair. She seemed to have forgotten to brush it with that monster hangover she had, and she whined with every brush stroke I made. Reed laughs harder. Oh yeah. One side was flat and one side frizzed all out. Poor Mom. We all laugh at the memory, and then Jason's eyes tear up. Man, I hope we get a hell of a lot more days with her. A few tears leak out, and then my hands are quickly taken again by Sue's sons. And now I see how I can be of help. Hey, remember when the pool was first put in and she slid down that slide, hollering all the way down like a little kid? Jason starts laughing. And she made the biggest splash, and her face went all red when she came out from under the water to see us all laughing at her. I nudge Rod's shoulder with mine. And you had to go and take a video of her with your phone. Remember how mad she was at you when you posted it on Facebook? He laughs and shrugs. It got like a zillion likes. I never told her because she would have killed you, Rod, but I saw that video on YouTube a whole year later, and the remarks were hilarious, Reed says. Rod jerks my hand. And when you and Mom tried to light the barbecue pit on your own, Jenna. He laughs so hard he doubles over and Reed joins in. Reed says in laugh-choked words, Mom's eyebrows were gone and Jenna's bangs were sung almost completely off. Jason struggles to stop laughing, saying, then Rod came outside and saw the two of them and laughed so hard he fell off the porch, so Reed had to go help him up. Reed and Rod both crack up even harder as Reed says, yeah, I did because he and I had just smoked a little and I knew he couldn't get up on his own. My eyes roll to Reed in surprise, and his eyebrows rise up high as he says, oops, you didn't know that, did you? I shake my head and narrow my eyes at him, then look back at Rod and give him a little look too. You bad boys. That's why Sue and I were even attempting to light the damn thing, because we couldn't find you two. Rod gives the little impish shrug he's so good at getting out of trouble with. We heard you both calling us, as you two were wandering all over the place looking for us. We were in the garage. I say with a shake of my head. We looked there. Reed nudges me with his shoulder. Not behind the blue bedspread that was strategically hung up in there. You guys are a couple of real scamps. I say, and we all laugh again. Everything is feeling great. Then the phone rings. Jason looks at it. That seems kind of soon, doesn't it? Want me to get it? I ask. He nods, and I get up and pick up the phone. Hello. Hi, this is Dr. Lexer. There's been a complication, and Sue's heartbeat stopped. Mine stops at that moment too, and I close my eyes so they don't reveal anything to the three men staring at me. Is she okay now? She is. She was gone for 5 minutes though, and we'll have to test her for any damage. So, bringing her around will take a little longer than expected. I'll call when we're done unless further complications occur. Thank you, Dr. Lexer. I hang up the phone. She's okay. Collective sighs ring out. What happened? Jason asks. I take his hand and look him in the eyes. Jason, the important thing is she's okay now. Okay? He nods. Tell me what happened. Her heart stopped for 5 minutes. But they got it going again. The process of bringing her around will take a little longer because of the time loss of resuscitating her. And they'll be checking to see if it did any damage to her. His hand is crushing mine, but I don't say a word. Rod sees it though and gets up. "Hey Dad, want to take a walk with me since we have some time?" "Yeah," he says as he looks up at Rod. "Yeah, I need to walk." "Crap. I almost lost her there for 5 minutes, didn't I?" Rod pries his father's hand off mine and helps him up. "Nah, Mom was just messing with us. You'll have her around for a long time. Don't worry." I shake my hand to get the blood flow back and look at Reed as they walk out. His face is really pale and I go to him. "You want to take a walk too?" He shakes his head. "We need to stay here to answer the phone." "I can wait here. You can join them if you want." He takes my hand and pulls me down to sit in the chair next to his. "Jenna, thank you for being here for us all. It really has opened my eyes like I never have before. You're a real part of this family. You know it?" "I feel like I am, yeah. I'm glad to be here for you all. I'm glad I can help you all, and I think Sue would be happy I'm here for you guys. She will be happy to hear you were here for us all. And I want you to know that we all appreciate the hell out of you, girl," he says. Then his lips touch mine for only a second. The rush he always sends through me with his kiss goes all through me. And I can feel something extra. His eyes are hiding a secret. "Reed, would you like to tell me anything? Like maybe what you and Rod talked about?" "He'd like another shot with you." His eyes go dark. "And I feel like you should have the opportunity to make a choice. I kind of took you along with me very quickly when I got my greedy mitts on you. So we talked about letting you free for a little while. Letting you think about things, and leaving you to pick one of us or move on from us both and find another. We wanted to give you a shot at finding a man that's not a Manning if you want that." His words should surprise me, but as I was holding both their hands, I got the sense they had come to some kind of an agreement about me. And it seems I'm going to be set free of everything and everyone. "You both want me, huh?" I ask. He nods. "The deadline Rod and I agreed on is our wedding day. But that's a little too late if you decide not to be with me. So how about 3 days before that date? I'll give you a nice sum of money and get you set up anywhere you want to. Neither Rod nor I will contact you, but you're free to contact us on your own or whoever you want. You're really going to be free. No hard feelings on anything you decide. We both swear to take whatever it is you decide. If I pick one or the other of you, the other will be hurt," I say as I take his hand and run my fingers over the top of it. "Yep," is his very simple answer. "But we can deal with it. Your happiness is what's important to us both." I can't help but feel weird. So I have this pass in a way. I still have your offer of marriage on the table. Rod still wants me back. But what if I want to date a man, not a Manning man, to see what it's like not to date a Manning? What if I'm intimate with this non-Manning man? You still want me to marry you if I decide he's not the one for me, and you are? Reed nods. It's more than complicated, and I know that. If you want to talk to Rod and try things out with him, then you can do that too. And if it's not what you want and you find you still love me, then I will take you back. I smile as these men are fooling themselves. That isn't how things will work. I know that. Both of you are possessive creatures. If I'm with either of you, the other will write me off. But with a few dates with another man, I might be able to see if anyone can hold my attention the way both of you have. I watch Reed's face go very solemn. I don't want to do this, Jenna. If it will hurt you, I won't allow it. I just don't want to go into a marriage with you and build a family, and one day you tell me you love Rod, and our marriage is over. Take the time to think about what it is you want. What do I want? I want Reed. I know I want Reed. I want a life with Reed, but that doesn't mean he and I both lose his family. So I say, "'Kay, I'll stay with you guys through this but go back to my parents for the nights. Then, I think I can get a student-teacher job in Tempe until the middle of May. And then I can make the decision. My final one. His mouth forms a half smile. I hope you pick me. I run my hand over his smooth cheek. I love you, Reed. I love you, Jenna Foster. He takes my hand in his and holds it to his cheek. And now, you are a free woman. Fly away and only come back to me when you know it's me who you want. My heart feels so odd as I look into his love-filled eyes. What the hell will I do as a free woman? And who will I end up with?
Chapter 32. Read.
2 weeks since Mom's surgery, and I'm back in Bel Air, alone. Jenna went to Tempe and has already started a student teaching job. I set her up in a small apartment and gave her a new car. But I told her not to think she had to pick me up in order to keep them. The car is hers, and so is the bank card I gave her to pay her bills. I don't want her to come back to me based on my money. But I do want her to come back to me. I've slept very little without her in my bed. The nights pass by like molasses in the winter. And I miss her with every fiber of my being. But on the bright side, my mother is doing very well in the rehab facility we have her in. Rod has found a job as a mechanic at a garage in Prescott and already has a small house rented. Just before I left, we all had a nice day with Mom at the rehab center, and she looked like she was happy having me and my brother back on good terms. I have to admit that Rod seems to be getting on the right path. I didn't see any signs of him drinking or doing any illicit substances. And he maintained very good behavior where Jenna was concerned. The two had their talk about what he wanted, and she told me all about it and how she does have love for him in her heart. She's taking this all very seriously and taking the time to be by herself and think things through. If she picks either one of us, then that's a forever commitment, a thing the three of us are well aware of. With a bottle of wine in my hand, I walk up the staircase to the room I used to share with her and pray we will share again. But I'm not fooling myself into thinking she will come back to me for sure. As a matter of fact, I see Jenna moving on away from both Rod and me. I could see things in her eyes as she looked at us all, Mom and Dad included. Happiness was there, but so was an underlying emotion of guilt. I don't know if she can get past the guilt of loving us both. Of being a rip in the middle of our family. She's a good person, and I don't know if she'll be able to hurt either of us by picking one of us. She hasn't contacted me or my brother at all since we both kissed her goodbye the same day of Mom's surgery. Late that night, after Mom was stabilized and we were all able to visit her, Jenna got in a cab and left us behind her. Jenna saw how happy Mom was and wanted it to end on that happy note. She felt her presence was a distraction. She also felt that Rod and I needed to bond over the situation with our mother. If she was around, she'd get in the way of that. So we let her go that very night. We've had no contact with her since other than making sure she has what she needs, which I do through her parents. But my heart hurts and my body aches to hold her. The time can't pass by quickly enough for me. Jenna. Grading papers in the dim light of the small dining table in the apartment Reed rented me in Tempe, I sip on a glass of red wine to relax at the end of a long day. The kindergartners were in full swing today and wore me out. With a sip, I think about the proposition I had this afternoon in the school's cafeteria. The principal, a man named Stephen Johnson, asked me out for Friday night. I told him I'd think about it and get back to him by Wednesday. It's Monday, and I only have a couple of days to decide if that's a thing I want to do. In my jewelry box are both the engagement rings Rod and Reed gave me, and I look at them each and every day, placing them one at a time on my finger to look at them and think about which man I want to spend the rest of my life with. Raise a family with. And the truth is, I know if I pick one of them, the other will be hurt. I don't want either of them hurt, but I also don't want their family hurt. So the idea of moving on from the Manning clan is at the forefront of my mind. And Stephen Johnson may be the first step out of that world and into a new one. But I'm not sure yet. I've been a Manning's girlfriend since I was 18, except for the 2 years when I was no one's girlfriend. There's no easy choice. But if I had to make it right now, I'd have to say that Reed still has the largest piece of my heart, and I'd have to ache to hear his voice. It's him I miss the most. The nights have been lonely, much more so than ever before. Ironically, it's my complete love for Reed that has me contemplating picking a whole different man so Reed doesn't lose his family because of me. I love him so much, I would let him go for him to have a happy life free of the family drama I've caused him so far. But my gosh, I miss him. Rod. Drinking a beer as I look up at the star-filled night sky after a hard day at work, I tip the bottle back and think of having Jenna back in my arms. It was nice having her back in my life again. Seeing her and having her around, even though it was only for one day before she left, was the best I've felt since the night I left her a little over 2 years ago. And when I kissed her goodbye, I felt the old feelings flow back into me from the second our mouths met. Her body melted into mine, just like in old times. Her breathing went faster and her heart did too. I know she felt something for me again. Now to find out if it can override what she feels for my brother. Being the jerk I can be at times, I peeked at Reed and her when he gave her his goodbye kiss. He gave us privacy for ours, and I feel kind of crappy for doing it, but it did give me some insight into what my chances are for Jenna picking me instead of him. There was a significant amount of intimacy in their kiss. A lot of facial stroking by them both. They both whispered a lot of deep sighs and many, many loving words. The reality is that it made my chest hurt to know I was coming between them when it seemed they had a very deep connection. The thing is, though, she and I also have the deepest connection I'm capable of. My brother has always been more in touch with his feelings, so it doesn't surprise me the two connect on a deeper level than she and I do. But it doesn't make him the right choice for her. I was her first love, after all. I think Reed is her rebound love, and while that can seem like a true love for a while, those are usually very intense and burn up quickly. Not to mention that Jenna and I have years of history, and Reed and she have only months of it. He rushed to ask her to marry him only a week after they started seeing each other, from what Mom told me. I think he found the need to rush things so when I came back, I'd have no chance of rekindling what Jenna and I had. And that gives me hope that he saw something in her which told him I could get her back if I tried hard enough. Which I plan on doing. But since we did agree not to contact her, I have to wait and see if she's even going to give me a chance to do that. I gave her my number and she knows Reed's. She changed her phone number so neither of us has it. I wondered how my brother was doing with all this, so I picked up my phone to ask him. It rings a couple of times before he answers. Is Mom okay? Yes, she's doing great. I saw her this evening after I got off work. I went to the rehab, and she was up doing some aerobics with a bunch of old ladies. She was wiggling her caboose when I left her. Good. I didn't call her today like I normally do. My mind was elsewhere, he says. Jenna? I ask. Yeah. I did something really dumb and took out the binder we made of the wedding plans. And it made me all lonesome for her. It also made me wonder about what I'll do with all the things that are already paid for concerning the wedding if she doesn't pick me. I came up with an idea, though. I take a drink of my beer, then ask, what did you come up with? If she picks you, then I'd like to let you two have the wedding we planned. Jenna really planned the whole thing. I just showed her the different things that are available. It's her dream wedding. As such, I'd still give it to her even if it's not with me. So I'm asking if you plan on marrying her if she picks you, Rod. I do, I say quickly. I've planned on marrying that girl for 3 years now. I just got very sidetracked. Then it's settled. The wedding will go as scheduled if she picks either one of us. And if she picks some other man, then you and I can have a badass party with our family up here. It's a win-win-win. Don't you think? I think about it for a minute, then laugh. Reed, you're something else, little bro. I don't think I could do what you've done. You'd still give that girl her dream wedding even if it's not with you. That's very interesting. Well, she deserves it. And I'll accept whatever she decides to do. I'll love her forever, of course. You can't stop that when it's gone on for so long, he says. How long have you loved her, Reed? Since she was a mere 14 years old, I have mooned over that girl. I take another drink. The fact is, I didn't know I loved her until I looked into her eyes after she told that cop not to take me in. I knew I wanted her. I knew I wanted something with her, but love didn't come into play until that day. Seems you do have a bit more of a longer love for her than I have. How did you stand it then when you saw her and me? I ask him, then take another long drink. What choice did I have? And honestly, the way you treated her and the way she took it told me there was no reason to try to take her away from you. If she didn't leave you after what all you pulled, then me telling her my feelings for her wasn't going to change her mind anyway. She was loyal to you. I look up at the stars and blink back tears. Yes, she was. And I repaid that loyalty by leaving her with no clue as to why. I left her, not knowing if I was dead or alive. For 2 long years, I left her alone. And all the while, you still didn't have her, and you paid for her college and gave her encouraging phone calls to keep her moving forward with her life. Reed laughs. The way you put it, I sound kind of saintly. I'm not a saint, though. My reasons for not making an effort to get her were selfish. I knew in my heart that if you showed back up, she'd leave me. But when I saw her in the grocery store that afternoon, well, I couldn't help myself. I had to have her. I sucked down the rest of the beer. And you and her made quick plans to cement the deal. Then I showed up and threw a kink in your plans. Bad move, I know. Reed sighs, then says, talk about your bad moves. I told Jenna I was marrying her after sleeping with her for the first time. I didn't ask her to marry me. I told her we were getting married. I judged you for controlling her, but I did the same damn thing. Only I left out the whips and chains. She's probably better off without us, little bro, I say, and pull another bottle out of the 6-pack on the ground by my feet. She probably is, he agrees. Maybe we should let her know that.
Chapter 33. Jenna.
Putting on a pair of strappy sandals, I end my preparation for the first date I've ever had that isn't with a Manning. I've accepted Stephen Johnson's offer to take me to dinner, and my heart is pounding in my chest with anxiety. The man is about to turn 30. He's 5 years older than me, and very sure about what he wants for the future. He's been a grade school principal for 2 years, and he's looking to move into a higher job with the school system here in Tempe as the superintendent. So he's got a plan, and that's admirable. Stephen is easy on the eyes with dark hair he keeps cut short. He wears dark suits, which I think is a bit overdressed for a grade school principal, but I think he must be dressing for the success he's aiming for. A knock on my door has me nearly hyperventilating, so I stop and take in a deep breath and say to myself, calm down. It's just a date. But it's a date I don't really want to be going on. I want to be lying on our bed, wrapped in Reed's strong arms. That's what I really want to be doing. As I open the door, I see Stephen wearing a nice black suit and tie, and looking like he just left a high-powered business meeting. I stifle a laugh as Reed is a billionaire, and only wears suits when he has to. He pulls them off way better than this man does. You look gorgeous, he says as he steps inside. He holds up a bottle of wine. I thought a drink before we head out would be nice. Where are your wine glasses? I step back as he's too close to me. Over there on the counter. He walks over, opens the wine and pours it into a couple of the glasses. That color green of the dress you have on makes your pretty green eyes stand out. You have a real knack for fashion, Jenna. It's what drew me to you. Well, that and the fact that you have a killer body and are sweet as they come. Thank you, I say and take the wine he hands me. He takes my hand and pulls me with him to sit on the sofa. So tell me your story, Jenna. I'm dying to know how you ended up working in my school. My brain nearly implodes. There's no way I can tell him the truth, so I say, my family thought Tempe would be a good place to try student teaching. I'm not too far away from my hometown of Jerome. His arm moves over the back of the sofa, and way too close to me. And no man? Sure, there's a man. Or men, should I say. I shake my head. No man. He takes a drink, and looks at me with a knowing gaze. I think there was one. Am I right? Of course, I've had men in my life before. I look away and take a drink, and I am really rethinking this dating thing. When you date someone you don't know, there's so just much backstory to catch up on. And my backstory comes out a little dirty and sinister. Not a thing I like to talk about. I laugh inside my head as I think about telling this man that I started out with a man who liked to hurt me, and ended up with a man who liked to shower me with love and affection. And it's his car I'm driving, and we're sitting in the apartment he rented me. I'm wearing clothes his money bought me as well. I shake my head as I just realize I've been a kept woman by both the Manning men. And that's so not what I wanted for my life. So I decided to give this guy a real chance, and shove Reed and Rod out of my head. For tonight, anyway. He drains the last of the wine from his glass. Ready to go? I made reservations. You do like French cuisine, don't you? I shrug. I've never had it. Oh my goodness. Where have you been living, under a rock? Never had French food, he says as he ushers me out the door. No. Bel Air, Mr. Rude. My car is nicer than his, I see as we get out to the parking lot. Reed has me in a Mercedes, and Steven is driving a Ford Fusion. Then I realize he has no idea what I drive, as I mostly walk the 2 blocks to the school. He looks over at my car, which he's parked right beside. He lets out a long whistle. Now what kind of pretentious piece of work drives this environmental killer? I have no idea if I should claim it or not. Then I think maybe I should be truthful with this guy. It's mine. His eyebrows go way up. Yours? How the hell can you afford this? I can't. It was a graduation gift from my family, I lie. And I think I'll find myself lying about more things if I'm not very careful. He walks around to the driver's side, not even attempting to open the car door for me, which Reed always has done. Even Rod would let me in on his side of the truck, and I'd slide over, staying in the middle next to him. I get in, a bit disappointed in the man, but still not giving up on him yet. So, where are you from originally, Steven? Florida. He stops and looks at me. Well, New Jersey, then Florida. And sometime before that, I lived in Connecticut. My family moved a lot. My mother married 3 times before I turned 18 and went off to college. Are you close to your family? I ask as he pulls away from my apartment, and I realize I'm stuck with him until he decides to bring me back. It scares the shit out of me for some reason. Gosh no, he says as his hand goes through the air. I don't even talk to them. I have 4 half-sisters and 1 half-brother, and that's all on my mother's side. On my father's side, I have no real number to tell you. He was a real player. As a matter of fact, that's what my mother loves. Men who cheat on her. I like to call her a professional victim. She acts like it's never her fault the men cheat on her. But she picks the same type over and over again. I see. So, no big family Christmas parties or anything like that? I ask as I look out the window at the lights passing by very slowly, as this man drives like an old man. No. I haven't even seen any of them in the last 3 years. And what about your family? He asks, then he takes my hand and holds it in the middle console. I look at our clasped hands and feel nothing. His touch does nothing to me. Does the hand have to belong to a Manning to ignite anything in me? I have a mom and dad, and I'm their only child. They were older when they had me. I was a surprise. They thought my mother couldn't have children, I say, and I look back at our hands and wonder why there's no spark at all. Well, maybe she wasn't meant to have children. I know there are plenty of women out there who should never be mothers. Mine included. He gives my hand a squeeze. I should think since you want to be around little kids all day with your kindergarten teaching, you have no desire for kids anytime soon. My mind is kind of blown that he said my mother must not have been meant to have kids. Does that mean I was a mistake in his eyes? I love kids. I want quite a few of them. A frown covers his face, which I would call handsome. He's definitely not ugly, but the way he talks is making him look less attractive than I thought he was before this. Yeah, but you're just starting your career. I know you don't want kids for at least 10 years or so, right? I mean, you have to get your life in order first and then see if kids have a place in it. He pulls into a parking lot with not a lot of cars in it, and that usually means the food sucks. 10 years is a long time. I'll be in my 30s by then. No, I want kids before that. I open the door and get out on my own once he parks, as it's obvious that if he didn't open the door for me to get in, he wouldn't be opening it for me to get out. He walks up next to me and puts his hand on the small of my back. That's interesting that you'd say that. In my 10-year plan, I have no part of it that contains kids. I don't have a 10-year plan, I say as I wait for him to pull the restaurant door open, but he's behind me so he doesn't. I sigh, pull the door open and step inside as he looks confused. No 10-year plan, huh? I turn back to him. Does that disappoint you? He shakes his head. No. No, not really. I can teach you about those kinds of things. He looks at the hostess. Reservation for 2 for Johnson. She looks around the half-empty restaurant with a smile on her face. Oh, you're the guy who called. Yeah, we don't usually need anyone to make reservations. But come this way, please. Stephen looks around, then whispers, It's 8 o'clock. We must have missed the dinner rush. I nod, but think there never is a dinner rush in this place, and plan on filling up on crackers or bread or whatever they don't cook in this place. The woman shows us to a table for 2, under a dim light that hangs from the short ceiling. Can I start you off with any appetizers and drinks? Stephen sits without pulling out my chair, so I do it myself, and think that even the motorcycle gang member Rod pulled out my damn chair for me. Escargot and merlots, he says. The look on the young woman's face makes me think she has something she'd like to say, so I ask, Is the escargot good here? She stammers. Stephen looks at me. I'm sure it is. Go ahead and get what I asked for. You said you've never eaten French cuisine before. What do you know about escargot, Jenna? I know it's snails, and I can't think of a way to prepare snails in a pleasant-tasting way at all. I pick up the menu and look at it, as he stares blankly at me. Well, they are a refined taste for a palate which is experienced. You will learn to like the finer things in life, if you decide to keep dating me, Jenna. I can show you a world you never dreamed of. I pull the menu down to look at him. Is that so? He nods. I am very well read, and have studied a lot about all kinds of things. This man is so full of himself. The date goes on, and eventually, when Stephen stops talking, things get better. And now we're standing in front of my apartment door, and he's looking at me like he wants to kiss me. I've never kissed anyone else other than a Manning, so I lean in and let him kiss me. It's kind of a smooshin' feeling, as his lips are squishy. How about tomorrow we go see an afternoon movie, he asks. I see hope in his brown eyes and nod. 'Kay. Good. I'll call you in the morning to let you know what time I'll pick you up, he says, then turns and walks away. I turn and open the door and go inside, feeling very odd. It's only 10, and I find myself wanting to know what Reed's doing. But I know I shouldn't call him, so I tap in a text to Sue to see how she's doing instead. I text or call her every day, and I seem to have forgotten to do that today. Evening, Sue. I know it's late. I just wanted to see if things were good for you today. She texts right back. I'm up. Just got off the phone with Rod. Things are good today. Feeling better every day. Reed's coming in tomorrow, and the boys are going on a fishing trip together. I text back. Glad to hear that. Seems they've been getting along great. My heart hurts that since I've left them alone, they seem to be doing so well with each other. Her text comes back. They have. Love you. Going to sleep now. Love you, Sue. Good night. I pull off my clothes and go to bed, knowing it's best to leave them alone. But how long can I do this?
Chapter 34. Read.
A woman with long brown hair, which hangs in curls down to her tiny waist, sits across from me at the restaurant I took her to after days of conflicting thoughts about asking her out. I met Lana Littlejohn at a meeting in Sacramento last week. She's a wealthy woman in her own right and knows how to make savvy real estate deals. Lana suggested we get together sometime, as she thinks we'd make good business partners and maybe compatible love interests. I laughed her off at first, but she's kind of been pressing me into asking her out. A lot of texting and emails have been going back and forth between us, so I finally said what the hell and asked her out. But now that we're out together and I can see the real her, I'm not so sure. She's nowhere near as down-home and nice as Jenna. The waitress brought her a bottled water like she asked for, and I thought for a minute there that she was going to toss it into the poor girl's face when it was the wrong kind. But she quickly calmed down and even apologized for her behavior. However, I do wonder if that was for my benefit, and something that wouldn't happen in the future once she got really comfortable with me. It's been 3 months since I've talked to Jenna. And she has another 3 months until she tells us what she's decided. She's not spoken to Rod or me. Yet she talks to or texts our mother every day. Mom has been tight-lipped about what Jenna is doing. She did make mention of her having a date with the principal of the school she's student teaching at. No more was ever said about that, though. I guess it was a one-time thing, much the way it looks like this might be. Long red nails inch over the tabletop toward my hand, which is resting on the stem of my wine glass. They gently scratch at my hand as she purrs, "Reed, what are you thinking about? How badly I wish it was Jenna sitting in that chair instead of you." "Nothing. You were a million miles away just then," she says, and her nails continue to move over my hand. I take notice that no sparks run through me with her touch. Jenna can look at my hand and it'll tingle. When she touches it, electricity fills me. I've been working a lot lately. Just tired, I guess. I offer for my attention problem. I have immersed myself in work. It makes the time pass a lot faster. Late to bed, early to get up, has my days long and filled up. So, how is it a man of your good looks and money is alone, Reed? Because I fell in love with the same woman my brother did before me, and I'm giving her a chance to see which one of us she really wants, if either of us. The timing isn't right for a woman in my life right now, I say instead of all that other stuff. Reed Manning has enough money to calm down a bit and make time for a woman in his life. As do I, she says, then runs her hand up my arm as she scoots her chair closer. And my bed has been cold and lonely for a little too long and needs heating up. If you know what I mean. Of course, I know what she means. You just say what you want, huh? I ask as I move back out of her reach, as her touch just isn't doing a thing for me. I didn't get to where I am by not going for what I want. And Reed Manning, I want you. She sits back and puts one red nail on her lower lip, which is also red. Her white teeth peek out between her plump lips as she smiles just a bit. I suppose she's waiting for my response. Okay, I say and look away, as I don't know what the hell else to say to that. But Jenna has yet to get in touch with me, and if she has news she is moving on to another man, then I need a shoulder I can lean on when I get that news. And Lana has nice shoulders. Do you like Chinese food, Reed? She asks as her hand runs over the top of my thigh. Nothing. Not a single spark. I do like it, I tell her. I don't add that my favorite Chinese restaurant is going to be catering a wedding for me in 3 months if Jenna picks me or Rod to marry. And if not, it will be a monster party for me and my brother to get the hell over her at. I don't think one giant party is going to do that for me, though. Lana is a beautiful woman. She's a little older than I am, at 30, but she's nice to look at. Her brown hair has some gold streaks. But they're not natural like Jenna's blonde hair, with its golden strands that occur naturally. Her face is heavily made up, so I have no idea what she looks like under the thick layer. Jenna wears little to no makeup. Her creamy skin is perfectly tanned, and her cheeks are naturally pink-tinged. Read. I look back at Lana. Sorry, did you say something, Lana? I did. I asked you about going to get Chinese food tomorrow in San Francisco. We can take my private helicopter. I love flying it. She taps the top of her wine glass as she waits for me to answer. You know how to fly a helicopter? I ask with a grin. She nods. A trip in it along the California coastline tomorrow sounds like a great idea, and adding you into that plan sounds like an amazing day to me. How about you? It does sound cool, I admit. So, she asks as she stares at me. I know this woman is not used to being turned down. But I'm feeling like this isn't going anywhere anyway, and all I can think about is Jenna. I'll let you know by tomorrow. She rolls her eyes. I see. You know, Reed Manning, I never take no for an answer. My lips quirk up into a half smile. Bet you don't. But I don't ever say yes to something until I think about it. Her lips form a tight line. I think she's met her match and doesn't like it too much. Then she smiles. Reed Manning is a man of decisive actions, from what I've been told about you. Okay, this Reed Manning shit is getting old so damn fast. Lana, look, I don't want you to feel like I'm wasting your time. I'm going to get right to the point here. If you're looking for anything more than an occasional date, I'm not your guy, I say and watch her frown. Then why did you ask me out, she asks with a snarl in her voice. Because you have texted me, instant messaged me, and called my phone a lot since we met at that meeting. I watch her dark brown eyes grow large. Are you saying I was annoying you? Her hand goes to her chest, and I can tell I've offended her. No. I'm saying I wasn't up to dating, and your insistence on it may be bad timing. I think we have a lot of common interests. I like your idea of fun. I do. The timing is off, I think. That's all. I pick up my wine glass and suddenly feel like I need something much stronger. I wave our waitress down and order a gin and tonic, to which Lana adds a cosmopolitan. Seems we both need something stronger than the wine. You have someone you're pining after. I can see it in your eyes, Reed. But if this woman is daft enough to leave you hanging, I assure you, she's not worth your time. The drinks arrive, and I take a nice long drink of mine. I hold up a finger, telling the waitress to bring me one more, and she leaves us to do that. When I pull the glass from my lips, I say, Lana, you don't understand. I don't care about discussing this with anyone. And I won't. Because it involves too much information on a party who is not present, and it might hurt her if she ever found out I spilled her secrets. But the fact is, I am holding out for a certain woman. Where is this dumb woman? Lana takes a drink and places it back on the table. I can see she's getting ready to make a case for me to move on. Working and taking the time I told her to take to figure out who it is she loves. I find my legs shaking, as I hate having to discuss this with anyone. She loves more than just you then, she asks with a smirk. Who would the other man be? My gosh, you're the catch of the century. Who else could she be in love with? I shake my head, as there is no way I'm going to tell her that she loves my grease monkey brother too. Who would understand that? Lana, this has been great, but I've got to go. Maybe we can do this sometime later. I'm sorry about this. I just wasn't ready. You're a great girl. I get up and walk away, leaving her at the table glaring after me. I don't look back. I keep walking until I'm out the door and catch the first cab I see. The lights flash through the window as he drives me home, and I call my mother to see how her day went. Reed, she answers. Hi, Mom. How are you this evening? I got back home yesterday, and I love it. I just got off the phone with Jenna to talk to you, and was telling her how great it is to be in my own home after what seems like an eternity in the rehab facility. How is she? I ask as I run my fingertips over the window and pretend it's her face. She's doing great over there in Tempe. They've offered her a teaching job there and she's still dating that principal, she says. I stop her. Still? Yes. She says he's nice and has this 10-year plan to become the superintendent there. He sounds like he has a good head on his shoulders. I think he's very good for her, Mom says, and my heart is thumping hard in my chest. Oh. That's all I can say. My head hurts, my heart hurts, my whole body hurts. Mom's voice goes soft. You know, Reed, I think you and your brother are better off without her. Rod's doing great. He's just working and going home. Staying out of the bars and away from skanky women. Glad to hear that. I look out the window at the dark night and feel so alone. I'm glad he's doing well. I am, Mom. Wish I was. He's calling me, Reed. Do you mind if I get off here? She asks. No. Bye, Mom. I end the call, look at my phone, and wish like hell Jenna would call me. After 5 minutes of thinking about that, I press the buttons that take me to Lana. Hi, she says. Lana, I think I'd like to tell you I'm sorry for my previous behavior. Not a problem, Reed. I accept your apology. Why don't you come to my place and we can talk or do whatever you want to? What's your address, Lana? I think I need to crawl into someone else's bed for a while, I say, and feel very numb inside. But knowing Jenna is dating someone Mom says is good for her has me very full of nothing. No hope, no feelings, and no more wanting to wait. Hand the phone to the cab driver, Reed, she says. I hand him the phone, sit back, and close my eyes. Will I be able to take it if Jenna has moved on?
Chapter 35. Jenna.
Though I've told no one about the deadline Reed and Rod gave me, I am asking my mother about how Rod really seems to be doing, as Sue is always talking so positively about Reed and Rod that it's hard to believe. I have a month and a half to make my decision. My heart has hung on to Reed, but if his family is better off without me around, then I'll leave him alone. But I know Steven is not the guy for me. I'm still dating him, but not even once a week do I go out with him. It's mostly a thing at school. We eat lunch together, and all the other teachers leave him alone. I kind of think he's hanging on to me, just to keep the other single women away from him. They seem to bother him for some reason. I see Rod about once a week when we go into Prescott to get groceries, Mom tells me. Do you talk to him? Your father and I have on a couple of occasions. I know what Sue says, but she's here in Jerome, and he's off in that city. The fact is he still rides that motorcycle, and his beard is still long and the man still looks like trouble. How about Reed? Have you seen him around? I ask. I saw the two of them with a boat one day, a while back. Guess they were going on a fishing trip together. They seemed like they were getting along well. That's what Sue says too, I say, as I drum my fingers on the countertop I'm leaning on in my little kitchen. Have you talked to Reed? She asks. No. I haven't talked to either of them. But I still have it bad for Reed, Mom. But if I'm that much of a problem for their family that I can break it all up, then I'll leave him alone. I turn and look out the dark window at the night sky. What about that new fella you've been seeing? She asks, and I hear my father clearing his throat, which means he wants to talk to her about something. He's not the one for me. But I hear Dad, so I'll talk to you later. I hang up and look at the phone long and hard, then call Rod. Hello, he says as he answers. It's Jenna, I say. Hi. I hear something clank and clang and some more racket, and then a door shuts. How are you? Not real bad, not real good. How are you? I ask as I put my head in my hand. I don't know why I'm calling him when it's Reed I want to talk to. I'm good, Jenna. Are you calling me to tell me you're ready to give us a try before your deadline? I hesitate, then say, no, Rod. That's not why I'm calling you. I'm actually calling to find out, how you'd really deal with things if I married Reed. I have to know if you would really do what you said and accept it or not. Oh. He's dead silent, then I hear him open a beer. I thought you were seeing some principal. I've dated him some. So how would you take it if I went back to Reed? I hold my breath for his answer. Didn't Mom tell you, Jenna? Reed has another woman. She's rich like he is. She sells real estate like he does. She flies a helicopter, and they came to Jerome in it a couple of weeks ago. They took Mom and Dad on a ride. I thought Mom would tell you about that. I'm sorry to be the one to break that news to you, Jenna. I really am. My legs go weak, and I go in slow motion down to the floor where I lay out like I've just been shot. He's moved on? Yeah, baby. I'm sorry. I hear him take a drink of the beer. But I'm still here waiting for you, baby. I can't think. I can't breathe. He moved on. Baby? I hear Rod say again. I'm here. About you, Rod. I will always have love for you in my heart. I will. We were young and dumb, and I forgive you for all we went through together. I do. Honestly, but Rod, I don't love you like I did back then. It would be a short-lived thing if I came back to you. I don't want to do that to you or your family. Not that Reed would care, obviously. But I don't want to do that to you. I roll over and hold my hand over my eyes to try to hold the tears that are burning the backs of my eyelids. His voice cracks as he says, "Let me come visit, Jenna. Give me a shot." I lie on the floor, open my eyes, look up at the bright kitchen light with its naked bulb in the center, and then close them again. No. Jenna, I really am sorry, and if you could give me a chance, I could make it up to you. I know I could, he says, and I can hear the tears in his deep voice. I'm not that girl, Rod. I'm so different now. I'm a kindergarten teacher, and I love that about myself. You drive old trucks and loud motorcycles, and that's cool. But that's not me. You can find a woman who likes the things you do. You should do that. I'm not going to have fun riding on your bike or going to bars with you. That's not me. I try to get up but can't, so I lie on the floor and let my body just give up. I can change, he croaks out, and I know he's crying pretty badly. Why would I even want that, Rod? You're this dangerous, cool guy and a real badass, and women love you. Why would I want to make you into something you aren't, just to please me? And if you did change, then how long would that last? A long sigh is all I hear before he says, "You're right. I know you are. You were a Sunday school teacher when I met you. I wanted to change you then, and I tried so hard to. And for a little while, you and I met in the middle. But in the end, it wasn't enough for either of us. When given the chance, you went back to the good woman you always were, and I went back to the life I yearned for. I let the tears flow then, as this is the first time he and I have ever been this real with one another. Rod, you're not a bad man. You like to live life on the edge, and you're good at it. The things you like, even the physical things, there are women who like that rough stuff too. Find yourself one of them. And I swear to you, I will only wish happiness for you." "You don't hate me, Jenna?" he asks, and I really break down. "Rod, did I hate you at any time? After anything you did to me, did I ever hate you?" He waits for a long time. "No. No, you never did. But I have to know this. If you had still been single when I came back, would you have given me another shot? If there had never been Reed, would you have tried it again with me?" I know that answer, as it was in my head long before I saw Reed that day at the grocery store in our hometown. No, Rod. I wouldn't have. I got myself back, and I was never going down that road again. No one will ever change me again. Not ever. That's why I have no wish to change you, Rod. Be who you are. You're a free spirit who loves to play hard and ride hard. Be that badass, Rod. He laughs, and so do I. Jenna, you are phenomenal. Can I still call you my friend? You sure as hell better. And I will always call you mine. I love your mean butt, Rod Manning. I always will. The tears dry up, and I feel like Rod and I have put the past right where it belongs. I love you too, girl. You know what? I feel better than I ever have, Jenna. I really do. I've been beating myself up over what I did to you, and now since you've forgiven me, I can stop that and move on with my life. That you do. I laugh along with him. And some woman is going to love the things you like to do, and you and her will fall madly in love and have those rugrats you wanted. And you better introduce me to her when you find her. His laugh goes up a few notches and mine goes right along with his. I feel free. Really free, for the first time since I can recall. I take in a deep breath to regain my composure, and feel very happy it's from laughing and not crying. So are we good, Rod? We're good, Jenna. Love you, girl. I'm going out and shooting some pool, and being okay with who I am. Thanks to you, I finally feel okay about that guy, he says. Go. Have fun. Love you too, Rod. Bye. Bye, Jenna. I hang up and laugh a little as I pull my butt off the kitchen floor and go to my bedroom. As I fall on top of my bed, I think about the Manning boys moving on, and I think it's a good thing. Reed has found a woman much like himself, it sounds like. A good thing, I think. Rod will definitely find a woman who loves him for the bad boy he is. And then there's me. Well, I could have this principal. He is interested in the things I am. I suppose he would make a great husband. He has his plans, and one day he will be a bigwig in the education industry here in Tempe. I get up, pull my clothes off, and get under the blankets. I haven't done that since I moved here. But I like sleeping with no clothes, and I am from now on. So what if Steve thinks it's unsanitary? Who am I kidding? Steven Johnson is not the man for me. I love Reed. I do. No matter if he's moved on or not, it's going to take me a while. Taking my phone off the nightstand, I open the photo album and scroll through the pictures of him and me. There's the one where we were coming back from visiting Catalina Island. We'd made all the plans, and he paid the manager for the whole island for our wedding. We chartered 20 yachts to bring the guests out to the island for the occasion. In the picture, we have on the sunglasses he got us that match, and we're wearing matching white shorts and blue shirts like a couple of sailors. Man, we look so cute. Now tell me how it's not us who are meant to be together. How is it that he found someone more compatible than we are? We have magic between us. How did he find that with another woman as well? It makes no sense. Or is the fact I didn't stand up for our love the problem? I walked away so easily. Too easily. It made him lose faith in me. He must have lost faith that I would pick him in the end. And now he's moved on. And I'm alone. How can I keep on going? The time was right at hand. I was about to end this all and call Reed and tell him he's the one I want. It really has always been him. From the first time he ever touched me, I knew he was the one. And now I've blown it all. Waited too long. My Reed is in another woman's arms. A woman, every bit his equal. I'm just a kindergarten teacher with a limited income base. I'll never be his equal in the earnings department. I suppose he's better off. They'll be super rich and powerful, I guess. And the Manning family will go back to their happy lives, and well, I'll figure something out. But right now, it seems I have to cry because the tears are pouring out, and I'm helpless to stop them. Why did I wait so long?
Chapter 36. Read.
Jenna's deadline is 1 month away, and I'm back visiting my parents for the Easter weekend. Dad's outside putting the meat on the pit, as they invited the usual crowd for the party this afternoon. I keep hoping Jenna will walk through the door unexpectedly and make my world come alive again. This waiting is destroying me. I've ended up in Lana's bed 3 times, and not one of them has been memorable. She's just a semi-warm body to try to help me find some comfort at times when I get to feeling very low and lose hope that Jenna will return to me at the end of May. Lying on the sofa in the living room has me sitting up as the front door flies open, and in walks Rod with a woman on his arm. I stare at him, as I have no idea what the hell this means. Is he out of the running for Jenna? "Hey little bro," Rod says as he brings this new woman with long blonde hair toward me. "Meet Ashley. She's my new old lady." I get up and extend my hand. "I'm Reed Ashley. Nice to meet you." My eyes move back to my brother, and he looks very happy as he takes a drink from the tall brown bottle of beer in his hand. Her eyes are blue, her hair is blonde, and she's roughly the same height as Jenna. But this young woman has an edge to her that Jenna doesn't. She looks straight into my eyes and seems to have little fear of new situations. Her tight leather clothes show she's not very shy at all. "Nice to meet you too, Reed," she says, then looks back at Rod. "So on to your parents then, baby." He nods, spins her around, and pops her butt as she walks in front of him, and she makes a little growling sound. Rod looks back at me and winks. I follow along behind them, as I have to see what the hell is going on with this man. Waiting patiently for him to introduce her to our parents, I pull him to the side as Mom takes Ashley off to show her around. "Okay, what's up?" I ask him. He smiles. "Jenna and I talked a couple of weeks ago." I find myself very hurt that she's talked to him and not me, and it hits me like a baseball bat to the stomach. "And what did she say that has you with another woman?" I ask as I take a couple of steps back and sit in a chair by the pool so I don't fall down. "She said she didn't want me to wait for her. She wasn't coming back to me. But it's all good. We ended on very good terms." "She hasn't called you then?" He takes a drink of his beer. I shake my head. "No." His lips go up on one side. "Maybe she's serious about the principal. She told me she was dating him. Maybe she's done with the Manning men for good. Why wouldn't she call me?" I ask myself. Rod shrugs. "Maybe you two weren't as close as you thought. You did only see each other for a few months, you know. And we were engaged and inseparable for all but the first week of them." I hold out my hand. "Beer me please, bro. And does this mean you'll accept things if she comes back to me?" He frowns and pulls a beer out of the cooler and hands it to me. "I will. But Reed, I don't see that happening. She would have called you, man. Don't let it upset you. I mean, you got that new chick. That rich one. Why didn't you bring her home for this, by the way?" I take a long drink of the cold beer, then say, "I was hoping Jenna might show up. And I can't really take too much time with Lana. She's kind of overbearing and bossy, and she can be real nasty. You know how our family is. I could see her telling me we had to leave and go get somewhere nice to stay. But you brought her home before. Mom told me you took them on a helicopter ride." He kneels down to pet the puppy Dad bought Mom last week. "Hey there, Puddles." The little wiener dog pees a bit as he pets him, hence the name. We didn't stay. It was a quick trip in her helicopter, then we went right back to California. We were looking at a property in Arizona where we might want to join some other investors in a project. That's the only reason I was with her. And when I told Mom I'd be in the area, she made us stop by. I down the last of the beer. "So, you think Jenna is serious about this other man?" "Well, she let me go and didn't call you, so I'd say she must be," he says, then stands back up. "Don't let it get you down. There are more fish in the sea if that rich chick's not the one for you either." I nod my head at the approaching new girl as she's making her way to Rod. "Where'd you find her?" "On the internet." At Jenna's prompting, I went searching for females who like the things I like rather than trying to change anyone. I found that little beauty there, and we are compatible in all ways. She walks up to him and runs her arm around his waist, leans into him, then takes the beer out of his hand and takes a drink. He just smiles at her. She bites her lip after she pulls the bottle down and says, "Oops, I forgot to ask, didn't I?" With a nod he says, "You did. That's 3. She gives him a wicked smile. "Only 3. I think that deserves 5. He moans and pulls her to him. Time to show you my old bedroom. She growls and they leave me, thankfully. Mom kind of hops up to me as they leave. What do you think of her? They seem to get along well, I answer. He's told me some about her. I told him he'd better bring her today. It's so good to see him moving on. And now if you could, I'd be really happy. What about the Lana woman? Boy, she's got the hots for you. You're kind of cold to her, but you should let her heat you up, she says, and I think I might be blushing. Mom. What? You should. She's a lot like you, son. I think if you could forget about Jenna, you and Lana would make a great couple. What do they call it? A power couple. Yeah. She claps her hands. Oh, to see both of my sons with women who they love and love them is all I want. Well, I can barely stand Lana, so she's not going to be your daughter-in-law. When's the last time you talked to Jenna? I ask, get up and grab another beer out of the ice chest. It's been about a week. Her calls have slowed down, I think, because she's moving on. And Reed, I think it's best she has. Your brother and you have gotten along so well with her out of the picture. I hope you don't think about going and getting her, she says, and the thought springs into my head that I do know where she lives, and I could do just that. Tempe is only a 2-hour drive from here. Mom, if she and I do get back together, you will treat her right, won't you? I ask, then take a drink and watch her kind of squirm. Reed, you and your brother would start this fighting stuff up again, and I would just hate it, she says, then knots her hands together. Just leave her alone, son. Please. Rod and I won't fight over her anymore. We made a deal. So if there's no fighting in the family, would you accept it if she came back to me? I look at her, as she seems very conflicted. But there would be fighting. I shake my head. I think Rod's found a woman much more fitting for him. He and Jenna have talked, and from what he told me, it sounds like they have found their closure. We both know Jenna was never the woman for him. She's an angel, and Rod's a devil. Mom takes the chair next to mine and takes my beer away, and downs the rest of it. She sits there for a moment before she says, "Look, I love that girl." I do. But life has been so peaceful since she left. She looks at me really hard. But there is something missing in you. I can see it. Just wait and see if she comes back to you on her own. You and your brother both took that girl over. She's never had a shot at finding out if she likes something else other than being taken over. You know. I nod and know she's right. But if she does come back to me, you will accept that. Reed, as long as it doesn't disrupt what you and your brother have managed to regain, I will accept it. She gets up and walks away, then looks back over her shoulder at me. But please let her come to you. Let her make a decision for once instead of a Manning going caveman on her and dragging her off with him. I give her a nod and a smile. Okay, Mom. Caveman is not the way I want to go anyway. But this waiting shit has to end. If Rod's out, then the family thing is no longer an issue. And I want Jenna to know that. I want her to know I still want her, and I'm not about to let her pick another man if she's not head over heels in love with the guy. What we have is real, and I'm not about to let her throw that away. But getting her to call me is something I need to work on. Showing up unannounced is kind of caveman. The party progresses and everyone goes home. It's late. Very late. And I've yet to figure out how to approach Jenna. The light out by the pool is nice, and I unbutton my shirt and lie back on the lounge chair I'm sitting in. I take a nearly naughty selfie and send it to her using Mom's phone. I lifted it from her just before she went to bed. She didn't even notice I took it. So now I wait to see if she texts back. An hour later, there is still nothing. So I go inside, stopping to pick up a half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels and go to my bedroom. I leave Mom's phone on the counter after deleting the picture of myself from it. Pulling my clothes off, I climb into the bed and prop my head up on the pillows. Then I take a nice long tug from the bottle. It burns as it goes down my throat. I find the pain good, in a way. It means I can still feel things. She must be done with me, too. But why in the hell can she tell Rod she's not interested in him any longer, but not me?
Chapter 37. Jenna.
Crap. I say out loud, as I see my phone ran out of charge sometime in the night. I plug it in and go to get dressed. There's a staff party this evening, and Steven wants me to go with him. I'm not really feeling it, but it's one of those things I do to keep the peace between him and me. The phone rings and I look at it to find it's Steven. I ignore the call. I can't deal with him yet. After one shower and a cup of coffee, I went back to get my phone off the table by my bed and saw a text message from Sue that I had missed at 3 a.m. Gosh. I hope everything's all right. With a swipe of my finger, I see there's no emergency. There's Reed by the pool. His shirt is unbuttoned, and he's looking very attractive. I fall back on the bed and gaze at him. His tight abs look even tighter than the last time I saw them. His hair has grown just a bit, and his blue eyes sparkle in the pool's lights. He's devastating. He must have taken this with his mother's phone after she fell asleep. So I don't bother replying to this text. Instead, I pull up his cell number and text, looking good. I wait and he doesn't text back, so I call Steven back. You called? I did. I need you there by 7 tonight. I'd pick you up, but I'll be running late. I have some things I have to pick up for the party. Wear that green dress I like. Your gold necklace with that cross will be good too. It's Easter and all, and the cross works with that whole thing. He stops talking just long enough for me to talk. And how was your night, Steven? Oh, fine. I watched some television, then read until I fell asleep, he says. And wear those nude heels. I like the way your legs look in them. Okay. I guess I'll let you go and see you then. Yes? Oh. One more thing. You told a joke at the last party, and I didn't like that. No jokes at this one. See you at 7 sharp. He hangs up and I find myself fuming. No jokes. He's a joke. I toss the phone on the bed and start to get off the bed, but it lights up and makes the buzzing sound it does when I have a text. It better not be another thing he needs to tell me how to do. But I see it's Reed. Heard you were happy with the new man. Wonder who told him that. I texted back. I heard you were happy with the new woman. He texts back, who told you that? I texted your brother and your mother. He texts back, funny, those are the same two who told me that about you. I send it, I'm glad you're happy. Your whole family is a lot happier now that I'm not in the picture. He says, not all of them. So I send back, what does that mean? He texts, don't worry about it. Are you really happy? Sue's been doing so well. She's made a full recovery from the tumor, and there's been no reoccurrence. She's been so happy with how things are going. And she has not so gently told me about how compatible this new woman in Reed's life is with him. How well they get along, and how happy Reed is with her. The phone buzzes again, and I see he's written, are you afraid to tell me you're happy, Jenna? I think about it for a while, and I know they're all better off without me. So I send, yes. A little while goes by. Then he texts back, okay then. Have a nice life. I quickly type in, you too. Then the tears start to fall. I can't breathe. My body aches. I think I might be dying. I pick the phone back up to call him, think twice about it, and put it down. He deserves better than me. That woman is his equal. I'm sure she's mentally strong too, and I'm weak. My phone rings, and I can't see who it is because of all the tears. But I answer it anyway. One more thing, Steven says. No drinking tonight. I don't want us to do any more drinking. I want to have the appearance of an up-and-coming couple who are interested in business and education. All work, no play. That kind of couple. A real educational power couple. And I want you to keep going to college until you get your doctorate. So get working on that. See you tonight. He ends the call without me saying a word. Not one damn word. The phone leaves my hand as I toss it away from me. I want no more of this thing with him. He hasn't asked me to marry him, but I saw pictures of engagement rings on his phone the other day. And now all this talk about the future, and what I need to do to fit into his 10-year plan. Well, screw that. I'm done. Done with being led around like I don't know what I want, or am too stupid to know I can do more. I'm sick of it. Reed never put me in a box. He never said, "Jenna, I want you to do this with the rest of your life, so go to school even longer so you can do what I want you to do." No, Reed told me I could do whatever I wanted. Anything or nothing. Whatever I wanted. He let me love him the way I wanted to. He let me do the things that made me happy. He let me plan the wedding around what I liked. And now he's moved on to another woman. And I know in my heart, it's because I didn't stand up and fight for what I wanted. I rolled over and did what would make everyone else happy. Everyone else but me and Reed. I let him go to keep the peace. I let him go because it was the easier road to take. And now he found a woman who's most likely willing to fight for him. The way I should have done. I could have told Rod the same things I told him a couple of weeks ago, to get him to understand that I've grown and am not the person he loved. I could have told Rod those things that night, instead of kissing him to see if there was anything there. Why did I do that? Why did I allow other people to get between what Reed and I had? What we had was real, honest, and pure. And I threw my hands up in the air, and told myself it was for the good of his family. So now what do? I'm done with Steven. I won't be his date tonight, and even though it will be uncomfortable working in the same school as he does, I will not quit my job and hide away as if I've done something wrong. I will face the uncomfortable situation with my head held high, and go on. Because shit happens and it's not always roses and wine. Sometimes it's a pile of crap and you have to step over it and go on. The fact is I may have lost Reed. And he may have been the one for me. He may have been the only man who will ever make me feel electricity with his touch. Reed Manning may have been the only slice of heaven I will ever have on this planet. But I will no longer let some man control my every move. No joking around, Jenna. No drinking, Jenna. Who does Steven Johnson think he is? There's going to be a new Jenna. One who knows what she wants, and when she finds it, if I ever find it again, she will hold on to it like her life depends on it. Now I am done talking about myself in the third person, because that seems a little crazy to me, and I don't want the new Jenna to be insane. In an effort to face things head-on, I throw on a dress and slip on a pair of flip-flops, pull my hair into a ponytail, and get into my car. I'm going to face Steven when I tell him we're done. Tucking tail and running isn't a thing I'll be doing anymore. Steven is getting into his car, and as I pull into the driveway of the 3-bedroom brick home, he has no immediate plans to fill it with children because they aren't in his life plan. I pull in behind him and get out of the car. He doesn't even bother to get out. He just rolls his window down. Jenna, I need to go. Move your car. This will only take a second, Steven, I say as I lean in his window. Jenna, just do as I say. Whatever you have to say, I can wait until I get back. You can wait on the patio for me to get back if you want. It should take me an hour to get what I need to do. He looks agitated that I'm still standing here, instead of hurrying to get out of his way. I'm not waiting. We're over, Steven. Done. 'Kay, I'll let you go now. I turn and walk back to my car. I hear his car door open. Jenna, wait. I shake my head, wag my finger behind me and keep walking until I get to my car and slide into the driver's seat. He stands there just looking at me. Bye, I say and drive away. My phone rings and it's him. I ignore the call. I've said all I have to say to him. No amount of pleading is going to get me to change my mind, and go back to being his Barbie doll that he dresses and tells me how to act. The fact that we've slept together a whopping 3 times, and never did I come close to finishing, and never did he care, sits forefront in my brain. What a jerk. I feel weightless with this off my back. I can just be free. I don't have to have a man just to fill some space in my life. I can just be me. The fact is, the love I have for Reed has made me see that I should never settle for anything less than a love like that. He may have moved on, but I think I'll just kick back and relax and let myself live with the fact I have a heart that's full of love for a man who totally deserves it. He didn't do a thing to make me stop, and I couldn't if I tried. So why fight it? I love a man who doesn't love me anymore. Okay. I can handle that. Pulling back into my parking spot at my apartment complex, I sit for a moment and let myself feel what it feels like to be a woman who is free, but who also holds a ton of love in her heart. It feels damn good. Whether it's reciprocated or not, it's there, and it feels great. The first thing I do as I walk into my little apartment is go straight to my jewelry box and take out the ring Reed gave me. I slide it on my finger, look at it, and feel happy. Not sad at all. Reed made me happy once. He taught me how that feels. I can't hate him for moving on. It was my fault. But I can feel the way he showed me is possible. I can live my life the way I want. From the day he talked to me about going to college and doing what I wanted, until the day he told me I could walk away from him if I wanted to see what I felt about Rod or anyone else for that matter, he has taught me a lot. It's not the job, it's not the way you do things that matter. It's how you feel about it. If you like it, do it. If you don't, don't. I like wearing this ring. I like feeling the way I felt when I was with him. And I can if I want to. Now to see how long this euphoria lasts.
Chapter 38. Read.
I can't stop staring at my phone. The last text from Jenna doesn't make sense to me. I know that girl has not found another man who makes her feel the way I do. So I make a quick decision and look online and have flowers and candy sent to her address today. Then I make damn sure Lana knows we have nothing going on, as she texted me a few times yesterday, and I can't have her thinking she and I are a thing. So with a swipe of my finger, I call her. Reed. Miss me? Lana, sorry. This isn't one of those calls where I tell you I miss you and want you to join my family for Easter, sorry. Oh, I see. What is this kind of call then? This is the call where I tell you that you and I are not working out. She sighs. Reed, that dumb girl isn't coming back. She might not be. But Lana, that girl taught me what true love felt like, and I'm done settling for Mrs. Right now and not Mrs. Right. She may not take me back, but I'm sure going to try. And what if she shoots you down, she asks. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who will take this from you, then, when you come crawling back after she tells you it's over, welcome you with open arms? I'm not going to be doing that. If she shoots me down, then I'm going to be thankful for what she's shown me, how to love and be loved unequivocally. Sorry for wasting your time, Lana. I'm sure we'll see each other around, and I don't want things to be weird, I tell her, then hear something breaking in the background. Damn it, Reed. Look, I get what I want, she shrieks. So do I say with a very calm voice. And I want Jenna Foster or no one right now. I'll never be settling again. Not now that I know what real love feels like. Bye, Lana. There's some cursing on her end, but I hang up without listening to her anymore. There was no love there. I was a thing Lana set her sights on. A nice bank account, a handsome face. But she had no real feelings for me. And I sure didn't for her. So that's done, and now on to Operation Get Jenna Back. A text comes in, and I cross my fingers that it's Jenna. But I see it's from Lana. Reed Manning, we are through. I laugh out loud. Duh. Jenna or no Jenna, I'm through with faking it just to have a warm body around once in a while. And I'm through with waiting around for Jenna to realize she's hurting us both by taking this high road where she doesn't cause any waves in the Manning family. Pulling on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and my running shoes, I leave my bedroom and find my mother in the kitchen. "Hey Mom, you feel like making some lasagna for dinner tonight?" "It's 10 in the morning, Reed." "I haven't thought about dinner, son," she says, then drinks her coffee. I can see she's slowly realizing what I'm about to do. Her eyebrows go up. "Reed." I kiss her forehead as she sits at the kitchen table. "Bye, Mom." But Rod and his girlfriend are here. It'll be Armageddon. I hear her shout out. But I keep on going. I know Rod won't do a thing. Now Mom needs to see that too, and things will be fine and dandy. As I slip behind the wheel of the rental car, I put my shades on and turn up the radio. I'm going to jam all the way to Tempe and pick up my girl, Jenna. The doorbell rings and I get up off the sofa and peek through the peephole. I have no wish to see Steven. It's been about 2 hours since I ended things with him, and he's called several times and texted several messages, but I deleted them all without reading any of them. All I see are flowers and then the face of a delivery man. "Miss Jenna Foster?" I open the door. "Those are for me, huh?" He nods and hands a huge bouquet of red roses to me and a big box of chocolates. Then he seems to be searching for something. He hisses, "Shoot." "What?" I ask as I put the flowers and candy down on the table by the door. "The card. Man, I lost it on the way up. I didn't read who they were from." "Sorry, ma'am." I laugh and shake my head. "I have a strong idea. I know who sent them. I just broke up with this guy. They have to be from him, although he's never done a romantic thing before." "Thanks." I hand him a $5 bill for his trouble and shut the door. And it hits me as I look at the flowers and the candy on the table. Reed is in Jerome. The text he sent last night was from his mother's phone, and he was at their pool. He's there. A mere 2 hours away. But that woman might be there too. Oh, that would really start some shit if I showed up. And Sue is doing so well now. I spin around, go get my purse and car keys, and take off. I need to go to Reed and tell him how I feel, and that I want to get married like we planned. If I have to beat the hell out of some rich woman to get him back, then that's what I have to do. I'll prove to him that I think he's worth fighting for. It might have taken me a little while to realize it. But now that I do, anyone who is standing between us is in my way. And heaven help anyone who does, because I'm through being the quiet girl who gets out of everyone's way and does only what makes everyone else happy. Because the way Reed seemed on those texts told me he isn't happy. And I'm not happy, so I need to fix things with him. That man is mine. He knows it, and I know. And I belong to him. Heart, body, and soul. As I slide into the driver's seat, I put on the shades Reed bought me that match his, and I crank up the radio. I'm going to rock all the way back to Jerome and get my man back. And I hope Sue can forgive me.
Chapter 39. Read.
I take the stairs 2 at a time to get up to her apartment on the 2nd floor. It's number 212, and as I get to the top step, I see some man pounding on the door. "Jenna, open up. I'm not going to let you do this to me," he shouts. "Hey buddy," I say as I come up behind him. He turns around and looks at me. "Can I help you?" I shake my head. "Nope. You seem to be looking for my fiancée, Jenna. What can I do for you?" This guy is about 3 inches shorter than I am, and he's wearing a black JCPenney suit for some reason. It smells like cheap cologne. He stammers as he looks at me. "Fiancée? I'm talking about Jenna Foster. She's no one's fiancée. She's my girlfriend. Now who might you be?" "I might be Santa Claus. Jenna Foster is my fiancée. So why are you here?" I fold my arms across my chest, which is broader than his, and wait for his answer. But I'm pretty damn sure this is the grade school principal she was dating. No way she's in love with this douche. She and I had a misunderstanding earlier, and I'm trying to get it straightened out before we go to a party this evening. He turns and bangs on the door again. And I have no idea who you are. Jenna has been here about 5 months or so, and I've never even heard her talk about any man, much less a fiancé. Well, I am her fiancé, and I'm about to take her back to our Bel Air mansion, so you may want to go ahead and cut on out of here, buddy, I tell him as I take hold of his shoulder to stop his incessant pounding. Bel Air mansion? He shakes his head. There's no way we're talking about the same woman. My Jenna is not that refined. There's no way she ever lived in Bel Air in a mansion. Not my Jenna. I shift my weight to the other foot. Okay, let's get this straight. I have a Jenna. This Jenna is mine. Well, I don't know what you think you had, but you never had her. Her heart has belonged to me for some time now. So like I said, you should go. She's most likely hiding in there until you leave anyway. His brown eyes go big, and he walks to the top of the steps and looks down at them to the parking lot. Hey, did you see a white Mercedes when you parked? I shake my head, then recall that I had one just like that sent to her. She's not here. My cell phone rings, and I pull it from my pocket and see Rod's name on it. Hey, what's up? I got your girl Reed. Guess who came looking for you? It's just like you wished for. She showed up at our front door, he tells me. Damn. Tell her to wait for me there. Don't let her go anywhere. I'm at her apartment in Tempe. It's going to take me a couple of hours to get back. Don't let her leave, Rod. Promise me, please. I hurry past the guy who thinks he knows my girl and get into my car. The guy comes at me, waving his arms and shouting, Hey, did you find her? I nod and shout as I drive away. She's at my house. It's over, dude. Whatever you had is done. Bye. I spin out as I leave the parking lot and floor it to get back to Jerome. She came for me. Jenna. I tap my foot as Sue stands in the doorway. Well, he's not here, sweetheart. I'm sorry, she tells me. This is so not like Sue to leave me on the porch. Look, I know Rod's here. I see his bike right there. Ask him if he knows where Reed went. I came all the way from Tempe to see him, and Sue, I am going to see him. If that woman is here with him, I don't care. I have to talk to him. Well, it's just that I don't want any trouble, Jenna. Rod is here. She looks back over her shoulder, then looks back at me, and then whispers, Reed's happy with that woman, Jenna. Just go on back to Tempe and have a great life, sweetheart. I tap my foot and watch Rod coming up behind his mother. Hey, Mom. This isn't like you, keeping Jenna on the porch instead of inviting her in. He gently takes her by the shoulders and pulls her back inside. Come in, Jenna. Please. I give him a nod. Thank you, Rod. Do you have any idea where Reed might be? I'd like to find him before he goes back to California. At this moment in time, I am not positive of my brother's whereabouts. But what brings you by, Miss Foster? He reaches out, takes my hand, pulls me inside, and takes me to the sofa. Have a seat. Would you like a beer? You look a little tense. I nod. One wouldn't hurt. I am keyed up. But I can get it. He presses my shoulder, so I have to sit down. Nonsense. After all the beers you brought me, I can bring you a few. We can relax and talk until Reed makes it back here. He will be coming back. It may be a little while, but we can entertain you until then. He walks out of the living room, and Sue just stares at me. Jenna, what does bring you here? What do you want with Reed? Sue, I love you. I really do. And your health means so much to me. But what I want to say to Reed is just between him and me. Okay? I watch her eyes go big. I've never talked to her this way before. I think she's kind of freaking out. Then someone comes out of the hallway just as Rod comes back with 4 beers in his hands. A woman with long blonde hair, wearing black leather pants and a white halter top, wipes her mouth with the back of her hand as Rod stops next to her. He smiles at her. "You okay, baby?" She nods and runs her hand over his cheek. "Are you?" He nods, and my head goes a little wiggly inside. Then he looks at me. "Jenna, this is the woman you told me to look for. I found her on a website. And you were right. Finding someone who thinks like I do is working very nicely." The pretty blonde, who has the classic good girl look with a very deep hint of badass, smiles at me and comes toward me with her hand extended. "I'm very happy to meet you, Jenna. Rod has told me all about you." I stand up and shake her hand. "It's nice to meet you. I can see you two get along pretty well so far. Your name is?" "Oh. I'm Ashley. Thank you for what you told him about being himself and not trying to be anything less than the badass he is. I love this hardcore son of a gun." I laugh and look at him. "You did tell her everything, didn't you, Rod?" He nods and hands us each a beer. Then I sit down and Ashley sits next to me as Sue's mouth hangs open. Rod hands her a beer too and helps her sit in a chair. "Mom, you okay there?" he asks. "Well, I didn't think this is how things would go." She takes a long drink as she looks at Rod as he comes back and sits next to his new girl. Ashley looks at me and smiles. "So you pulled a switcheroo with brothers. I'd say you're somewhat of a badass yourself." I blush and look away as Rod says, "She is. She's just starting to figure it out, is all." Sue takes another drink and then says, "Well, I may as well go ahead and say it. I'm sorry, Jenna. I thought this would be a fiasco. A total brawl. But it seems like you were the one who told Rod to look for someone more fitting for him, and you were right. These two balance each other out very nicely." Rod runs his arm around Ashley, and she places her head on his shoulder. "We do, don't we?" he asks her. Ashley nods. "We do, baby. We really do." She kisses him with a little peck on his lips, and I see it in his eyes when she moves back. He loves her. And she looks like she loves him. My heart is pumping hard with how damn happy I am. A tear falls down my cheek and Sue sees it. "Oh no. This is upsetting you. See. I knew it wouldn't go as easy." I stop her. "Sue, no. That's not it at all." I wipe the tears away and look at Ashley. "I love this man. Not in the way that I want him. I want him to be happy. I always have. You make him happy. I love that." Ashley takes my hand and taps the top. "I know you love him. Thanks for your honesty, Jenna. I love him so much more than I knew was possible. And he loves you. We can all be one big happy family. Well, as soon as Reed gets here and fixes you guys up. Thanks for understanding this craziness, Ashley. If Reed will have me back, then we will be one big happy family," I say, and then the front door opens and there he stands. "Jenna." I get up and walk to him, as I hold up my hand with his ring on it. "Can I still be Mrs. Reed Manning?" He nods, and then I'm wrapped in his arms. His lips touch my ear. "Angel, I've missed you." "I've missed you too. I don't want to ever miss you again," I whisper because I'm crying like crazy. His tall, muscular body feels so right as he holds me tight. Then he picks me up and carries me down the hallway to his bedroom. Rod calls out, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." I hear Ashley add, "Which means go hog wild 'cause this man will do anything." They laugh, and I hear Sue join in. "You crazy kids." I bury my face in Reed's chest and take in a deep breath, taking him all in. He kicks his childhood bedroom door open and takes me inside. My heart is pounding as he sits me down on the bed and says, "Strip." Has Rod taught Reed about punishments?
Chapter 40. Read.
I trail soft circles with my finger over her naked stomach as Jenna lies back on my small childhood bed and gazes up at me as I lie next to her. "You had me afraid you were about to teach me a lesson, Reed," she says with a smile on her beautiful face. A face I have longed to see for months, too many months. I am about to, I whisper in her ear. A shiver runs through her. Really? I nod and nuzzle her neck, then leave one kiss on it. I had her get undressed, and I did the same, then climbed into bed with her, our skin touching the other's. I craved this for what seemed like so long. This simple thing of our skins touching. It makes me feel different. Whole. Her scent has my mind filled with only thoughts of pleasing her in ways that will assure her this is where she belongs, in my arms, forever. I'm going to teach you that you and I belong together. Reed, I love you. I love you so much. I'll never stay a night away from you, ever again. Not ever. I love you, I love you. Pulling back to look at her, I see tears streaming down her reddened cheeks. Jenna, I love you. It might have been a tough bunch of months, but it served its purpose. I know you truly love me. I know you won't be leaving me one day, for something you thought you might have lost with my brother. I know you won't be wondering if another man can make you feel like I do. She sniffles. No one can make me feel like you do, Reed. I know that now. I kiss her cheek and find the salty tears on my lips, which I lick. I love you, Jenna. I won't ever let you get away from me again. Not ever. You're stuck with me, girl. I'm very glad to hear that. She pulls my face back down to hers and kisses me sweetly. And finally, our lives can really begin.
Epilogue. Jenna Manning.
Maddie, have you seen Glenn's left shoe? I shout toward the kitchen. Reed smacks my butt as he comes up behind me. Here you go, Mama. The always evasive shoe our son keeps hiding in a different place every time we go to leave anywhere. After 3 boys, how did we get one who hates to leave the house? I ask as I hold our 1-year-old down and try to get him to let me get the shoe on. Reed takes the shoe from me. Here, you hold old Wiggle Britches here and let me stuff his chubby foot into his shoe. Out of the kitchen and into the little den area off of it where we are come our other kids, Tanner, who's 8, Roland, who's 5, and Panther, who's 3. Yes, Reed got to name one of our 4 sons. But that's the last one he's getting to name. And Panther is the only one who got his father's dimpled chin. Tanner shouts because he apparently knows no other way to communicate. Come on. Gee whiz. You have 1 kid to get dressed, Mom. I wipe the sweat off my brow from the struggle with our youngest and shoot a wicked look at our oldest child. 1 kid. Tanner, this 1 kid is like 3 of them. With his shoe on and his brothers running through the room on their way to the front door, Glenn busts out of my hold and follows as fast as he can after them. Reed opens his arms and I fall into them. Phew. And only 3 minutes behind schedule. He laughs. You're nearly on time, Jenna. Come on, I'll give you guys a ride, then go to the office for a bit. Then I'll go back to the school and pick you up for a nice lunch. How does that sound? His arm wraps around my shoulders as he leads me out to our Suburban. I lean into his firm body. That sounds fantastic. Since I moved up to being a 3rd-grade teacher, things have been rough. He nods as we get outside, and I see the others have left Glenn to try to climb into his car seat on his own. Dang it, Tanner. I shout. Can't you see your baby brother needs some help? I tried to help him and he bit me, he shouts back at me. Panther lets out a loud growl. And I'm the one named after a wild animal. You should switch our names. And just like that, Reed and I stop and look at each other. Oh no, we say simultaneously. Just like Rod. Reed opens the passenger car door for me. Climb in. I'll strap the little devil down. I get in and look back as Glenn hits his father, and then lunges at him with a screeching sound. Roland is in the seat next to him, and watches the scene with a little bit of horror in his expression. Reed manages to get the baby strapped in, and wipes the sweat off his forehead. Shit, son. I remind him of the young ears in the car, Reed, the kids. With a wink to me he says, sorry boys. He closes the door and walks around to get in as Tanner says, That's okay, Mom. We've heard worse words. I shake my head and turn around as Reed gets into the driver's seat. Now, how many more of these things did you say you wanted? He asks with a grin. With a smile, I answer, I want a girl, Reed. He shakes his head and pulls away from our home, which many see as a mansion but really is a home to us and our kids. No matter how fancy it may seem, it's full of love and hopes, dreams, and lives that go on just like anyone else's. And I love this life we have.
Read.
Of course, it has to be storming like crazy when Jenna goes into labor with our daughter. We had one more son after the notorious Glenn, who is nearly the spitting image of my brother. And if Rod had been anywhere near my wife in the time frame she got pregnant, I'd have given that boy a DNA test. As Rod had been in another state for the whole year, I had no choice but to accept the fact the little devil came from my own loins. 2 years after Glenn came another son we named Patrick, after Jenna's dad, who passed away that year. Her mother was invited to come live with us, but said she'd rather stay in the house she and her husband had lived in their entire marriage. I bet it's really because our house is kind of chaotic, with all the boys running wild though. I make my way to our bedroom where Jenna is walking around, trying to get through another contraction it looks like, as she holds her back and stops to lean against a wall. She's on her way, my angel. The midwife will be here as soon as she can. The weather is pretty awful. I run my hands all over her back as she makes little panting sounds with her breathing. The pain subsides and she turns to me. Reed, I don't want to do this anymore. Can we stop after her? I laugh. As if it was me who told you to keep having babies, Jenna. But if you want to hear it come out of my mouth, then here you go. Jenna, honey, can this be our last little bundle of joy? She nods. Yes, it can. If that's how you want it, darling. She smiles, and I take her hand and lead her to the bed. You should get all comfy until your midwife gets here. The door flies open, and in run the 5 boys, who all jump on the bed. Glenn shrieks, baby? I shake my head. Not yet. I'll bring her out to meet you guys as soon as she gets here. Now kiss your mama and let me get you back to your bedrooms. You all have school tomorrow and it's late. After exchanging a lot of I love you kisses and hugs, I manage to wrangle the boys back to bed at 11 p.m. When I get back to my wife, I see the midwife is drenched, but she has made it. Thank God. I was afraid I would have to deliver this one. She's going to be our last, I've been told, I say as I climb on the bed next to Jenna and hold her hand as she starts taking in deep breaths with another contraction. The midwife checks Jenna and looks at us with a smile. She's at 10. She can push with the next one. I did cut it very close, making here in time. Jenna looks at me with a red face, and tears fall. Reed, we're about to meet our daughter. Our baby girl. I kiss the tears away and give her hand a little squeeze. I know. Are you happy, Jenna? She nods. More than I ever thought possible. Thank you, Reed. Thank you so much. I tweak her nose. Thank you, Jenna. You're the one who made this life we share possible. I love you more than you will ever know. And I love you. Jenna's lips touch mine. Then they harden as she pulls back from me with a deep groan. It's time. We look back at the midwife, who's wiping tears out of her eyes so she can see. You two are so perfect for each other. It pulls at my heart. Okay. She sniffles. Let's see what we have here. A head full of blonde hair, it seems. Jenna pushes, and her face goes really red. Then she stops and looks at me. Wow. That was hard, and she's not even out yet. I gently stroke her arm. You're doing so good, Mama. With another wave, Jenna goes red again and makes a loud grunting sound. Then I hear our daughter crying. It's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. You did it, Angel. I kiss her cheek and she closes her eyes. We did it, Reed. You and me. Together, we made ourselves a family. Her head leans against my shoulder as the midwife holds up our daughter, and we gaze at her like she's a precious work of art. We did it.
Rod.
My brother moved his family out to a place in Wyoming to get his kids out of the city and into the country. Seems his 12-year-old son, Glenn, was getting into trouble already, and they wanted to see if a change in environment might help him to straighten up. When Jenna called and asked if I could bring my family to come see their new place, and maybe see if there was anything I could say to Glenn to get him on a better path, I had to come. Wow, Ashley says as we turn into a driveway lined with giant trees. This is gorgeous. I like it better than the mansion they had in Bel Air. I roll down the windows and take in the fresh air. You and I are going to take the bike out for a ride while we're here. The kids can visit their cousins for a little while, so you and I can spend a little mommy-daddy time. Our 2 daughters in the backseat of the truck, both grown. Miranda, our 15-year-old, winds the cousins. Her 12-year-old sister Hope joins her. Dad, do we have to? Can't you take us with you? No room. Sorry, I say and give Ashley's hand a squeeze. Your Aunt Jenna will probably take you girls shopping. That will be nice, won't it? I guess, Miranda says. But this isn't Beverly Hills, Dad. It's the middle of nowhere. I pull up in front of a monster-sized place that looks like a hotel instead of a home. The front door opens, and there stands my brother and his wife. My heart always does this little dance when I see my old flame. I love that girl still, but in a sister-in-law way now. My legs are stiff as I climb out of the truck, followed by my family, and Jenna has me in a hug before I know it. Rod. I'm so happy you came all this way. After exchanging hugs and hellos, we go inside, and I see young Glenn looking at me with eyes just like mine. The steel blue in them glistens as he sees me. That kid and I are cut from the same cloth, and he saunters his little 12-year-old body up to me. Hey, Uncle Rod. How's it hanging? He holds out his hand, and we do this little hand clasp thing I showed him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Reed rolling his eyes. I chuckle. It's hanging, little man. I hear you like to take cars out on your own already. He shrugs and leans back against the wall, putting his foot up behind him. Jenna calls out to him, Glenn, what have I told you about putting your feet on the wall? With a smirk and a nod, he takes his foot down and puts his hands in his pockets. The car was this guy's mother's. This guy hit my little brother Pat. I told him if he ever did that again, he'd be sorry he did. I see, I say as I lean up against the wall with him. And how did his mother's car help you make him sorry? After I told him that, he ran to his mommy like a little snitch and told on me. She came up to me at the playground and gripped me out. So then I needed to teach her not to ever talk to me like that. 2 days later, that guy hit Pat again at the same playground. So I went to her car and got in. She'd left the keys in it, another thing my taking her car was going to teach her not to do again. Of course, I say as I listen to his logic. And I started the car and proceeded to chase the guy down with it. My parents didn't see what I did as a good thing. Especially since it ended with me hitting the monkey bars because the little chicken climbed up on them to get away from me. His fault, I thought. He nods and looks at me for confirmation that he did all the right things, and everyone else was wrong. You know, Glenn, I was a lot like you when I was a kid. Jenna adds, and a grown-up. I glance sideways at her. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, like I was saying, Glenn, I was a lot like you when I was younger. I thought I needed to teach lessons. But what I found out is that's not up to me. I just needed to live my life, and let the lessons in others' lives get taught to them in their own ways. Leave the punishing by the wayside. People get what they have coming to them in other ways. It wasn't up to me. You'll do better the quicker you figure that out. He nods and then looks hard into my eyes. So you're saying, if another guy hits my brother, let my brother deal with that? I nod. Or your parents? It takes a load off your shoulders if you let someone else figure out what to do about something you think isn't right. And just live your life. Saves you a ton of trouble, I assure you. Don't try to change a person. Pick people to be in your life who are already like you or like the people you want to be around. And leave the punishing and teaching up to someone else. You get me? A smile moves over his face. I got you, Uncle Rod. He slams his fist against mine as I hold it up. I run my hand over his little dirty blonde head, the only kid they have with the same color hair I have. Wanna go with me on a ride? I brought my Harley. Will you teach me how to drive it? He asks with a gleam in his eyes. I see Jenna shaking her head and Reed nodding his. Yeah, I'll teach you how. Come on. And maybe I can help this kid not to be a screw-up like I was.
Jenna.
The stars in the Wyoming sky are a bit brighter than anywhere else I've ever lived in. Reed and I sit under a tree in our backyard and look up at them as everyone else has gone to bed. His lips touch the side of my head. Maybe Rod's being around Glenn will change things. I hope so. I turn and take Reed's mouth in a hungry kiss. Next week is our 20th wedding anniversary, and Reed's touch still sends me to another place in my head. A place where only he and I exist. His mouth leaves mine as he looks down at me. I love you, my angel. With a smile I say, I love you, my prince. And I always will. As he takes my mouth with his, I think to myself how lucky I am to have found the man who can make me feel so amazing, and I will never let him go for the rest of my life. And we all lived happily ever after.
The end.
Sneak peek for the Italian billionaire. Snowfall.
Inca pulled her coat around her tighter as she ran from the truck to the inviting warmth of the coffee shop. The squall which had blown in from the sound overnight brought with it searing cold winds and fine rain that invaded clothing relentlessly. The door blew open just as Inca reached it, and she dived in, grateful that it pulsed with heat. Someone had turned up the heating way too high, thank God, she thought, and smiled at Nancy behind the counter. Hey kiddo. Her adoptive mother offered her a towel to dry her hair. How are things? It had been 2 days since the attack in the city parking lot, and although Inca had been thoroughly interrogated by Scarlett, she'd also sworn her to secrecy. I just want to forget it. And the fewer people who know, the better. I don't want Tyler and Nancy to worry. Scarlett hadn't been happy, but something in Inca's face had made her agree. Now Inca smiled at her mom. Good, thanks. Nancy watched her hang her coat up. Really? Inca didn't answer her for a moment, and when she turned back to Nancy, her voice was strained. I'm fine, Nancy. But she knew she couldn't keep the truth from Nancy for long, especially after last night, when, tormented by nightmares, Inca had suffered a full-blown panic attack and called her adoptive mother at 3 a.m., sobbing and incoherent. Inca waited until the tea house was empty, then asked Nancy to sit down with her. In a halting voice, she told her what had happened. Inca had spent her day off in Seattle, happily avoiding the rain by ducking in and out of bookshops and coffee shops. Busman's holiday, she grinned to herself, trying not to compare this coffee house with her own small tea house in the small town just outside Seattle. Overlooking the bay, the little Japanese-influenced gathering place was Inca's dream when she was studying business at college. With the help of Nancy and Tyler, she'd opened it 5 years previously, not knowing what the people of small-town America would think. The Sakura Tea House was about as far from Starbucks as they could imagine, but they loved it. Even the grizzled old mountain men came to drink her specialist brews and chat with their friends. Inca lived in a small apartment above the tea house, but whenever she had a day off, she would escape, either hiking along mountain trails or going into the city to find new reading material. 2 days ago had been the latter. She'd finished the pile of books on her nightstand, and although there were still a couple of other piles of unread books in her living room, she told herself there was always a good reason to buy more. Books were her drug of choice. Hours of browsing and reading relaxed her into an almost soporific state, and she simply did not consider the fact that by the time she left the bookstore and headed back to the parking garage, it was already dark outside. She didn't hear him behind her until the last second, and then, as her assailant grabbed her, she went into survival mode. Adrenaline flooded her system, and she fought back as he attempted to wrestle her to the ground. Inka Sardi was no pushover, despite her diminutive height of 5'2". She'd studied self-defense martial arts, and she used her body to unbalance her attacker, elbowing him rapidly and firmly in the solar plexus, then turning and ramming her thumbs into his eyes. The attacker, a young guy with dirty blonde hair and a pockmarked face, yelped and staggered away, cussing her out. Inka quickly got into her car and banged down the locks. She drove out of the parking garage, and it wasn't until much later, at home, that she began to feel the post-traumatic effects. She practiced deep breathing to calm down. She tried to stop her body trembling. She thought it had worked until the moment, almost an entire day later, she awoke screaming at 3 a.m. and crawled downstairs to call Nancy. Nancy had her hand on her chest, her face pale. "Oh, good grief, Inka, why didn't you tell me?" Inka looked guilty. "I didn't want you to worry. I'm fine. Not even a scratch." Nancy looked disapproving. "Have you told Ollie?" Ollie Rosenbaum was the town's police chief and Inka's very amicable ex-boyfriend. Inka shrugged. Although she and Ollie were still close friends, she still felt the pain of the breakup Ollie initiated a few months ago. "It's not that I don't love you," he'd said gently, "it's just, I think we both need more than just being good friends. But you are my best friend, Inka, you always will be." And he'd kept true to his word. He still came by the tea house every day and they hung out all the time. Inka hated to admit it, but in fact, once the constraint of a relationship had been removed from them, they seemed closer than ever. She shook her head now. "Ollie has enough to do, and it was no big deal. I told Knox yesterday and he agreed with me." Knox Westerwick was the town's deputy chief of police in local Lothario. Inka thought he was funny, but she also knew how to keep away from his type. Knox never gave up though, and Inka had warmed to him lately. Underneath all the crap, he was a decent guy, not that she'd ever let him near her heart or her bed. "You told Knox that?" Nancy's voice was hard, and Inka looked at her curiously. "What's up, Nance? You and Knox have a fight?" "Not exactly. I just gave him the mom speech." Inka giggled, feeling her mood lift. "The mom speech?" Nancy swatted her with a towel. "Less of your sass, Inka. Seriously though, kiddo, I got your back. It's what happens when your kid calls you at 3 in the morning in tears." Inka's smile faded. "Sorry about that. I guess I just panicked." Nancy frowned and opened her mouth to speak, but just then, the door opened, and a wave of customers came in. For the next couple of hours, they barely had a chance to exchange words, and it was only when Scarlett greeted them noisily that Inka looked up from her work. Yo, you old crumbles. Still alive? Good." Nancy rolled her eyes and Inka laughed. Scarlett Moyer might be 19 years old and a brutally confident young woman, but they still loved her. She was bright, funny, and didn't stand for any nonsense, but she had a big heart. Dressed as always in her short skirt with Doc Martens and a t-shirt that read "Smile Muthaf CKA, she snapped her gum and gave them both a cheesy grin. Inka studied her apparel. "That t-shirt needs a comma," she said thoughtfully, and Scarlett laughed. "Only you, Inka Minx, would be more offended by a grammatical error than by foul language." She grabbed a Sharpie from the counter and added the missing comma after smile. "Happy?" "Definitely. Now get to work." Inka grinned at her young friend. There might have been 9 years between them, but they'd clicked the minute Scarlett had walked into the tea house 2 years ago. Scarlett, an undergraduate at the University of Washington, was wise beyond her years, and Inka trusted her implicitly. Now Scarlett slipped her apron around her tiny waist. "I have gossip," she said as she began to stack cups in the sink. "Someone, or rather a couple of people, have bought the old Fletcher mansion." Inka's eyebrows shot up. "Really? After all this time?" "Yup. And you're never going to believe who." Nancy rolled her eyes impatiently. Just spill it, Scarlett. Scarlett grinned. If I said the name Winter to you, who would you think? Both Inka and Nancy looked blank, and Scarlett gave a hiss of frustration. Gosh, grandmas. She grabbed Inka's iPad from the counter and quickly pulled up a photograph and newspaper article. Tommaso and Raffaello Winter. Look at them. Inka glanced quickly at the photograph. She saw two young men with identical dark curly hair and intense green eyes. I have no idea who they are, she said, turning back to her work. Nancy took the iPad from Scarlett and read the article aloud. The Winter twins, heirs to the Winter property fortune, are billionaires in their own right. The brothers, 35, decided to relocate from their native Italy to Washington state to pursue their respective careers. Tommaso Winter is working with the U.S. government to promote clean energy in the Pacific Northwest, whereas Raffaello Winter is the owner of the international club franchise, Sensual, that will be opening a new club in Seattle at the end of the month. Widely considered the two most eligible men on the planet, the Winters will have the pick of the Seattle social elite to choose from when they arrive in the state. The twins are still reeling from the death of their Italian mother, Silvana, who lost her battle with cancer earlier this month. Silvana Winter was divorced from the boy's father, Edgar Winter. Inka had stopped listening, but she caught Nancy's tone and grinned at her. You hate them already. Nancy shrugged. Poor little rich boys. Strange that two 35-year-olds still live together. Twins, Scarlett shrugged by way of explanation. They are gorgeous, though. Look, Inka, look at those eyes, those bodies. Gosh. Inka grinned. Drooling at work is most unseemly, Scarlett. But look. She shoved the iPad back at Inka, who, sighing, took it. Scarlett wasn't wrong. Tommaso and Raffaello Winter were heartbreakingly handsome. They had that brooding, sensual thing going on. Inka studied them, trying to pick out the differences. Raffaello's eyes were wary, his curls slightly longer and wilder, but that was it. They looked like movie stars. Inka handed the iPad back. You know what they look like. Trouble. Scarlett grinned. Yeah, fantastic. Inka opened her apartment door, rolling her eyes and giving him a disapproving look. It's 11 page M. Ollie shrugged. Come on in. Inka stood back to let him pass and squinted at him. Nancy told you, right? Question is, Ollie said, why didn't you? She fixed him some tea, and Ollie thanked her as she passed him the cup. Inka sank into the sofa, pulling her legs up under her and studied her friend with a critical eye. Ollie, at 33, was 5 years her senior. His light brown hair was cut short, his hazel eyes crinkled at the edges. Clean cut, all American, Ollie Rosenbaum was the epitome of trustworthy and noble. You're not my bodyguard, Ollie. She softened her words with a smile. It was really nothing. I handled it. Why didn't you tell me? Ollie raised his eyebrows at her. Inka rolled her eyes. Because you have enough to do, and what could you have done anyway? Nothing. It was over in less than 2 minutes, and I'm fine. Like I said, you're not my bodyguard. Ollie sipped his tea. Are you pissed with me or something? No, sweetie, just tired. How are things with you? Ollie nodded. Good. Good. Listen, Inks, Inka suppressed a smile. What's her name? Ollie laughed, his expression sheepish. Molly. She's a criminologist, working out of the city. Inka felt a pang in her chest but smiled at him. Nice. How long have you been seeing her? A week or two. Look, I wanted to tell you because I'm thinking of taking her to Levi and Jim's, and I didn't want to just tip up there and... I get it, Inka interrupted. Look, Ollie, we're adults and friends. It's okay, really. I look forward to meeting her. We both need to move on. Later, after Ollie left, Inka went into the bathroom to shower and get ready for bed. She stepped out of the shower, wrapped a towel around her long dark hair, and grabbed her moisturizer. Gazing in the mirror, she looked at herself critically. She had café au lait skin, courtesy of her Indian birth mother, and almond-shaped green eyes from her Japanese-American father. She knew people considered her beautiful, but Inka could never see what the fuss was about. She had to be honest, the attention she got wasn't always welcome. Catcalls, lascivious and repellent remarks, and even grabbing hands had all been part of her life since she was a teenager. Her curvy body drew men to her constantly. It was the reason why she had taken self-defense classes. Inka couldn't remember when her dislike of the attention had started. Nancy and Tyler had adopted her from a very young age, and she couldn't remember her life before that. She'd asked Nancy once, and Nancy, her face pale, had merely told her, "Be thankful you can't remember." Inka had been satisfied with that for a while. But lately she had been having vicious nightmares about violence and a woman screaming. She had woken up shivering and gasping for air. Even with Ollie, it had taken her a few weeks of dating before she trusted him enough to sleep with him. Inka laughed softly to herself now, wondering how many other 28-year-olds could boast of only ever having one lover. She clicked off the bathroom light and got into bed, thinking about what Ollie had told her. Inka wondered if she herself would ever find anyone else, and realized that if she didn't, it wouldn't bother her. She was happy enough alone. Ollie Rosenbaum made his way to the small town's police department. His night shift was just starting, and he flicked through a couple of messages before settling down to some paperwork. It was a half hour before one of his deputies, Fred, stuck his head in the door. "Boss? We just got a call. A body's been found down near the reservoir. Looks like a homicide." Everyone was talking in hushed tones as Inka arrived at work the next morning, clumping down the stairs, still half asleep. She definitely wasn't a morning person. "Hey y'all," she said sleepily to Scarlett and Tish, the other teenager she employed. Tish had bright red hair and wore full makeup even at this time of morning. They grunted in greeting, then went back to their conversation. Inka switched the coffee machine on and went to open the front door. "You two thinking of doing any work today?" she said pointedly. Scarlett, her usual grin missing, turned to her. "Have you heard?" "About what?" "There was a body found up near the reservoir last night. A young woman. She was killed." Inka felt sick. "Gosh, that's horrific. How did you hear?" "On the news, national as well as local. Really brutal too. Poor woman." As if on cue, Ollie pushed into the tea house, followed by a small, dark woman. He greeted them and introduced her. "This is Molly Welsh. She's been collecting evidence at the scene." He gave Inka a meaningful look, and she realized that this was his new girlfriend, Molly. She smiled at the newcomer, noticing how different she and Molly were. Molly was even tinier than Inka and effortlessly chic, almost French in her way of dress. She had short-cropped dark hair, huge brown eyes, and a cute face. She smiled back at Inka with genuine friendliness. Inka got them both coffee and sat down with them. Ollie shook his head. "It's bad inks." Poor kid was only young, late teens or early 20s. Inka grimaced. "Who would do that? I can't remember the last time we had a murder around here." 1976, Ollie said. "Before either of us was born. That's how rare it is." "Any leads?" "None." Inka smiled at Molly and changed the subject. "So, I hear you're going to be wined and dined at Levi and Jim's." Molly nodded. "I've heard great things." "You heard right. Levi is a genius chef, and what Jim doesn't know about wine isn't worth knowing. They're a couple, right?" "Right. However, don't be surprised when you see them. You would never know they were a couple unless you knew them. Always busting each other's balls like they're brothers rather than lovers." "That's what best friends are for," Ollie said, winking at Inka. Inka rolled her eyes and got up. "I'll leave you two alone. Gotta get back to it. It was really good to meet you, Molly." "You too." It was only later, when Inka skipped out to go to the farmer's market, that a sense of loneliness crept over her. She might be having trouble getting over the breakup of the relationship, but she knew Ollie had been right to end it. Still, she wondered if her heart would ever unfreeze. The idea of that shocked her. Had she even given her all to Ali? Was that the reason why he had ended it? She couldn't tell. Loading her groceries into her car, she was startled by the squeal of tires as a Porsche screeched into the parking spot beside her. The driver got out. He was tall with wild dark curls, and when he turned towards her she could see his intense green eyes. He stopped when he saw her, and Inka flushed at his scrutiny. His eyes seemed to bore right into hers, searching, questioning. Inka got flustered, and one of her bags slipped out of her hands, spilling fruit across the parking lot. She scrambled to retrieve it, and she sensed him walking towards her. He crouched down and helped her without saying a word. As he handed her an orange, his fingers brushed hers, and she felt a jolt of electricity. She looked up to see him staring at her. He was unsmiling, but his face wasn't unfriendly, just entirely focused on her. Inka managed to find her voice. "Thank you." They both stood at the same time. He dwarfed her petite frame, and Inka suddenly felt both utterly vulnerable and supremely turned on. He gave a curt nod, then, in a motion so quick she hardly registered it, brushed the back of his finger down her cheek. It left her skin burning, but he turned away and stalked off, leaving Inka open-mouthed behind him. She got into the car and sat, blinking. What the hell was that? She glanced at her burning face in the mirror, half expecting there to be a scorch mark where he had touched her. There wasn't, of course, but her entire face was bright red. She sucked in a deep breath. Geez. On her drive back to the tea house, she suddenly remembered where she had seen him. He was one of the Winter twins. She suddenly wished she'd paid more attention to the article Scarlett had pointed out. So they must have completed the Fletcher mansion and moved in. There hadn't been as much fanfare as she would have expected, given Scarlett's excitement. But maybe they were just a private family. She got her answer when she returned to the Sakura. Gasping from the cold air that whipped around her, she stumbled into the back room of the tea house and dumped the bags of groceries on the floor. Tugging her coat off, she could hear Scarlett's infectious laugh, Nancy's soft chuckle, and another voice, masculine, deeper, accented. Inka felt a thrill go through her as she walked into the tea house's main room and saw him there. Dark curls now brushed into a neat style, intense green eyes, but now he wore a friendly smile. He looked up as Inka came into the room, and his smile widened. She felt her face burn. "Hello again," she said, but his eyebrows shot up. "I'm sorry." Gosh, that voice. Deep, mellifluous, sensual as all hell. Inka blinked. "We just met. At the farmer's market." He smiled. "I very much wish we had, but I think that may have been my brother." Now that she saw him, yeah, he was wearing entirely different clothes, and instead of being combed neatly, she realized this man's hair was shorter. Apart from that, there was absolutely no telling them apart. She smiled. "I'm sorry, my mistake." He stuck his hand out. "Tommaso Winter." "Inka Sardi." His green eyes sparkled. "Unusual name." She grinned. "Indian. My birth mother was Indian." She had no idea why she was telling him that, and gave an embarrassed cough. Scarlett and Nancy were watching the interaction, Scarlett grinning openly. Inka surreptitiously kicked her friend. "Well, I hope my mom and this reprobate were making you feel at home. I understand you've bought the Fletcher mansion." Now, she sounded like she was interviewing him. "Gosh, woman, are you really going to fall apart at the sight of a handsome face?" But handsome didn't really cover it with the Winter twins, she decided. They were glorious. Tommaso Winter smiled at her, and she noticed how his eyes crinkled at the corners, his cheeks lifted, and his beautifully shaped mouth curved. Gosh, what is wrong with you? First his brother and now him. Inka was sure her face was burning. "We have. My brother and I decided we needed to be in the States for the time being. I would have thought high flyers like the Winters would be more New York-based." This was Nancy, who was peering over her glasses at Tommaso. Inka groaned internally. Was Nancy about to go into one of her rants about the uber-rich? Tommaso grinned at her. "Neither Raph nor myself are New York people. And besides, Seattle is at the forefront of business, Amazon, Microsoft, Starbucks, Boeing." It made sense. Nancy seemed satisfied with this. She gave Inca a slight nod. This one's okay. Inca suppressed a smile. Mr. Winter. Tommaso, please. Tommaso. The name felt like a caress in her mouth. Have you had time to get to know the town? He shook his head. I was hoping to find a guide. His eyes twinkled at her, and Inca felt her stomach flutter. Desire. Gosh. Scarlett nudged her. Inca's an excellent tour guide, she said brightly. And she's a total geek. She'll tell you all about the lovely but dull little town we call Willowbrook. Tommaso snorted with laughter. Well, in that case, if you're offering, I'd like that. His eyes settled on the Incas in a way that made her feel like the only woman in the world. Of course, she said, swallowing her shyness. Just let me know when you have some free time. Tommaso considered. Is tomorrow too soon? Inca didn't look at Nancy or Scarlett. Not at all, it's my day off. Say 10 a.m. He smiled and took her hand, kissing the back of it. Perfect. I'll see you then. Thank you, ladies, for your warm welcome. I have a feeling this place will be something of a haunt for me. When he'd gone, Inca looked almost open-mouthed at her friends. What the hell just happened? Scarlett and Nancy were both giggling like schoolgirls. I think you have yourself a date. Nancy looked beside herself with glee. With a billionaire? Scarlett goggled at her, and Inca rolled her eyes. It's not a date, I'm being a good neighbor. Good naked neighbor. Scarlett? Yes? Get back to work before I fire you. Knox Westerwick walked the half-mile or so from the harbor to the police department. The station was as quiet as he'd found it yesterday. A couple of faxes sat on the machine, and he glanced at them. Warnings about Lyme disease and a flyer for a town committee meeting. He checked the answering machine. No blinking red light. Knox wandered around the building. The police department took up no more than 4 rooms in the big stone-built structure. A glance at the bell pad indicated the other offices were let to a surveyor and an insurance company. He wandered to the big window overlooking the back of the office to see the back of a firehouse to one side and apartments to the other. He could see down to the water in the distance, glittering green against an azure sky. Knox had to be honest with himself. He was bored. Bone-crushingly bored. Even scraping around, offering to speak to school kids about road safety or whatever small-town cops talk to kids about these days, was a no-go. Ollie had done all that recently, so Knox accepted the grateful apologies of the principal and gave up. Knox glanced at the clock and wondered when Ollie would make an appearance. He went over to the filing cabinet, searching for any old case he could follow up on. Nothing. He slipped the files back into the cabinet and sat back in his chair, toying with the idea of sneaking over to the tea house to flirt with Inca and Scarlett. Instead, he picked up the phone to check in with Ollie. Hey boss. Missing me already? Hey Knox? Man. Can you get whoever you can together and come out to the reservoir? There was the briefest pause, and in that moment, Knox knew something was terribly wrong. What is it? Ollie's voice was defeated and tired. We found another one. Inca glanced over to the man in the passenger seat. As they had driven from Main Street, Inca had kept up a commentary, a practiced overview of the town's McNuggets, the Twin Harbor lighthouses, Gayer Lake and its adjoining golf resort, the West Coast Road with its views of the Cascades. Tommaso Winter was good company. He was funny and erudite. But he made her nervous. He would listen to her talk intently, his gaze occasionally dropping to her mouth, which made her feel both sensual and vulnerable. Every inch of her skin was tingling from his presence. He looked out of the window, seeing now the dense greenery, Douglas firs, and trails leading off into the forest. Where are we now? Inca grinned. The cunningly titled Forest Road. Top of the town. Around this bend. He swung the car around a sharp bend, the right side of the road dropping down a steep cliff to the sea. A huge stately building came into view. Is the main source of income for our little place. Hunter's Ridge Private School. Massive fees board rich kids. Hey, that's beautiful. He pointed out of the window. They were traveling back down the town now, along the coast road. Tommaso was looking at an outcrop of rocks just off the coast, rising out of the dark water. Desolation Rocks. Just off Desolation Point, close to the Desolation Point Lighthouse, just in case you didn't get the name the first time. So, Desolation, was it? And they both laughed. You got it. Look, I'm going to find somewhere to park, and we can hike into the forest if you're interested. Tommaso smiled that devastating smile at her. Love to. Inka and Tommaso trekked the trail that led through the center of the town. She took him to the town's unusual stave church. He seemed interested when she told him about the church's history, how a Scandinavian immigrant had built it because he missed his homeland so badly he wanted something uniquely Norwegian in this little piece of America. Inka pointed out how the structure's strange, quirky architecture was locked together by careful dovetailing wedges in post and lintel construction. When we were kids, Inka told him, we were convinced that the lack of glue or nails meant it would come alive at night and turn into a transformer. She grinned at Tommaso's raised eyebrows. Hey, we were kids. We were pretty stupid. We? Me, my ex Ollie, and his sister Luna. You grew up together. They moved to the town when I was 12. Before that, I was pretty much alone. She regretted her last words. She felt his questioning gaze, but to her relief, he didn't ask anything further. They walked on for a few minutes in silence along Cemetery Trail, through the old-growth forest, the nursery trees springing from the decay of the fallen. At the gates of the cemetery, which stood in the center of the town, Tommaso stopped. You know what I'm wondering? What's that? We've been walking a while now, and I have yet to see any willow trees. For a town named Willowbrook, I would have expected there to be more. So far I've seen one, the one in the middle of Main Street. Inka grinned. And you know what? That's it. That's your one. The founder of the town didn't get far into the town before naming it. You're kidding. Nope. Tommaso considered this. Well, I guess this town has another unique beauty then. His eyes met hers and she felt her face burn. Tommaso smiled, moving closer, and when he leaned him, the feel of his lips on hers sent her heart pounding. His mouth sought hers and she leaned into the kiss, feeling his arms snake around her. They were breathless when they finally broke apart. I'm sorry, he said in a low voice, leaning his forehead against hers. I just could not wait any longer. Inka, dazed, shook her head. It's okay, but we barely know each other. I wanted you, as soon as I saw you yesterday. Gosh, the thrill his words sent through her. Inka, why don't we do this the wrong way around? Just go with it. She was trembling so much that she could barely answer him. Tommaso lifted her into his arms. Bella, tell me to stop at any time and I will stop. But she didn't tell him to stop. Feeling as if she were in a dream, she let him lead her back to the car, him sliding into the driving seat this time, and then he drove them to his home. The Fletcher mansion had been empty for many years, and Inka had always wondered what it was like inside, but at this moment she couldn't focus on anything but Tommaso Winter. Her senses had fled. Who was this man? And why was she going along with it? Tommaso held her hand as they walked to his bedroom, and as he closed the door behind them, Inka realized what a risk she was taking. No one knew she was here. All worries fled when Tommaso kissed her again, pushing her overcoat from her shoulders and running his large hands down her curves. Bellissima! His low, deep voice, with that Italian accent, sent vibrations of pure pleasure through her. With a growl, he tumbled her onto the bed. What am I doing? What the hell am I doing? But she didn't stop him. Tommaso. He collapsed on top of her, his mouth seeking hers, whispering her name over and over. Inka closed her eyes, reveling in the feeling of him holding her. Was this what she had been missing all these years? Sensuality, desire with the thrill of the danger. Who was this man? When she opened her eyes, he was watching her. His mouth hitched up in a smile. You are beautiful, Inka. So beautiful. His fingertips traced a line down her body, to her belly. She gave him a shy grin. I have never done something like this before. Just go with it. He was so confident, and his hand, tracing a pattern on her belly, was making her crazy. Inka touched his face. I know you said we should do this the wrong way around. I think we achieved that. He kissed her. Inka, the moment you walked into that tea house yesterday, I wanted you. But I suppose you have the same effect on most men. Inka felt uncomfortable then. Honestly, Tommaso, I hadn't thought about it. As I said, this isn't what I would normally do. But you, sir, are something else. And I thought, what the hell? Tommaso grinned and moved on top of her. You're the perfect tour guide, he murmured, and I hope much more than that. Inka woke cold and shivering. The light in the room was blue, and she could tell it was very early morning. The bed beside her was empty, and the sheet that had been wrapped around her was now down at her hips. She sat up, blinked, and shook her head. What the hell had she been thinking? Last night had been the most sensual time of her life, but in the cold light of day. She got up and went into the bathroom. There was a toothbrush and a basket of toiletries left out on the side for her, and she smiled. She showered quickly and got dressed. Feeling incongruous and shy, she padded through the large mansion, only now just noticing how beautifully it was decorated. The winter's aesthetic was obviously minimalism and clean lines. Navy, gray, and a monochromatic color scheme made her shiver a little. It was the opposite of her messy, cozy, colorful apartment. She found the kitchen and saw him at the stove flipping pancakes. Grinning, she walked up to him and slid her arms around his waist. Good morning, Mr. Winter. She jumped back as he dropped the pan and spun around. Oh damn. Inka stepped back, horrified. Raffaello Winter glowered at her. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were Tommaso. She felt the heat rush up her body, and suddenly she felt like a tramp. The man in front of her was as physically divine as his twin, but somehow danger radiated from every pore. His eyes were hooded, dark with menace and anger. Inka felt a frisson of fear. Hey. Both of them turned to see Tommaso watching them, a strange smile on his face. Inka felt a wave of humiliation. I'm sorry. I mistook your brother for you. Tommaso grinned. Again. Inka flushed, but Tommaso wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry, Inka, it's no big thing. Is it Raf? Raffaello said nothing, just stared at his brother, an unreadable expression on his handsome face. Tommaso smirked. I should officially introduce you. Inka Sardi, my brother Raffaello. Inka owns the Sakura tea house in town. Inka held a trembling hand out to Raffaello. For a horrible moment she thought he was going to ignore it, but then he took it and nodded. Good to meet you. His accent was a lot thicker than his brother's, his voice deeper and softer. Inka was surprised. Was his glowering demeanor actually shyness? She dismissed the idea the next moment when Raffaello stalked out of the room. Tommaso laughed softly. My brother isn't the most social of people. He kissed Inka's forehead. You are very different, Inka said, and Tommaso nodded. People are always surprised at that, but yes, we are. Now can I make you some breakfast? After breakfast, Inka told him she had to go home. Tommaso walked her to her car. Can I see you again? Inka hesitated. He was undoubtedly gorgeous and an incredible man, but the scene this morning with Raffaello had given her pause. She smiled at him. Tommaso. I like you, and last night was mind-blowing. But I don't know if I'm really suited to the whole wrong way around thing. Maybe we should just get to know each other as friends and then see where it goes. Tommaso looked vaguely disappointed, but took the rejection with a good heart. Whatever you think is best, but don't expect me to stop trying. He gave her a wicked grin, which made her burst out laughing. Mr. Winter, I knew you were trouble. Tommaso kissed her before she got into her car, and when she drove away, she saw him watching her. Inka tried to park the car out of the way and sneak up to her apartment, but she failed miserably. Scarlett was waiting for her in the back hallway between the stairs and the tea room. Where the hell have you been? Inka gave a shocked laugh. Okay, Mom, calm down. She dumped her bag on a chair and took off her coat. Scarlett narrowed her eyes at her. You were wearing those clothes yesterday, oh my. You slept with Tommaso Winter. SSH, Inka frowned at her friend. The door to the tea house's main room was open, and Inka glanced nervously around it to see if anyone had heard. Scarlett scowled at her. Do you know how worried we were? Inka rolled her eyes. Dude, I'm 28 years old. I don't need your permission to stay over at a billionaire's place. She grinned at Scarlett, but her friend shook her head. No, I know. It's not that. Inks, didn't you hear about the new murder? Inka stopped. What? Scarlett nodded. 2 women now. Ollie was called to the first up at the reservoir. Then, while they were there, they found the other one. Gosh, that's horrible. Realization dawned. Oh gosh. I am sorry, Scarlett. I honestly didn't know, or I would have called. Scarlett sighed. As long as you're okay. I am truly. Scarlett grinned. So? Details, please. Yeah, Inka said dryly. Because that's what's going to happen now. Spoil sport. Nancy stuck her head around the door. Ah, daughter mine. Glad to see you're not dead. Any chance you two can do some work today? Tommaso had been waiting for Raffaello to say something all day. After meeting Inka, his brother disappeared into the depths of the mansion to work, and Tommaso couldn't see him. Now though, as Tommaso sat chatting with Debbie, their new chef, Raffaello, made an appearance in the large kitchen. Good evening. Tommaso smiled at his brother, and Debbie nodded to him. She was a middle-aged woman, no nonsense, and very discreet. Her food, the twins had discovered in a very short time, was out of this world. I was just trying to persuade Debbie to let me open a restaurant for her. It's a crime her food is hidden away from the world. Debbie laughed. Your brother is very generous, but he exaggerates. Raffaello half smiled at her. About some things, but not this. Tommaso, may I speak with you outside for a moment? We shan't be long, Debbie, I promise. Tommaso followed his brother outside. The night was cold and cloudy, threatening snow. Raffaello lit a cigarette and studied his brother. What the hell were you doing with that girl? Tommaso hid a grin. Debbie? You know damn well who I mean. Oh, Inka. I would have thought it was obvious. Raffaello shook his head in disgust. That's not why we came here, Tommaso. We said no complications. No situations that could compromise. What? Tommaso was irritated now. I met a beautiful woman, I was attracted to her, I slept with her. Many, many times. What's wrong with that? Raffaello sighed. Just don't get too involved. You know we can't. Tommaso was silent. Finally, he shook his head. I can't promise anything. Inka's a very sweet woman and beautiful. I know you noticed that. Raffaello hesitated, then nodded. Heartbreakingly beautiful. Which concerns me, Tommaso. Women like that. What? What, brother? Women like that are what? But Raffaello didn't answer him.
End of sneak peek for The Italian Billionaire by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.